what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray your open your heart. you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night? Maybe you can keep your radio bright. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your heart, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny.
You know what the change in the music means, or at least you should know what the change in the music means by now. It means it's time to rock and roll. I hope you've got your Void coffee ready, because I've got mine. I hope you've got your tea and your snacks and your popcorn. Why is Trump here? Why is Donald Trump here? Donald, you gotta wait. You gotta wait. Okay, look, people aren't interested in you until the convention, Donald. Anybody else got Trump fatigue? I feel like I've had Trump fatigue since before the end of his administration. Like, I've just been sick of it. Like, I don't know. Hassan is still just thrilled by this guy. This guy, I mean, yeah, I get it. He's a walking meme. He's a living meme. But I feel like we're going to get enough of him. Yeah, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. I'm holding off because I know that we're going to get enough of him. We're going to get more than enough of him. We're going to get too much of him. You've activated the edibles. Oh, no. He's telling you to be quiet, and I don't care for it. I don't care for it either. Look, we don't have any Trump stories today. Like, I don't want to make you, sometimes when I start off with something on my screen, it makes you think that that's going to be happening today. That's going to be going on, but it's not. It is not. Oh no, that's not going on either. You know what's going on? This is what we're watching. 3 scholars and a baby. Are you ready for that? Yeah, this is like 3 men and a baby here. What is 3 men? It's like a movie, right? It feels like it should be a video game. That would be a pretty good video game. I don't know what the video. Three men try to take care of a baby. Is that the movie? That's the movie. The movie is like three men try to take care of a baby, right? Well, this is three men trying to take care of baby Banel, or Mr. Bonatelli, or whatever whatever Norm is calling him at the time. I've heard this called a dog walk. I've heard this called an embarrassment. I've heard this called a lot of things. But how are you, chat? There's a bad Donald? I feel like we got a visit from Jimmy Dore yesterday, but it turned out it wasn't the real Jimmy Dore. I feel like the real Jimmy Dore, do you think he'd enjoy my show? I was gonna do an impression of Norm in this, but it'll get censored? Oh, I know, right? Yeah, Norm is letting Steven have it in this one. Trump is, oh, the bad one, the bad Donald. I got it. Not the bad duck, but the bad Donald. I gotcha. You feel bad because you're sick again? Yeah, Jimmy Dore was real for you, says Damal. I was hoping for the real Dore. No, we only get the real Jordan Peterson and the real Tim Pool's dad. Although, wait, what happened? Chad, did you scare Tim Pool's dad off? I feel like he came in here and he had an opinion that like everybody disagreed with and he couldn't handle. He couldn't handle the dog pile. I'm sorry, Tim Pool's dad. I saw part of this on Hassan yesterday. Norm is pretty funny. Always using the wrong name for Destiny. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Mr. Borelli. Mr. Aurora Borealis. Mr. Steamed Hams. I roasted Tim Pool's dad over his take on Aaron Bushnell. That's what it was. It was Aaron Bushnell. Like, what is up with that particular question? I feel like there's like a divide. I feel like there's a generational divide. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessarily a generational divide. It's something though. Okay, he's good, right? I think he's good. Does he seem comfortable? You better be strapped in, Waluigi, because this is going to be a bumpy ride. So, somebody said they watched this on Hassan. Where did Hassan start? Because I have a feeling that I've been told that it doesn't get good until 2 hours into the debate. Tim Pool's dad has a particular sensitivity. I mean, that's understandable. You're welcome. Yeah, look, I've got more than, there's more where that came from. There's definitely more where that came from. Or wait, less? Maybe there's less where that came from. I don't know what just happened. What's going on, chat? Let me see if I can fix this. Wait, what is this? What is this? Springfield?
Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Ja, super.
Oh my god.
プリングフィールド。
There we go. That's right. It's Springfield.
なんとか無事に着いたぞシーモア。下手な道案内で苦労させられたがな。
ああ、チャルマーズ部長。
Wait, what happened? Oh,
くれましたね。さあ、上がってください。一生忘れられないランチが待っていますよ。
めえ。
hmm.
おお、しまった。私のローストが台無しだ。私のローストが台無しじゃないか。いや待てよ。そこら辺の店のものを買って自分の料理として見せかければいいのでは。ほほほほほほほ。なんて悪魔的で天才なんだ、シーモア。
Oh no, wait. Chat, can you tell, is this approximated? I'm pretty sure that this isn't like the actual JoJo music, right?
部長、私はただその部長にスタンドを使っちゃダメだ。他の手を考えなくては。
Okay, yeah, this is the MIDI version. We're good.
この窓を使って効果的にふくらはぎのストレッチをしていたんです。そう、アイソメトリックエクササイズ。
Makes sense.
一緒に。
It's a little static stretching before
どうして大
before dinner.
煙が出ているんだシーモア。
の
That's a good question. Where's the smoke coming from?
それは煙じゃなくて蒸気です。今日のご飯は何せ蒸しかきなんですからね。
Steamed clams. Okay. Okay. I mean, is it called? Would you call that seafood? Are clams seafood, or they like deserve a special distinction as shellfish? I feel like they're not really seafood. They're not fish. They're
ハ
bivalves.
ムバーガー上がりました。よだれが出てしまうほど美味な味保証します。
ん？さっきスチームクラムと言ってなかったか？
違う。スチームハムって言ったんです。
Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought he said, yeah, I thought he said steamed clams too. Apparently it was steamed
ハム
hams.
バーガーをそう呼ぶんですよ。
ハンバーガーをスチームハムと呼ぶのか。
そう、地元の訛りって。
Regional dialect? Okay.
ほほう。で、実家はどこなんだ？
アップステートニューヨークですね。
ほう。私はユーティカに生まれて育ってきたんだが、一度も聞いたことがないな。
Why am I not surprised this guy's from Utica?
スチームハムとやらは。
ああ、ユーティカにはないんですね。何せオールバニーだけの名
Yo, I thought he was gonna say buffalo.
前ですからね。
なるほど。
I love that he's like that he's drinking this guy's wine and serving him hamburgers.
このハンバーガーの味はクラスティバーガーのものとやたら似ている気もするんだが。
Yeah, the ketchup soaked into the bun, the way that the pickles stick to the bun, that's kind of a sign that that might be fast food. I don't know.
何？店の味を知っていたのか。ほほほほほ、決してそれはないんです。このハムバーガーのレシピは我が好きな家がずっと昔から使ってきたものなんですよ。
スチームハムのレシピ。
Yeah, so yeah, it's an old recipe whereby we make hamburgers. We put them under a red light for several hours.
そうです。
一つ
So that you can taste a little bit of the waxed paper that we put them
聞
in.
かせてもらおう。これをスチームハムと呼んでいるが、この肉は
We got some streakers over on the Twitch side of things.
部長にスタンドを使っちゃダメだ。だがこのランチは非常に大事なイベントだ。何か他の手があるはずだ。考えろ。それはですね。ちょっとだけ失礼しますね。
ああ、どうぞ。
いやー、楽しい時間っていうのはあっという間に過ぎてしまいますね。張り切りすぎて疲れてしまいました。
ああ、そろそろ俺は。何？その扉の向こうは一体どうなっているんだ？
もう他の手は尽くしてしまったようだ。すまん、部長。
Oh shit, he's gonna have to get his stand out.
いっぱいに終わらせてはいけないんだ。オーロラ！ボレア！
That's his stand. There we go.
オーロラボレアリス？今この日この時この場所にお前のキッチンだけで見えるというのか？
Sounds reasonable.
イエス。
Yes.
オーロラボレアリス。能力、上司に何と言っても信じてもらえること。
This explains it. This is actually more understandable than the original. Like the fact that it's a stand power, right?
いいかね。
I was wondering why Superintendent did not catch on. It's because he's using his stand on this guy. But what would be really wild is if the Superintendent had a stand too.
違うんだ、お母さん。その光はオーロラってやつ
It's
だよ。
it's the Aurora Borealis, yeah.
それじゃあシーモア、お前は変わったやつだが、スチームハムの腕を。
You steam a good ham. Yes, indeed. Okay, now that music is copyrighted. That music is copyrighted. That sounds way too much like yes. Oh no. Oh no, it's not. But like still, oh my god, chat. There you go. So everybody's happy. Waluigi's happy, I'm happy. Principal Skinner is happy, Superintendent Chalmers is happy. Everybody's happy. Waluigi looks like he's riding a motorcycle, does he? He does kind of look like, you know what he looks like? What was that guy from the Grateful Dead that was like the first to OTE? You know who I'm talking about, chat? Somebody knows who I'm talking about. The love light guy? The guy's always telling you to turn on your love light. Anyway, yeah, we got a lot to go over today. And oh yeah, we gotta blast off. That's right. Oh no, you know, the first thing we gotta do is take a look, yeah, at Planet Fitness. That's my stand. My stand is Planet Fitness. Okay, so this happened.
Good morning at 8 degrees below zero in Fairbanks, Alaska. Day 2 of Planet Fitness Saga. I came in Monday. There's a man in the women's.
Anybody want to spoil this for us? There was not a man in the women's room. There was a trans person in the women's room.
Locker room, shaving. A little girl sitting in the corner. She could have been 12 years old. I don't know how old she was. In a towel, kind of freaked out that there's a man shaving in her locker room. Well, I was offended. I took a picture of him and I asked him, why are you there? You're a man with a penis.
I think she means peanut butter sandwich.
And he justified by saying, I'm queer LGB, and I...
That's right. Queer LGB.
Said, you shouldn't be in the women's locker room. Well, I left. And as I said this morning...
There's a cat in my room.
Planet Fitness is defending
How did this
the
happen?
man in the women's locker room, the man with the penis.
No, why did you have to say it that way? Ellie. No, are you gonna go under the bed? Yes, you're gonna go under the bed. Okay, I've got a cat under my bed.
Rather than the child sitting in the corner with a towel wrapped around.
So anyway, yeah, what happened, Planet Fitness. If you don't know, Planet Fitness is not just a, it's not just a, meow. Can you get out? Did you get locked in here? You got locked in here. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. How did you sneak in here? How did you sneak in here? There you go. Anyway, wow. So yeah, Planet Fitness is a gym. Although I think part of their advertising is like, we're not a gym. The reason they say that is because they don't want to be like other gyms. They don't want to be the kind of gym that you come into and there's a bunch of bodybuilders like throwing up way too much weight and making a lot of noise. You know, there's like a competition for who can look the hottest, right? Planet Fitness is supposed to be like a gym for everyone. It's cheaper than most gyms. They specifically don't have a squat rack in order to make sure that people like me don't get a membership, right? And so yeah, but the other thing that Planet Fitness does is they are accepting of trans people, of everyone, right? They want to be the gym for everyone. And so this was a Libs of TikTok thing. Libs of TikTok picked this up, spread it everywhere. There are a lot of chuds out there complaining about it. Oh yeah, they also can't do Advil. They're also mad at Advil for having advertising that they you know how like Dove did a body positivity advertising campaign. So Advil did an advertising campaign to try to make people aware of the fact that when Black people seek medical care, they're treated different. And one of the big ways that shows up is in terms of the sort of pain medication that's prescribed, how seriously their pain is taken. And so Advil was, did a campaign to bring public awareness to this, and white people, conservative white people, took this as like, so you're saying that white people don't feel pain? No, they didn't say that. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. They said nothing about that. But so MAGA's mad at Planet Fitness. They're mad at Advil. Thank you, Planet Fitness, for being inclusive and protecting the rights of your clientele. I was going to upgrade my membership and enjoy a quieter space with the MAGAs gone. So yeah, a lot of people kind of breathing a sigh of relief here, maybe over, but like, I'll be honest. I think that Planet Fitness is different than Bud Light. So Bud Light had a very specific demographic that they appealed to, like kind of boomer and skewing male, whereas Planet Fitness might be kind of the opposite, right? So they're not going to be able, if they try some boycott or whatever, they're not going to be as, oh no, is this Nick Adams? Is this the alpha male?
Allows men to shave in women's locker rooms and
is he in the United States?
Cancels the memberships of any Sheila brave enough to
Sheila
talk about it. I'm done with Planet Fitness. It's bad enough that a handsome alpha male like me can't even get a set of curls in without being recorded and ogled by scantily clad women. I go to the gym to work up a sweat with the boys, not to be objectified and sexually harassed for my biceps. Alpha males deserve a gym environment where we can throw heavy weight around without wokeness and women.
Okay, so this guy's got to be a parody. Like, I always wonder, right? Because his name is Nick Adams. He's got alpha male right in his name, right? Just so you know that he's an alpha male. And it feels like more like he's making fun of conservative concepts rather than pushing them forward. But I don't know. He never breaks character, so it's hard to know. But I mean, this is a pretty good indicator.
This is the last straw. What goes woke must get bent. I am announcing a full boycott of Planet Fitness.
So it looks like they're not going to have Nick Adams fans in Planet Fitness anymore. Bosun, thank you for the follow and welcome. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. Why do they keep on talking about shaving as if it was some horrible spectacle? Planet Fitness just got 1,000 times safer. He's farming views for Twitter, ad money, and baiting libs. Is he baiting libs or is he baiting right-wingers? Because I almost feel like he's not really right-wing. Yeah, right. Is it in Australia or is he in the United States? That's my question. Has he relocated or are they so no, this is becoming part of the controversy, right? That her membership, you know, she complained, she basically tried to get you know, the person that was in the locker room you know, thrown out, took a picture of them and put it up on social media. Planet Fitness, I think, has a policy where you're not allowed to take. In fact, I would be surprised if you're allowed to like video or photograph in anywhere in a Planet Fitness, because they're really about trying to make a safe space for people to work out in a judgment-free zone. That's their whole thing. They want a judgment-free gym so people that would just want to go to the gym and work out and feel good about themselves, right? And you know, not necessarily you know, bodybuilders or you know, people that are super competitive, right? And they definitely don't want like influencers coming in there, you know, filming their sets and, you know, filming other people at the same time, right? So I'm guessing that she got her membership revoked for violating their policy, which is I think that you can't video or photograph anybody in a Planet Fitness, definitely not in a locker room. And you know, in her zeal to expose a trans person existing, she broke their yeah, she snapped a photo of a transgender woman in the women's locker room. Oh, Tyson's food. I don't know about the Tyson food thing. What is the Tyson's food? Yeah, so we got 3 boycotts. Look, they can do this. Like look, they can boycott Bud Light, and they can probably put the hurt on Bud Light, because the people that drink Bud Light are, you know, they're older, they're more likely to be male. They're a certain demographic, right? You know, in fact, that's why they were doing their sponsorship with Dylan Mulvaney, is that I think the advertisers wanted to see if they could reach outside of their normal demographic. Bud Light is just like, it's not something, you know, that is, they don't have younger drinkers as much, right? And so the, you know, Dylan Mulvaney thing was mainly to reach out to you know, possibly like a younger customer base. Okay, so walked into a Planet Fitness for the first time. Yeah, so amongst gym bros, amongst fitness aficionados, Planet Fitness has like not a great name, because it's not for bodybuilders. It's not for people trying to show off their physique. It's you know, so the idea is that like people don't know how to do exercises correctly. It's a Smith machine. They definitely do have a lot of Smith machines in there. That's the one thing I noticed when I went into a Planet Fitness a long time ago. Yeah, don't stop, please don't come back. I'm trying to get to the Nick Adams alpha male. I mean, I guess we could read the policy. Transgender persons applying for membership may not be turned away or referred to another fitness facility because of their gender identity, transgender status, length or extent of gender transition, and or because they do not appear to as a typical male or female. Members will be treated according to their sincerely held self-reported gender identity. This is it is impermissible for a member to assert a self-reported gender identity for fraudulent or other improper purposes. Private, so that's the Steven Crowder clause right there. Private information, including the person's status as transgender, the gender transition, and any medical information, is confidential. If conflict arises regarding a member's self-reported gender identity, a Planet Fitness staff member who has been trained on Planet Fitness's policy and practices with regard to transgender members, A, may initiate conversation with the member in order to ascertain the member's gender identity and other gender-related concerns. B, may, in rare cases where fraud or improper purpose is reasonably suspected, request documentation supporting the member's stated gender identity. Sufficient documentation includes, but not limited to, a letter from the medical provider, therapist, member of clergy. Yeah, so I guess the Steven Crowder clause is more extensive than I thought. In the event that a request for additional documentation is made, that request must be reported to Planet Fitness Legal Department. Note, documentation of gender identity for members is not expected or required for the majority of cases. This provision shall only be triggered as determined by Planet Fitness staff when member stated gender identity is called into question based on specific information available to the requesting staff member. Planet Fitness, I hope they're not going to go into like transmed mode here. Planet Fitness reserves the right to terminate a person's membership immediately for any violation of this policy or club rule. Facilities use. Some members may feel uncomfortable with a transgender member using the same locker room, facilities, bathroom, shower, or other facilities program separated by sex. This discomfort is not a reason to deny access to the transgender member. B, Planet Fitness staff should work with the members and employees to address the discomfort and to foster a climate of understanding consistent with the judgment-free character of Planet Fitness. C, Planet Fitness shall strive to address transgender members with the names, titles, pronouns, and other terms consistent with self-reported gender identity, if reasonably known to the Planet Fitness staff. For example, a transgender woman shall be referred to by her preferred name and female pronouns. Transgender man shall be referred to by his preferred name and male pronouns. Planet Fitness reserves the right to terminate a person's membership immediately for any violation of this policy. So that's their policy. Fox News has got a hold of this now. God, there's a lot of fat phobia going on here, right? And unfortunately, some of it is coming from the left. That is unfortunate. That is a fucked up way to be. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, they're like, this is what conservatives are like. They're like, we don't want to go to Planet Fitness. We don't believe in. I don't know. They're trying to. Yeah. Anyway, they're trying to fat shame, based on political ideology, which is fucked up for reasons I probably shouldn't have to get into here. Okay, so yeah, like just snapping somebody's picture. Oh God, yeah, their transphobia. Oh God, it's Babylon B. Wait, is it B? Is it Babylon B, or is this like a fake Babylon B? I can't tell. Not the B. Is that actually? No, it is. It is. It's got. They paid $10,000 for this apparently. So yeah, it is. So yeah, that's what's going on here. Tim Pool comparing abortion to human sacrifice. Wait, I think that's what this is about. Wait, no, was it Tim Pool or was it a guest? I feel like Majority Report. What the fuck? Okay, that's not what boycott Tyson. What are we boycotting Tyson for? Tyson Foods is closing facilities in Perry, Iowa, laying off 1,200 workers. Instead, they plan to hire thousands of illegals in states like New York. This is a boycott of Tyson's food. Okay. That's what the Tyson's food thing is about. Yo, good luck with this, right? Because Tyson's is one of these companies that like they own like everything, right? And also, when you can't boycott, you can boycott Bud Light, you can boycott Target, right? But you can't boycott like 6 different things at once because they're just it gets diluted. It's not gonna work. Let's see. Also, pertinent. Oh yeah, we gotta watch this. Okay, so I'm waiting for this to drop. This is Don Lemon. Don Lemon, if you don't know, former news guy at CNN. He got the axe at some point, and has been hired by Elon Musk. And in fact, had a little chat with Elon Musk for his first. You know, he was going to be doing the Tucker Carlson thing, where essentially like he partners, he works with X. But something went wrong.
Hi everyone, Elon Musk is mad at me, and I just put out a statement about what happened between him, me, and the interview that he is apparently so upset about. But make no mistake about this.
Make no mistake about this. At the top of every hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and we are approaching that top of the hour. It is coming up on you, right? If you are on the Twitch side of things, understand that you will be watching 3 straight minutes of ads every hour at the top of the hour for the duration of the stream, right? Now, there's one caveat on that I'd like to add, right? You can no longer see those ads if you get yourself a sub. One way you can get yourself a sub that you might not know about is for free by using a Prime sub. A Prime sub is free. If you've got Prime, you've got a free sub. You give it to the streamer of your choice. If that happens to be me, then you will no longer see ads in my stream. You can also get out of the ad break by paying $5 to Twitch for the sub, or $6 on mobile, or possibly by being gifted a sub, which can happen, which does happen, but which is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat.
To the Don Lemon Show this coming Monday, March 18th. So make sure you tune in. This is not
okay. So Monday is when this is dropping, right? So we can't. I was gonna watch a little bit of this with you, because otherwise we're gonna be watching like all Destiny today. We're gonna watch a few other things, chat, but you know, this is gonna be like, I don't know. So it's a long debate, so we'll be watching a lot of the Destiny. I was gonna you know, pepper this in, but it doesn't come out until Monday.
Change anything about the show except for my relationship with Elon and X, and there's a whole lot that went down, and I'm going to tell you about in the coming days. I know though that many of you were not happy that I was doing this in the first place, and you told me so. I just want you to know that I did this deal because not only do I believe in free speech, but I believed that this was the best possible chance for the work that I'm doing to reach the largest amount of people. So speaking of free speech, right, I thought the first person interview, no brainer, Elon Musk, the man who calls himself a free speech absolutist. I asked him to do it. He willingly agreed to the interview. Throughout our conversation, I kept reiterating to him that although it was tense at times, I thought it was good for people to see and hear our exchange, and that they would learn from our conversation, learn more about it.
Here's what you didn't get, Don. When Elon brought you on, he wasn't thinking about just like, you know, here is somebody that we can work with. They can do their content on X, and, you know, and we can make money off of that, right? He was thinking that he had bought you. He was thinking he had bought you as a PR representative, and more to the point, right? As somebody perceived as being a liberal, since you worked at CNN. Now, I know a little bit more about you, Don Lemon, and I would never paint you in such a simplistic fashion as far as your political beliefs. They're kind of mixed, right? It's kind of weird. I don't know where to place Don Lemon exactly, but he is not like your standard liberal by far, right? But Elon Musk wanted you as a fig leaf. to go to the liberals and be like, hey, Elon, he's not so bad. Look at this. He gave me free speech. Look at this. He gave me a platform. Aren't you awesome, Elon? Yeah, everybody that's talking shit about Elon being some kind of weird right-winger, far-right guy, that's wild. That's ridiculous, right? Elon's not like that. Elon's my friend. That's what he thought he bought. That's what he thought he was getting. And what Don Lemon was giving him was an actual interview, was actually asking the question that people, not just conservatives, not just Elon dick riders, want to know the answer to. And so he wanted to make real content. Elon apparently did not know, that's not what Elon wanted.
Him learn more about me. But apparently, free speech absolutism doesn't apply when it comes to questions about him from people like me. What did we talk about? Why is he so upset? Does he even have a reason to be upset? Make sure you watch it on
Does he even know what wokeness is? He sure bitches about it a lot, yeah.
On YouTube and everywhere you listen to podcasts, and you can decide for yourself. You can even watch it on X because I'm still going to post it there. And so
yeah, they're letting him post it on X and they're letting him monetize it on X, right? And they're acting like this is this big thing that they're so nice, they're so gracious. But like, I mean, here the truth of the matter is Elon is a fragile snowflake. So now here's something interesting. All right, so this is what we're going to be covering today. A lot of people are talking about. God damn it. I hate the way that bookmarks work. Elon, fix your site. This makes me a little bit extra hard for me. Let's see. All right. Nope. Come on. Even Israeli historian Benny Morris, so that's the guy that's on Destiny's side here. Destiny's own debate partner tries to contain his laughter when Finkelstein insults Destiny. All right, let's take a look.
About it's just Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about chapter 6. You don't know chapter 6. How close has 242 gotten to the Palestinian peace? From tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
You know, Mr. Bennell.
So the commentary is the fact that his debate partner is laughing, and I'm sure that he could say like, no, I was just uncomfortable. Norm was being ridiculous. You know, we're trying to have a debate, and Norm goes into all this ad hom. But what are you gonna do? Like honestly, like this is like I mean, like, Candace Owens got one thing right, and that is that Stephen is a child. Stephen has the maturity of a child. So how are you going to handle somebody like that? You know, if you treat him with respect and dignity like you would any other, even Alan Dershowitz, right? I feel like got a little bit more respect from Norm Finkelstein, and that's because Norm just does not respect Destiny, and like he shouldn't be expected to. So anyway, Zionist nerd dog walked. That's what people are saying. It's a dog walk. But you know, strangely though, look at this. This is Timba on toast. The fact that Destiny performed well is undeniable when you watch the full thing. The college dropout had a robust response for every argument thrown at him by serious academics and Norm. Yo! Timba on toast hates Norm. Look, they're like, I've mentioned some things about Norm that I don't like, right? They're not germane to this debate, but you know, because he got like academically blacklisted, right? He has internalized this narrative about cancel culture. He looks at what happened to him as being cancel culture, and you know, he kind of sides with the free speech crowd on a lot of stuff, and he's also, I gotta say, really transphobic. Okay, we'll talk about that later. At the moment, you know, this is we're talking about Palestine, and I'd like to kind of keep the discussion to that. But I've alluded to it. I've shown you some examples, and I'm sure we'll get to it sometime in the future. But yeah, Timba on toast, not a fan of Norm. Serious academics and Norm. misframing the debate like this reeks of elitism. Well, okay, so no, granted, right? I don't like the idea that you assume that because somebody doesn't have a like a graduate degree, that they are incapable of talking about any academic subject. That's not necessarily true. There's a lot of autodidacts out there that, you know, there. In fact, there's a lot of people with advanced, you know, with graduate degrees that really don't cut the mustard. Like, right? So yeah, you know, you don't want to make an assumption like that. That's true. But it's destiny. We're talking about destiny. Also, like, I don't know, like, who's Timba on Toast? Timba on Toast is a bread tuber. Timba on Toast has done some, you know, good video essays, and I don't actually know. I haven't really taken the time to find out exactly where Timba on Toast comes down in terms of ideology. It's unfair to assume that every bread tuber is you know, some kind of socialist. It would be wrong to assume that every bread tuber is on the right side of the Israel-Palestine issue. I don't know, you know, what the deal is with Timba on Toast, but this was surprising to a few people. Are we gonna get any other? Can we get any? Talking about baseline. Talking about music. Yeah, China no longer needs to worry about how to weaken America's hold on global power. American conservatives are going to willingly relinquish it so that their children have more food. Wait, what? More plates of food? See, obviously I have Matt Walsh blocked. Let's see what's behind here. Foreign aid, by definition, is taxation without representation. Taxpayers are funding foreign governments without any say of how the funds are used. This country was literally formed to stop that sort of injustice. The whole system of foreign aid is corrupt. I see. So American conservatives will willingly relinquish America's hold on power so that their children can have more plates of food? Okay, I don't understand that part, but yeah, we're not really getting a clue here. Obviously not a fan of Matt Walsh. Oh my god. Somebody retweeting Haas. It must be a sad moment when a third worldist realizes that a multipolar world isn't just everyone ganging up on America and Israel. Oh, he's mad that, yeah, Pakistan and Iran are... Yeah, it's hard to really tell. We were 1 year away from Dave Rubin retiring and deleting his accounts. Oh, okay. So if Joe Biden...
You know what? Here we go. I'm going to make a bold statement. Michael, I'm going to make a bold statement today. Bold statement. Here we go. If Joe Biden is sworn in on January 20th, 2021, and he completes a 4-year term, actually completes a 4-year term, I will retire. I will retire at the end of that term. That will be it. I will disappear in just over 4 years. 4 years and about a month and a half.
I wish.
That'll be it. That's how convinced. I will just disappear from public life altogether. I will delete all of my accounts, and then you'll never hear from me again. That's how convinced I am that it ain't going to happen. He will not be president for 4 years. He either won't be president at all because of the election fraud and all that kind of stuff, which, by the way, is gaining momentum. We're not even really covering it that much today, but it is actually gaining momentum. And Giuliani was at a hearing in Arizona today.
He really thought the Stop the Steal shit was going to work.
They found some really bizarre...
Yeah, Giuliani's going to get that shit. Giuliani's going to get Biden.
...stuff with these these late night 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. vote dumps.
January 20th, 2021. So this is right around the time that Biden would have taken, taken office.
I think in Pennsylvania, Rand Paul was tweeting about it this morning. I mean, there's just some stuff going on, but I do not think that one way or another, Joe Biden will not.
There were a lot of Trumpies still holding on to the hopes, even like into August.
Be president for 4
So anyway, yeah, that's well, yeah, it's hard to tell much about Timba. I realize now that I didn't know that much about Timba, and maybe he had made some assumptions that might not be correct. If you remember, okay, so yeah, Timba's like an old school bread tuber. Like Timba's been around for at least as long as ContraPoints, and when BreadTube was starting, there were a lot more people with positive or neutral feelings towards Destiny, towards Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell the Fourth, and so I don't know, maybe Timba's a holdover from that. I can't really explain, but we'll keep this we'll keep an eye on this. It was funny, but I blame the person who set this up. Why would they include Destiny with a group of scholars who have been studying it for decades? For clicks, for content, for numbers. That's why Lex Fridman. Yeah, so it's Lex Fridman, who is a right winger, who set this up. That's where this is coming from. Rudy is just losing money and running. Yeah, Rudy is melting. Wait, they never tell the truth. I remember all those assholes going, if Biden, no, Dave, don't hold your breath for Dave Rubin to retire. I don't believe he will. Like he'll make something up. He'll forget about it. He'll ignore it. He's not going anywhere. Unfortunately, we will not be rid of Dave Rubin. When I hear Destiny's full name, I always just assumed it was some kind of joke on him. I mean, it kind of is. I might be inserting some extra like Roman numerals there, maybe. I'm bad with Roman numerals, right? Lex is a right-winger who LARPs as an enlightened centrist. So the Adam and Sitch grift, I see. The Adam and Sitch grift, that's interesting. We watched a little bit of them yesterday. Norman capped on Destiny so hard? Capped on Destiny so hard? One of the reasons is because there is not a lot of pro-genocide scholars. True. In fact, the one that they found was somebody who essentially got famous for very different rhetoric, for very different, scholarship than what he's promoting right now, to the point where Norman went back to some of his old stuff and quoted it to him. Some of what Norman put forward in that debate was literally quoting Benny's old material at him. Very accurate description of Lex, at least from my experience of him. I never had a big problem with Lex as far as I can remember. I don't watch him or anything. Yeah, I don't watch very much of him either. I feel like we've watched one video that was Lex Fridman moderating a debate, and it was boring. So that's why we're going to start kind of in media race. I've heard that it gets good around the 2 hour and 18 mark. Thank you, Vamps, for that timestamp, by the way. Timestamps are incredibly useful, incredibly helpful. But yeah, I should probably write a tweet and get ready to blast off. We're going to blast off today. Okay, so watch Stephen Kenneth Destiny. Let's put Destiny in quotes. Bunnell the Sixth ritually humiliates himself in front of free Israel, Palestine scholars. I'm going to add a word here. Watch as. I know you were all waiting for me to make that grammatically correct, and I did. Sometimes, I don't know, my tweets are hit or miss, though. Sometimes I miss a major... It's usually when I'm, like, editing my tweets, I'll write it one way, and then either, like, I'll go on too long, and I'll have to shorten it. so I'll change it, or I don't like the way that I've worded it, so I'll change it. And then there'll be like one little thing that I forget to change to make the grammar agree with itself. And so I post cringe. I post cringe. Let's see. But you know who's not posting cringe today is Vamps. Look at this thumbnail. Look at this thumbnail. Gnomed by Gnorm. Gnorm Finkelstein has literally turned Destiny into a gnome. And the real question is, what's he doing with that finger? Where's that finger going, chat? That's what I want to know. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna react to an overly long debate. Oh, also, I gotta apologize. If any of you watched from the very beginning of the stream, you might have heard me post some cringe. Yeah, it was a little bit of a train wreck. It was a little bit of a look. I'm actually a decent DJ, but yeah, somehow I just wasn't matching those beats today. So apologies to everybody who was subjected to that absolute train wreck. Luckily, I noticed that my sound was clipping, and I corrected it. I also thought about gnomes. Yeah, I mean this is gnomestiny. I mean, I don't know, sometimes a simple little tweet is all you need. And I think this is one of those times. So I'm gonna hit send. I'm gonna hit view. Oh my God, bookmarks, you fucked me over again. Ah, chat. Wait. That's a Linux thing. I almost said Linksys, Soul Life. That's like a Linux thing, right? GNU? I really hope you're not serious about reacting to an overly long debate thing. Fighting to stay awake here. Traffic sucks. Oh my God. Really? I mean, I know Portland traffic is pretty notorious for sucking, but is rush hour starting this early? Remember, chat, that's on the West Coast, right? It's definitely rush hour, you know, in other time zones, but I wouldn't think it would be on, yeah, I mean, I guess it is. Well, that means that we gotta get started. We gotta get this party started. So I'm gonna put this, Twitter post right here in the chat for you all to help me blast off. What does that mean? That means whatever you want it to mean, right? If that means you like the post, that's cool. If that means you retweet the post, that's cool. If that means you post weasels, that's also cool. That's also very cool. It's very cool and very base to post weasels in the thread. Let's pin it. So it's pinned now, right? The pinned chat message is the one that you want to click on if you want to help me blast off. Or if you just want to post weasels. Gotta run to the dispensary before it closes. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those days for me too. Lost another needle? This is concerning me because I was just thinking that, Jules. Like, as bad as it is to lose a needle, because, like, you know, maybe that's your only needle. It's worse to think about where it could be, because it went somewhere. It didn't just disappear. Unlike socks, needles do not disappear from the face of the earth or from the dryer. Needles always have a way of finding your foot. Usually it's your foot. I guess it could be something else. But yeah, this is your chance to impress me with the amount of fluff that you can find. And I'm always surprised. Look, oh shit, oh shit. He's the anti-Destiny. Hey, this is great. This is great. Shouts out to WAP Goblin. We tried to have a conversation. It was in the works. My people were talking to WAP Goblin's people about having a conversation during the Vosh fiasco, the latest Vosh fiasco, and we just never linked up. I was too busy, and we never made it work. That's a problem on my side. Okay, I don't blame a WAP Goblin Siesta Socialist at all for that. But we would love to talk to you, WAP Goblin, when you have the time. When I have the time, we'll meet and we'll have a nice conversation. I feel like we would have a lot to talk about with Emma. Anyway, that's pretty good. Oh my god, what? What? Oh wait, I should probably, yeah, I already like that. Cute! Cute, cute, cute. You got the night shift, Duck? I'm sorry. It's the most beautiful day all year, and Friday, so everyone took the afternoon off. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, is it good weather on the West Coast? Lucky them, I guess. I don't know. I know that Puxatani, you're in the UK. Oh, I never knew that. I never knew that, Donald. Here comes the weasel! Here comes the weasel! Oh my god! Yes! What? Oh my god, it's a red panda! Ritual humiliation. How does Zara know that one of my favorite animals is the red panda? She knows. She knows, chat. Yeah, this is kind of funny because like right now, like I said, you almost got to meet one of my cats. She snuck in here unbeknownst to me. And as soon as I started streaming, she came out and she meowed because she wanted to get out. She needed to use the litter box or get a drink or eat something or something that she couldn't do in my room. But she always sneaks in here and hangs out under my bed, right? But that's the one cat. There's another cat that lives with me too that is a little bit less like friendly, a little bit less warm, like, you know, sort of takes longer to get to know you. And, you know, this cat for like the longest time was always like running away, or like I'd be walking down the hall and the cat would like think I was like chasing him. So he'd run and hide. But I finally made friends with him. I finally, yeah, he's wanted head pats today. So that was really cool. It's awesome when you find, especially like I appreciate like cats that don't necessarily trust you from the get-go, when you can finally make friends with them, which happened, and it was great. She was sneaking in to save Waluigi, yeah, or to steal Waluigi. Isn't that an awesome story? And he was actually outside when I let the other cat out. He was worried about his friend. You could hear her meowing. Oh my god, what? That's a bounce. That's a bounce. Meow, 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 meow. I'm sorry, chat. I'm just gonna watch weasels if I'm not careful. So yeah, you've got a limited time as always to help my tweet blast off. As always, I appreciate I appreciate the likes, I appreciate the retweets, I appreciate the weasels, and I appreciate the red pandas. It's also a good time to mention that you can support me in a myriad of different ways, right? On Twitch, like I mentioned before, through subs, which also get you out of the ad break. That's a pretty cool fringe benefit. They also get you animated emotes, right? You could by subscribing to my channel, by using a Twitch Prime sub, by gifting subs to other people who would otherwise be stuck in the ad break. That's much appreciated, not only by me, but to the recipients of those gift subs. You can support me through bits. It makes a sound. Find out what that sound is by donating. I think it is 200 or more bits. We'll get you that sound and get my attention as well, right? You can support me over on YouTube through super chats, through super stickers, through donations, which you can find the link to down in the description. You can support me over on Patreon as well. And I appreciate all the support, even if it's just a thumbs up, even if it's just a like, right? Those likes are more powerful than you think. And subscribe if you haven't already. You can even click the bell if you want to be bothered by notifications. But if you don't want to be bothered by notifications, I understand. But yeah, clicking that subscribe will make me easier to find next time you need my services. Next time you require a person of my skills, right? It'll help us keep in touch. So, and we're also like really climbing as far as subs go. I'm gaining subs at what, 5 times the normal rate. So we've definitely come into like a growth period, and it's all thanks to you. So I appreciate all the support. It's what keeps me coming to you week after week. It's what makes me able to go over some of this content that takes a while. It takes a while to really address. So I appreciate all of my supporters in any of the ways, the myriad of ways that they support me, and the Weasel posters too, right? The Weasels are great. Oh wait, I didn't get this. This is so it's not just a red panda. It's like it's a meme. Wait, what is this meme? It's something from Mad Magazine, right? It's like a Mad Magazine meme. I used to remember what this was. Yeah, he's the anti-Destiny. I don't know. Here's the thing about Norm, all right? Now, we're not going to, like I said, we're not going to talk about this today. We're talking about Israel-Palestine. And on that issue, I would say that Norm is pretty based, right? There is an area, there is an issue that I feel like Norm and Destiny would maybe agree with each other, where Norm is not nearly so based, but we're not talking about that today. The Sickos meme, thank you. That's what it was. Wait, but what is it? Like, it's like the there's like a bigger, he's looking in on a window, and there's like a family. Oh yeah, like there's a family watching a news report, and it's like drugs are legalized. Drugs have been made legal. And somehow the Sicko is really excited about that. Thoughts on the Judith Butler take? Wait, Judith Butler's take or Norm's take on Judith Butler? Let me see if I can ferret this out. Judith Butler had a take on Palestine. Interesting. Is it the conversation with Nasri Sayeg? Okay, I'm not sure if this is what you mean. But let's take a look at it. Is it this one?
It's an Instagram post by Muhammad Hassan on October 18, and I quote him: "I am queer, I am Arab, and fuck you if you want to support the first without acknowledging the second."
Yes, nice.
And it takes me to a page, it's another page on social media called Queering the Map, which is a mapping platform dedicated to digital archiving LGBTQ plus experience in relation to physical space. So here comes a map of Gaza with this testimony. If you would like to read it.
I've always imagined you and me sitting out in the sun, hand and hand, free at last. We spoke of all the places we would go if we could, yet you are gone now.
It was the public event?
Bombs raining down on us would take you from me. I would have gladly told the world how I adored you more than anything. I'm sorry, I was a coward.
Oh my God.
Well, that is a heartbreak.
Yeah. Okay, so something that Judith Butler said in public. Oh God, it looks like somebody mentioning Judith Butler in relation to the recent J.K. Rowling's controversy. Oh, by the way, I didn't know this about Judith Butler. Butler identifies as non-binary, but generously tolerates being called she. So I'm guessing then preferred pronouns they, them? Is it this?
We can have different views about Hamas as a political party. We can have different views about armed resistance. But I think it is more honest and historically correct to say that the uprising of October 7th was an act of armed resistance. It is not a terrorist attack, and it's not an anti-Semitic attack. It was an attack against Israelis, and, you know, I did not like that attack. I have gone public with this. I have gotten in trouble for saying it was, for me, anguishing. It was anguishing. It was terrible. However, I would be very foolish if I then decided that the only violence in the scene was the violence done to Israeli people. The violence done to Palestinians has been happening for decades. This was an uprising that comes from a state of subjugation and against a violent state apparatus. Okay, let us be clear. Now, you can be for or against armed resistance, you can be for or against Hamas, but let us at least call it armed resistance, and then we can have a debate about whether we think it's right or whether they did the right thing,
okay.
whether a different strategy.
So it's a question of framing, right? Judith Butler makes it clear that they are not in a favor of the attack by any means, but wants to reframe it as an act of armed resistance. My only contention with this point is that some of you love this about me, some of you hate this about me, but I resist the oversimplification of things. And when we're talking about what happened on October 7th, there were, multiple things. And I don't know if all of it can be, neatly wrapped into, Butler's reframing of it, right? So yeah, maybe there's a little bit of oversimplification, but as far as I agree that separating that day from the rest of history is wrong and is in and of itself an oversimplification. So yeah, my only contention is to try to, I feel like we're kind of taking too many acts that were different and compressing them all into that date, when we describe that. So, but yeah, as far as reframing it in the correct context, that's something that I've always argued for. Okay, so anyway, like I said, chat, we are going to get started now. I feel like I've given you plenty of time to post all the weasels that you want, to boost my that everybody who wants to help me blast off has already helped me blast off, and that if you had a weasel to post, you would have posted it by now. If you had a weasel ready and you were ready to post it, and you had all the requirements for being able to post a weasel on Twitter, right? It would have already happened. So thank you for everybody who is supporting me, whether it's on Twitter through helping the blast off tweet, whether it is on Twitch through subs and bits and everything else, or whether it is through on YouTube through things like super chats, super stickers, the donation link, which is in the tab, as well as the Patreon link, which is also in the tab. Thank you to everyone who supports me, and just understand it's only by your support that I'm able to keep coming to you. So much appreciation for all the support. Let's get going. Let's get started. What am I missing? I'm missing, oh my god, I gotta do something about my playlist, Chad. I've got a playlist of all the interesting things that I see on YouTube that I want to maybe go over, that I think that I might possibly want to go over. Interesting. There's another. But the problem is that there's too much stuff on it now, and every time I just want to scroll the list, it's like it takes like a minute at this point. I need to delete some of these things probably. Oh wait, I didn't even put this on. I didn't even put this on yet.
We've got a whole lot of news to dump on you.
Okay, so let's take a look at what Alex Jones has been up to, because don't you want to know? Don't you want to know what Alex Jones is up to?
Today, and we know one guy in particular that is super hungry for our coverage. But we've also got so much more on today's episode, like the fact that Aaron Rodgers is, in fact, a bad person. South by Southwest is currently in shambles. The Princess of Wales is still missing, and new conspiracies continue to pop up. One of the worst...
Chat, I'm sure that this Alex Jones story, whatever it is, it's going to be a safe story for me to go ahead and eat some noodles. I'm going to go ahead and...
...streamers in the world was arrested after another of the worst streamers in the world accidentally spoiled his escape plan. The biggest adult film website just shut down in one of the country's largest states.
And horniest states.
And if you thought China having a stake in TikTok was bad, wait till you get a load of who's in the running to take it over here. Have we killed enough time to start talking about Alex Jones and analingus yet? No? Okay, hold on, wait for it. A couple more.
I'm putting this food down. I'm gonna go ahead and put this food down. That's what I'm gonna do. Do you know what they mean though? It's 49 seconds into their video. Like, so YouTube, as you know, is pretty finicky about what they'll monetize and what they won't monetize. Words like the one that they just said are generally falling on the side of not monetizable. But there's a different standard between whether you say those words at the very beginning. Like if I began my stream talking about linguists, let's just say, I might not be monetized. But they've killed enough time. It's 49 seconds into the thing. It's usually like 15 seconds or 30 seconds or like a limited amount of time. You can talk about this stuff maybe, as long as you don't go into too much detail or get graphic or show something that's against the terms of service. You can talk about stuff like this as long as it's decently into there. So
more seconds here. All right, Elliot, go ahead. Why don't you take it from here?
I guess that'll be me. Alex Jones wants to eat my ass. And Ricky's ass. And your ass, too. Apparently, conspiracy theorist and InfoWars host Alex Jones thought he was acting very tough and cool when he decided to put out a quote that was instantaneously and understandably misinterpreted by everyone online. What's so bizarre about this is that it wasn't someone taking a quote of his out of context and photoshopping it onto what's supposed to be an inspiring-looking graphic. Alex Jones himself posted the following graphic to his official verified Twitter.com account. I will eat your leftist ass.
thank you, Elon. Congratulations, Elon. You've made such an accomplishment. You're done so much for humanity and so much for the earth. I'm so glad that Alex Jones gets to come back on Twitter.com so that he can remind us that he wants to eat our ass.
Okay, sir.
Our collective ass. Anyway.
Wasn't long at all before people started pointing out the absurdity of this.
Wouldn't eating ass make him gay? I mean, it would depend on what kind of ass we're talking about. Can a linguist study the language of TERFs? Not kink shaming. I'm just insisting Alex Jones should probably get consent. Yeah, he shouldn't just like spring that on you. Like, you don't go from 0 to I will eat your ass in, that quick of time.
And Jones was quick to reply to a few confused people by claiming that it was an intentional double entendre.
He was being funny, just to clarify, right? Just in case anybody's, playing along at home. Alex Jones is in on the joke, is what he's trying to tell us, right?
Which, if that were true, it still means he wants to eat your ass.
He just wants to do more than that as well.
Not like a not like in a amorous sort of way, but in a cannibalistic sort of way. That's what he wants to remind us, right? That there's nothing gay about him eating ass.
Much. I'm gonna stick my tongue right up that sphincter.
Give me that thing.
Okay, that's the kind of detail that will get YouTube's attention.
Now, it also falls under the same category as NFT Nick's recent antics. Haha, joke's on you. I was only pretending to be stupid.
Yeah, I feel.
Wait, is there more about NFT Nick? Did I miss, right? Because like they gave us like 7 days of NFT Nick posting through it, and I didn't catch any self-awareness from NFT Nick. Right? All I got was like they're trying to say that I'm cringe, but I'm actually not cringe. This is my own car, and then it's not his own car. It's not his own helicopter pad. Is he a modern day Marquis de Sade? I don't know. I don't know what the Marquis was into exactly.
Real silly and dumb.
I've only seen the play.
Yeah.
Falling for.
And Shakespeare knows what play I'm talking about.
For that.
Yeah. Well, after getting publicly humiliated for an entire day, Jones stopped trying to act like he was in on the joke and made things even worse for himself by attempting to explain his stance on eating leftist ass, which...
It's always better when you explain a joke, right? I feel like until you explain the joke, it's not really funny.
To a detailed explanation on your ass-eating joke, you've already lost. Come on. Still, it is impressive that he was able to somehow make matters even worse by indicating that he clearly wasn't talking about analingus. He was actually talking about legitimate cannibalism. So yeah, that's much better, right?
Okay.
Thank you, Alex. Here's his post in full.
The left has misunderstood what my intention was in posting this meme. I am talking about the road warrior collapse that has already begun because of the policies of the Great Reset. I'm talking about cannibalism, as defined as the consumption of another human's flesh.
No, I haven't seen Road Warrior, so I can't speak to this. I mean, I assume it's similar to Mad Max, or sorry, I'm assuming it's similar to Thunderdome.
10 days without food, and over 80% of people start eating each other. You guys want to bring down civilization, so I just wanted to warn you. Good luck.
Okay.
I will eat your ass.
Weird that he would start there, but sure.
The frogs are making me want to eat your ass. Okay, yeah, okay, with that explanation, yeah. You seem totally normal, sir. Thanks for clarifying. The original tweet did provide some incredible commentary, though, and these two quote tweets dunking on Jones were probably
I gotta be real, though. If we're in a Mad Max sort of situation, then aren't there gonna be, like, mutants and stuff? Like, I'm having watched Delicious Dungeon recently, it's opened up my eyes to a lot more culinary possibilities, right? You know, like, even in a dungeon, even in a Dungeons and Dragons type dungeon, there might be lots of delicious stuff to eat that you didn't even think of that you could eat, right? There's more, like, all these creatures, you know, even if they are not particularly delectable themselves, they lay eggs. The eggs might be good. You could make yourself an omelet.
funny.
And keeping in mind, this is above the image of him saying, "I will eat your leftist ass."
When I see a baddie at the Whole Foods, and oh no, he drank the frog water.
Which is the perfect explanation.
Yeah, he OD'd on frog water.
Yep.
But speaking of Alex Jones, though, someone whose views seem to align with his more and more in recent years,
Elon Musk,
is of course NFL quarterback.
No. Oh God, no.
And with the announcement that
wait, this is the okay. Anyway, chat, I feel like I have probably edged you for long enough. I'm gonna use the timestamp that I was told where it starts to get good. Wait, I feel like I'm not doing something. I feel like I'm forgetting something, chat. Is there something that I'm forgetting? Let's see, we're gonna watch the Israel-Palestine debate with Norm Finkelstein, Benny Morris, Muin Rabbani. It's moderated by Lex Fridman. Oh yeah, Stephen Bunnell, aka Destiny, political live streamer. Okay, so I gotta ask you. Yeah, get off Twitch. I don't know, Twitch. Who's covered this on Twitch? I know Hassan has covered this on Twitch. Anybody else? Did Lance cover this on Twitch? I need your help, Twitch. I know Hassan has done this live, and I feel like if Hassan gets to show this, that I should get to show this too. However, I am aware of the fact that Dylan Burns actually got banned temporarily, at least. Yeah, Mr. Borealis, Mr. Aurora Borealis himself, Stephen Kenneth Destiny Borealis. Only Twitch chatters will know the answer. That's right. I need your help. Show Hassan's VOD. Oh my god. If I show Hassan's VOD, we will never get through this. The only person I saw was Hassan, and he covered Destiny with his screen. So that was enough. Mr. Sorrenti? Oh god, he would love that. That will be too long? Yeah, it'll be way too long. Reminds me of this. There's a recent Mad Max game based off Fury Road that I need to play. I heard it's really good. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Sorrenti. We need AI to change his face. Lance covers them with a beanie. It's like whack-a-mole, but with a beanie instead of a hammer. I don't know, Twitch, what do you think? I need to hear some more stuff from Twitch, otherwise you're going to make my decision really freaking easy. And you don't want to do that today. If I'm going to risk it for the biscuit, then I need to taste the biscuit. Mr. Bugatti? Okay, I'm hearing nothing from Twitch. I'm hearing nothing from Twitch. Look, Twitch, you know where to find me. Yeah, at this point, it's just... The Destiny biscuit. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't justify it. I know Lance does it. I know Hassan does it. Maybe if they can normalize it more, then someday I can bring it to you on Twitch. But at present, there's just not a lot of incentive. Yeah, so you can. So I will be watching it on YouTube. I'm not telling you what to do, though. Make note of that. All right. I am not telling you where to go. I am not telling you what to do. I'm just letting you know that I'll be over here on YouTube streaming this, and you can do with that information what you want. But only for a limited time. I'll give you a limited time to make up your mind. If this is the end of the stream for you, or if you wanna, because it might be a short stream on YouTube too. I don't know how long I'm gonna spend on this. It kind of depends. You got it, Globbits. You got it. All right. Little broed by a regular bro? This is kind of what happens, isn't it, with Destiny? All right, much love, Twitch. I'll try to make it up to you at some point. Look, maybe it would be nice to have like a Twitch-only stream. If you can think of what you want to see on that Twitch-only stream, let me know on the Discord. Let me know in stream suggestions. Let me know, you know, if there's like I don't know. It's becoming harder because here's what happened. Here's what I'm running into. People come into Twitch, they see that there's like nothing going on in chat. There's no, you know, alerts going on. There's no hype train. There's no nothing. It's dead. It's fucking dead, right? I'll be completely honest. It's been kind of dead lately, right? And when they see that it's dead, they are like, wait, is she streaming on YouTube? And with no prompting by me, because I'm not trying to do this, right? I abide by my contract, right? I'm not taking any action that is in contradiction to my affiliate contract, right? As far as telling people where to go, but they make up their own mind. They decide a lot of the Twitch people, a lot of the people that would watch me on Twitch end up coming over to YouTube through no prompting of mine, right? Because I am willing to stream to, you know, both places. I want you to be able to watch me where you're most comfortable watching me. If Twitch is a nice environment, if Twitch is fun for you, if you enjoy that sort of thing, if you enjoy all the bells and whistles, all the hype trains, and all the other stuff on Twitch, then that's perfectly fine. But I'm getting less and less of, you know, it's just like, you know, just kind of a dead stream over there. So I don't know what to do with that. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll try doing like 1 or 2 streams to Twitch just by itself. But at this point, I am a YouTube girl. So goodbye, Twitch. See you when I see ya. Kind of sad. Yeah, a lot of people don't like the adverts. I look, I love my Twitch people. I love my Twitch people. It's just like shit's changed, and I don't know how to change with it. I need to anyway. Chat, it's not time to get sad. It's time to get happy.
By Hamas.
If I may.
Maybe a couple of individuals were killed in this very action.
Because we got this great debate to watch, and I'm sure we're all going to learn a lot about Israel and Palestine.
I don't know.
You're saying from day one you believe this particular thing, and you clearly don't.
Why are people leaving Twitch? Well, I can talk about this a little bit since, you know, since we're off of Twitch, right? I don't want to say this on Twitch itself, but why are people leaving Twitch? Oh my God. Okay. One reason is that, that as far as subs, as far as bits, as far as memberships and all that kind of stuff, as far as monetization, Twitch takes a bigger portion of that. Also, Twitch has, you know, an ad break that's kind of annoying to some people. We have ads on YouTube too. I don't know if you know this, but there are also ads on YouTube, right? The fortunate thing about the ads on YouTube is that for the most part, those ads are skippable, right? So you're watching like 5 seconds of ads, and then you can skip it after that. You might see what I mean? Like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and everybody's back. Hi, welcome. I'm not doing 3-minute ads. I just leave. I mean, some people do. Some people ad block. Some people there's a lot of people that do like different things, like on to deal with the Twitch ads. But yeah, they pay. So essentially, they pay their creators less. It is there's more. There's no algorithm. That's another thing, right? So on YouTube, essentially, you hitting that like button. When I say that it does a lot for me, I'm not kidding. Okay, I'm not just making that up. I'm not just like farming likes for my own ego. Okay, when you hit the like button, it tells YouTube that this is the kind of person, the person with your watch history, that likes NCC's stream. So it's going to find more people that watch the stuff that you watch, and it's going to recommend that to them. Twitch doesn't do that. Twitch essentially, when new viewers come into your chat, it's because of who you raid into, who raids into you, who has you on their recommended, right? And so since I don't really talk to Twitch poll, which is nasty, right? Like I've told you about Twitch poll before, and now I don't want to paint with too broad of a brush because there are good people over there on Twitch. There are friends of mine who stream on Twitch, right? And I'm not saying anything bad about them. I do not consider, they might be streaming about politics, but I do not consider them Twitch poll, right? Twitch poll is like people like Lonerbox, and yes, Lonerbox also streams on YouTube. But the reason I say people like Lonerbox is that Lonerbox, if you ask him, what is your ideology? He will probably say, I'm a SOCDEM or progressive or something like that. If you watch Lonerbox's content, it's kind of like X'd out, right? But that shit's not uncommon. That place got Destinied the fuck up. It got doobied the fuck up. Like there's just some really toxic right-wing people over there on Twitch that have essentially made it impossible for leftists to grow over there, right? Because like I said, a lot of it's like social, like who are you friends with? Who are you, you know, who's listing you on their recommended? Who is rating into you? Who are you rating into, right? That's what sort of tells where your new viewers come from. And you've actually got to have a certain, to stream and just chatting, you've got to have like a certain number of views there, or else you won't be visible to new people. You won't really bring in any new people at all. Because what it is, it's a category, and it's a big category. There's like Hassan's in just chatting, like Denims is in just chatting, everybody's in just chatting, right? And so, you know, if you've got 20 viewers, then you're like way down here at the bottom of the list, and you're hardly ever getting any new people coming in at all unless you get a raid. And you know, getting a raid means sort of you know, making friends over there, and generally, like I said, the people that are doing politics over there are by and large pretty toxic. Not entirely, but by and large. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons. People are leaving Twitch for Kick sometimes. Kick does like a 90%, or at least it did. I think they still do. Like when somebody donates on Kick, 90% of that money goes to the streamer, right? And a lot of people like that. Kick has even paid certain bigger streamers to come over and stream exclusively on Kick. So some people are leaving for Kick. The more right-wing people that want to do more edgy content, they're going to like Rumble. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on Kick. Basically, as far as I can tell, the only big block of viewers is Hassan and his orbiters, right? And that is a very exclusive club that's very hard to get into. And you know, as much as I talk about Vosh having a problem with intersectional leftists, I think that Hassan does to a certain extent. Not to the same extent, but it's complicated. Anyway, you came over here possibly to watch Destiny debate Finkelstein, who he's taken to calling Norm Finkeldick, right? That's his name for Norm is Finkeldick.
I don't believe this thing. You
day one,
you said people died. That's not controversial.
Wait, hold on. If I may,
that's not controversial.
Mr. Bonnell, I attach value to words.
Yes, you've said that. If you value them, you start repeating them so much.
Mr. Bonnell, please slow down the speech and attempt to listen. When I was explicitly asked by Piers Morgan, I said there can be no question that Hamas committed atrocities.
I've heard this,
on October 7th. If you want me to pin down a number, I can't do that.
I didn't ask you to pin down a number. You can listen to what I'm saying. No, my question is, I'll ask a very precise question.
To you because you're not.
It's a very easy question.
If I understood your question correctly.
My question is, do you think the majority of the people that were killed on October 7th, the civilians, were killed by Hamas? Or are we subscribing to the idea that the IDF killed hundreds, 400 or 500?
No, but let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 850. We know that Hamas is responsible.
So now here's something to point out, okay? They all know this. The people sitting around the table, I mean, I'm assuming even Destiny knows this, right? 800 is not 1200. 1200 is the number that gets cited. And yeah, 1200 people died that day. But there is a little bit of uncertainty about who died that day. They're going to get into this, right? Both in the sense that, you know, some of the people, you know, were Israeli military that died. So no, not 1,200 civilians, right? And some of them were Israelis who were, in fact, we're learning more and more. And I can say in confidence, some of them who were Israelis who died to IDF fire, who died to IDF munitions. Now, we don't know the number. We don't know the percentage. That's still in question. So if I was to tell you, like, you know, because Steve is going to, Bonnell Destiny is going to bring this up and try to pin Norm down of like, oh, how many people do you think died? You know, how many people do you think died to IDF fire? And there's no real way to tell. There's no good answer that you can give. So I guess Destiny thinks it looks impressive for him to be able to ask a question that Norm doesn't answer. But the reason that Norm doesn't answer is because you can't give an honest answer to a question you don't know the honest answer to.
Responsible, probably for the majority of those killings. We also know that there were killings by...
Okay, so he's saying probably the majority, you know, killed by... wait, did they say did they say Palestinians or did they say Hamas?
400 or 500.
No, but let me explain why that's a difficult question to answer. The total number of civilians killed was 850. We know that Hamas is...
Okay, so
explain why that's a difficult question to answer.
So yeah, so the
total number of civilians killed was 850. We know that Hamas is responsible, probably for the majority of those killings.
Okay, so not a huge high degree of confidence, but just, you know, ballparking saying, yeah, probably majority by Hamas.
We also know that there were killings by Islamic Jihad. We all
This is Rabbani speaking, correct?
also know
We're bunching together the Islamic Jihad and the Hamas.
That's Benny Morris.
That's
his
splitting
question
hairs now.
was specifically
No, but he means
No,
the
clear.
Raiders. He means the Raiders.
I'm speaking in opposition to the conspiracy theory that people like. Do you prefer Norm or Professor Finkelstein, or what do you? I don't know what how do you prefer?
Well,
to be
it's not a
addressed?
conspiracy theory.
Well,
Because
the conspiracy theory is the idea.
So there's this back and forth between Destiny and Norm. Norm is playing around with Destiny's name. Destiny is acting like he's trying to be, go out of his way to be polite to Norm, maybe to draw distinction, so he can say that Norm is just an asshole.
That the IDF killed.
What's up, Nabil?
The majority of them.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
And then there's also a theory that, as Norm pointed out on the show that he was on, that he thought that it was very strange that, given how reputable Israeli services are when it comes to sending ambulances, retrieving bodies, he thought it was very strange that that number was continually being adjusted.
And do you know
so
why?
when you say that in combination with, well, I'm not sure how many were killed.
Well, do
by
you know
Hamas
why
with
the
IDF.
number? Do you know why the number went down? The number went down because the Israeli authorities were in possession of 200 corpses that were burned to a crisp that they assumed were Israelis who had been killed on October 7th. They later determined that these were in fact Palestinian fighters. Now, how does a Palestinian fighter get burned to a crisp?
No, you're mixing two things. Some of the bodies they weren't able to identify, and eventually they ruled that some of them were actually Arab marauders rather than Israeli victims. A few of them also, of the Jews,
God, Arab marauders is the phrase that he's using.
Were burnt to a crisp, and it took them time to work this out. And they came out initially with a slightly higher figure, 1,400 dead, and eventually reduced it to 1,200
and the
dead
reason
Israelis.
And the reason is that a proportion of Israelis.
Okay, so wait, that wait, do I have Morris and Rabbani confused? Am I mixing them up, Shakespeare? This is Rabbani on Finkelstein's side, right? And then Benny Morris is Destiny's partner. Do I have this correct? Just making sure. Yeah, they said Marauders. Benny Morris with the glasses. Yeah, right. And Rabbani sitting next to Finkelstein.
Civilians killed on October 7th. I don't believe it was a majority. We don't know how many. Some were killed in crossfire. Some were killed by Israeli shell fire, helicopter fire, and so on. And the majority were killed by Palestinians. And of that majority, we don't know. I mean, again, I understood your question as referring specifically to Hamas, which is why I tried to answer it that way. But if you meant generically Palestinians, yes. If you mean specifically Hamas, we don't have a clear breakdown of how many.
No, I don't mean
were
specifically Hamas.
Okay.
But I just think when you use the word some, that's doing a lot of.
So when I answered a chatter's question about Judith Butler's take, that's why I was saying I thought that it was a little bit reductive. Now, I mean, I know that I have this bias to not be reductive, and it's a little, some people might see it's a little bit silly. It's a little bit, I mean, I'm neurodivergent, right? So it might have something to do like that with that. I just don't want to say something that's like not entirely accurate when I can say something that is entirely accurate, right? And so when you're talking about like October 7th, I feel uncomfortable like folding it all into folding all of the violence that happened that day into like one, package and saying that this was resistance or this was this or this was that, because again, there's more contingents involved in what happened on October 7th than I think normally gets discussed, right? And I don't want to typify something as resistance when I don't know that that's what it was, when we don't know, like, it's assumed that it's the violence was done by Hamas, but was all of the violence done by Hamas? Not necessarily. So that's
That's fine, but some can mean anywhere from 1% to 49%.
But we don't know.
So the numbers.
Morris is looking over at Destiny like, fuck, why'd I get paired with this guy? Messing up my arguments. Yeah, I mean, he laughs at him later.
Here, and the details are interesting and important almost from a legal perspective. But if we zoom out, the moral perspective, are Palestinians from Gaza justified in violent resistance?
Well, Palestinians have the right to resistance. That right includes the right to armed resistance. At the same time, armed resistance is subject to the laws of war. And there are very clear regulations that separate legitimate acts of armed resistance from acts of armed resistance that are not legitimate. And
the attacks of October 7th, where did they land for you?
There's been almost exclusive focus on the attacks on civilian population centers and the killings of civilians on October 7th. What is much less discussed, to the point of amnesia, is that there were very extensive attacks on Israeli military and intelligence facilities on October 7th. I would make a very clear distinction between those two. And secondly, I'm not sure that I would characterize the efforts by Palestinians on October 7th to seize Israeli territory and Israeli population centers as in and of themselves illegitimate.
You mean attacking Israeli civilians is
No,
legitimate?
no, that's not what I
didn't
said.
understand what you said.
I think what you had on October 7th was an effort by Hamas to seize Israeli territory and population
And
centers.
kill civilians.
That's not what I said. What I said is I think I would not describe the effort to seize Israeli territory as in and of itself illegitimate, as a separate issue from the killing of Israeli civilians, where in those cases where they had been deliberately targeted, that's very clearly illegitimate.
Whole families were slaughtered in kibbutzim.
But I'm making
many of them left-wingers, incidentally, who helped Palestinians go to hospitals in Israel and so on.
Again,
even drove Palestinian cancer patients to hospitals in Israeli.
I'm making a distinction here.
But you don't seem to be very condemnatory of what the Hamas did.
Well, I don't do selective condemnation.
I'm not talking about selective.
I don't do selective
specific
outrage.
Condemnation of this specific.
Well, you know
assault
what? You
on
know what it
civilians.
is. You know,
I would, for example, condemn Israeli assaults on civilians, deliberate assaults on civilians.
Yes,
I would condemn them, but you're not doing that with the Hamas.
You know what the issue is? I've been speaking in public now, I would say since the late 1980s, and interviewed and so on. I have never on one occasion ever been asked to condemn any Israeli act. When I've been in group discussions, those supporting the Israeli action or perspective, I have never encountered an example where these individuals are asked to condemn what Israel is doing. The demand and obligation of condemnation is exclusively applied, in my personal experience over decades, is exclusively applied to Palestinians.
No, this is
and
nonsense. Israel is condemned day and night on every television channel, on every and has been for the last decade.
I'm telling you about a personal experience lasting decades.
You said, quote.
Oh no.
I'm trying to.
Oh my God. So this is messy, right? There was a moment there where I thought we were going to just drill down into nuance, and that's kind of like, I appreciate that. I need that. There's not enough of that discussion. You know, this is what Rabbani was starting to get into. But essentially, because of the chaotic nature of this four-way debate, we don't actually give Rabbani a chance to fully answer the question.
I shouldn't have said anything at any time.
You should say, Professor Morris.
Yes.
You just said, I would condemn.
But like, I mean, there was two things that he was trying to say. The first was, you know, about the, you know, kind of unfolding the numbers, which are usually just reduced to 1,200 innocent civilians were killed by Hamas on 10/7. That is not completely true. and he's trying to unfold that into like, of the deaths, like a certain percentage of them were actually Palestinians. A certain percentage might have been Israelis who, were killed by IDF fire, right? And a certain percentage may not have been killed by Hamas. So just like this is the stuff that never gets talked about. That's why I was hoping that there might be a chance for like a little bit of discussion of that. Unfortunately, this is not that kind of conversation. They don't give them a chance. They move right on, like immediately, to a discussion of the imperative that you get if you ever, take up the Palestinian side of this, or give voice to the, Palestinian concerns of Palestinians in this debate. You're immediately asked, but do you condemn Hamas? Will you condemn Hamas? Will you say that Hamas is an evil terrorist organization akin to ISIS and must be completely destroyed, and that Israel has the right to defend itself, right? You get hit with this shit, and what he's trying to say is that you never have the reverse. You never have somebody be like, I really don't like what Hamas did on 10/7. I'm against that, and have them be like, yeah, but do you condemn the IDF? Do you condemn Netanyahu? Do you condemn Shmotrich? Do you condemn Ben-Gvir? You never get like, it's an unequal exchange, always, and it gets in the way of any meaningful discussion.
Time Israel deliberately attacks civilians. Yes. Okay. The problem, Professor Morris, is over and over again, you claim in the face of overwhelming evidence that they didn't attack civilians.
That's not true. I've said Israel has attacked civilians.
Professor
in Kibya, Israel attacked civilians.
Professor
and I've
Morris.
written extensively about it.
I know that.
In Kafr Qasim, they killed civilians. And I've written
and now
that.
let's.
So you're just eliminating.
Okay.
You're selecting. As Stephen says, you cherry pick.
If I were
you cherry pick.
Let's fast forward when you were an adult. What did you say about the 1982 Lebanon War?
What did I say?
You don't remember? Okay. Allow me.
Uh-oh.
Okay. So it happens that I was not at all I had no interest in the Israel-Palestine conflict as a young man until the 1982 Lebanon War.
Yeah. Lost the passage.
I'll find it.
Okay, real quick, while he's searching for that.
Yeah, allow me.
You
That's
bring up
good.
something that's really important that a lot of people don't draw a distinction between, in that there is just causes for war and there is just ways to act within a war. And these two things principally do have a distinction from one another.
Correct.
However, while I appreciate the recognition of the distinction, the idea that the cause for war that Hamas was engaged in, I don't believe, if we look at their actions in war or the statements that they've made, it doesn't seem like it had to do with territorial acquisition.
No. The
like
point,
taking land back.
the point I was making was what was Hamas trying to achieve militarily on October 7th? And I was pointing out that the focus has been very much on Hamas attacks on civilians and atrocities and so on. And I'm not saying those things should be ignored. What I'm saying is that what's getting lost in the shuffle is that there were extensive attacks on military and intelligence facilities.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as...
So, yeah, what he's getting into is the idea of objectives. Like, what was the, military objective is when there is a military action taken, unless it is just, utterly chaotic and there's no coordination at all, there's an objective. The military is acting to do something. Like, what is that thing that they're trying to do? And he's pointing out that in a lot of cases, the objective was, to take land, or that doesn't mean that, like, strategically they thought that they could take the land, occupy it, and now this is going to be like part of Gaza, right? That they would be able to hold it necessarily, but the objective to take land, the objective to attack Israeli military installations, right? Now, what actually happens might be different. What in the conflict, right? And the same thing, Israel has been granted a lot of benefit of the doubt, a lot of grace in terms of the assumption that its military objectives is to go after terrorists. Its military objectives are to go after Hamas. Its military objectives are to, attack attack Hamas rather than what it has done in the, I gotta say, in the majority of cases, which is, hurt civilians. Now, they'll say that, well, no, but we were going for Hamas. And like, to a point, I guess that's, like, if you're gonna understand war, that there can, collateral fatalities, collateral loss of life, as callous as that phrase sounds, like, I guess that is, that is possible and probable that does happen. However, when the actions seem like they are to end civic life in Palestine, when they seem like they are to move populations out of certain areas, to pressure populations, to drive the population to the breaking point, and Israeli officials have talked about this. Have talked about an objective to drive the population to the breaking point. And like, at some point you got to admit that there is not a, military objective of going after, another military force. It's to put pressure on the civilians in either, in order to in order to like debase like Hamas, or the worst part is the more cynical objective to drive Palestinian people out, to put pressure on them to displace them, essentially.
Let's say the other aspects are concerned, because I think either you or Lex asked me about the legitimacy of these attacks. I said I'm unclear whether efforts by Hamas to seize Israeli population centers in and of themselves are illegitimate, as opposed to actions that either deliberately targeted Israeli civilians or actions that should reasonably have been expected to result in the killings of Israeli civilians. Those strike me as, by definition, illegitimate. And I want to be very clear about that.
Illegitimate means you condemn them.
Illegitimate means they are not legitimate. I have a problem
condemning your side, yes.
No, not condemning my side. I have a problem with selective outrage, and I have a problem with selective condemnation. And as I explained to you a few minutes ago, in my decades of appearing in public and being interviewed, I have never seen I've never been asked to condemn an Israeli action. I've never been asked for a moral judgment on an Israeli action. Exclusive request for condemnation has to do with what Palestinians do, and just as importantly, I'm sure if you watch BBC or CNN, when is the last time an Israeli spokesperson has been asked to condemn an Israeli act? I've never seen it.
I don't think we condemn the Arab side either, though, right?
Certainly not by the media.
I don't think there was any condemnation.
No, but now that we're talking about Israeli victims, all of a sudden morality is
well,
central.
I think the reason why it comes up is because there's no shortage of international condemnation for Israel. As Norm will point out 1,000,000 times, that there are 50 billion UN resolutions, you've got Amnesty International, you've got multiple bodies of the UN, you've got now this case for the ICJ, so there's no question of if there's condemnation for Israel.
Sorry, if I can interrupt you, in 1948, the entire world stood behind the establishment of a Jewish state in the entire world.
No, except the Arab states and the Muslim states.
Well,
not the entire world.
Okay, but I think you know what I mean by that.
The Western democracies, that's what you're saying.
Well, and then also just my quick question.
Western democracies supported the establishment of Israel.
My quick question was, you said that you believe that, this is a very short one, you don't have to, it's just, you think that there's an argument to be made that the people in Gaza, that Hamas and Islamic Jihad, or whoever participated, had a just cause for war. Maybe they didn't do it in the correct way, but they maybe had a just cause for war.
I don't think there's a maybe there. The Palestinians
Okay, you think they absolutely had a just cause for it.
Yes.
Do you think that Israel has a just cause for Operation Swords of Iron?
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. You can say your quote.
Okay. First of all, on this issue of double standards, which is the one that irks or irritates Moeen, you said that you are not a person of double standards, unlike people like Muin. You hold high a single standard, and you condemn deliberate Israeli attacks.
For anybody who's not clear on this, Muin is Norm's debate partner, Muin Rabbani, and
on
civilians
when they occurred, yeah.
And I would say that's true for the period up till 1967.
No shortage of condemnation for, yeah, it's a weird thing. It depends on like who you're talking about, right? There's a difference between there's a difference between the level of condemnation from the world at large, which, yeah, like, most people looking at this conflict, looking at the scenes coming out of Gaza, looking at, the children buried underneath the rubble, looking at the parents crying, just comparing the numbers, right? Well, most people have a lot of condemnation for what Israel is doing. But there's a difference between that and sort of the, official, condemnation, and particularly the official condemnation by Western media, which they really walk on eggshells about. There is more and more tolerance for that, but prior to October 7th, you didn't see a lot of that kind of condemnation, much at all. And it's only now that that's being, very with great trepidation, some of the media are broaching into that kind of.
And I think it's accurate, your account of the First Intifada. There, it seems to me, you are in conformity with most mainstream accounts.
People aren't losing their jobs when cheering on genocide of Palestinians, but pro-Palestinian voices are. Yeah, certainly in the United States.
In the case of the First Intifada, you also used surprise.
Rabbani is the good cop, Norm is the bad cop. Momentarily forgot his name, but suspect that Destiny is the public defender. Okay.
He used Arab human rights sources like Al-Haq.
Rabbani is the suspect, you're saying.
Which I think Muin worked for.
Yes. No, sorry, I'm sorry, you're saying, Morris is the suspect. Okay, so, Finkelstein, the bad cop, Rabbani, good cop, Destiny, the public defender, and Morris, the suspect.
The First Intifada, that's true. But then something very strange.
The 1982 Lebanon War was when the IDF allowed the Phalangists in Lebanon to commit the massacre of Sabra and Shatila against the Palestinians, which is important to note.
Strange happens. So let's illustrate it.
Wait, there's something strange which happened is the Arabs rejected
okay, wait.
peace offers. That's what happened.
By accepting the Oslo agreements.
Yeah.
Not the
by rejecting. He's talking about Camp David and Taffa.
If we have time, I know the record very well. I'd be very happy to go through it with you. But let's get to those double standards. So, this is what you have to say about Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982. You said Israel was reluctant to harm civilians, sought to avoid casualties on both sides.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that we
took care not to harm Lebanese and Palestinian civilians. You then went on to acknowledge the massive use of IDF firepower against civilians during the siege of Beirut, which traumatized Israeli society. Morris quickly enters the caveat that Israel, quote, tried to pinpoint military targets, but inevitably many civilians were hit. That's your description of the Lebanon War. As I say, that's when I first got involved in the conflict. I am a voracious reader. I read everything on the Lebanon War. I would say there's not a single account of the Lebanon War in which the estimates are between 15 and 20,000 Palestinian and Lebanese were killed, overwhelmingly civilians, the biggest bloodletting until the current Gaza genocide, biggest bloodletting. I would say I can't think of a single mainstream account that remotely approximates what you just said. So, leaving aside, I can name the books, voluminous, huge volumes. I'll just take one example. Now, you will remember...
Yeah, Norm with receipts, and these are receipts from Morris himself, right? He's got Morris's book in his hand here.
Because I think you served in Lebanon in 82, am I correct on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you will remember that Dov Yarmia kept a war diary. So, with your permission, allow me to describe what he wrote during his diary. So, he writes, "The war machine of the IDF is galloping and trampling over the conquered territory, demonstrating a total insensitivity to the fate of the Arabs who are found in its path. A PLO-run hospital suffered a direct hit. Thousands of refugees are returning to the city. When they arrive at their homes, many of which have been destroyed or damaged, you hear their cries of pain and their howls over the deaths of their loved ones. The air is permeated with the smell of corpses. Destruction and death are continuing."
The point you're making,
does that sound like your description of the Lebanon War?
Forget my descriptions.
Forget it?
The point you're
Words
making...
are in
Forget what I wrote?
print. We can't
let me
them.
just finish my sentence. The point you're making, which you somehow forget, is that there are Israelis who strongly criticize their own side and describe how Israelis are doing things which they regard as immoral. You don't find that on the Arab side.
I'm talking about
Don't
you,
find that.
Mr. Morris.
Don't
I'm not
forget
talking
me.
about Dev
Don't
Yarmia.
hear me out. It's the
I'm
left
talking
wing.
about you.
Can we talk about like where? Can we talk about where the spear of genetic or of where the spear of ethnic displacement is pointed? Because it's not pointed in the Israeli direction, right? The expectation of Palestinian opinion to match the diversity of opinion that Morris is describing in Israel is kind of ridiculous, right? When one side is being displaced and has been being displaced since the 40s, and the other side, you know, there's casualties, there's tragedies, there's, you know, civilian deaths, but it's a different thing.
Historian, how did you depict the Lebanon War?
Because I believe that the Israeli military tried to avoid committing a civilian casualty.
So
I think they've
Destiny is so out of place among other adults. I mean, he does kind of feel like he does give, like, I don't know. There's something about his posture and, you know, him having his tablet open. He feels like a student. Like it feels like I don't know. He just
Housed by Robert Fisk and Pity the
Robert
Nation.
Fisk is
I know.
anti-Zionist
I know.
journalist.
I know.
Has always been.
Right. So that's why you can say with such confidence that you don't condemn deliberate Israeli attacks on civilians. Because there weren't any.
No, I didn't say there weren't any.
Yeah, you
And
didn't?
You agreed that I have condemned Israeli attacks
Yes, there are
on civilians.
I never quarrel with facts. Your description of the 1982 war is so shocking, it makes my innards writhe. And then your description of the Second Intifada, your description of Defensive Shield,
when the Arabs were bombing, when Arab suicide bombers were destroying Jews in masses in buses and in restaurants. That's the second Intifada. Do you remember that?
You can try
suicide bombers in Jerusalem's buses and restaurants.
I am completely aware of that. But if you forgot the number,
I mean, I get it that Destiny's like consulting materials on his phone and on his tablet, but just there's something that just feels very juvenile about Destiny's like presence, about Destiny's posture, about everything that Destiny is giving here.
I don't forget.
It was 3-1. They
killed mostly armed Palestinian gunmen.
That's what you say in your book. But that's not what Amnesty International said. That's not what Human Rights Watch said.
I don't remember what they said.
I do.
No,
that's not what
I don't know whether their
said.
Figures are right. My figures are right.
Listen.
In the Second Intifada, some 4,000 Palestinians were killed. Most of them armed people, and the Israelis, 1,000 Israelis were killed. Almost all of them civilians.
Destiny looks like a bored kid dragged into his first grown-up meeting by his dad or his grandpa.
Professor Morris, fantasy, but I'm not going to argue with here. Here's a simple challenge. You said not to look at the camera. Scares the people. I'll make the open challenge.
You are going to scare them.
No, Professor Morris.
Open challenge.
Words are in print. I wrote 50 pages analyzing all of your work. I quote, some will say cherry pick, but I think...
Is he following anything being said? That's a really good question, Gaius, right? So let me talk a little bit about... I hate to use the word debate, bro, because it sounds like it's just an invective. Like, I just don't like these people. And that's really not what it is. There is a style of engagement from Destiny, from Vosh, from Loner Box, from anybody that you want, Dylan Burns, anybody that you want to pull from that sphere. There's a style of engagement. And a lot of what it is, because I've been involved in this stuff. I've done debates with some of these people, right? A lot of what it is essentially compiling a list of talking points and looking for an opportune moment to fire off those talking points. And because of that, there's not a lot of listening. There's not a lot of engagement. There's not a lot of real back and forth. It is a performance, and they are looking at their lines. And that's part of what turns me off about the debate sphere, right? Remember, I came into this thinking that I could interact with these people, thinking that I could talk to these people, thinking that I could change hearts and minds. And I found that there just was no interest in that. None whatsoever. They're into this to perform, to make themselves look good, to aggrandize themselves, to get that W, but they're not in here to learn, they're not in here to listen, they're not here to meaningfully, back and forth. That doesn't happen. Minds aren't changed. It's all blood sports.
Accurately quote you. Here's a simple challenge. Answer me in print. Answer what I wrote and show where I'm making things up. Answer me.
Where Metal says, where is Lex Fridman? Isn't he supposed to be moderating the debate? He is, and he made a comment or a tweet or something after the fact where he said that every debate's different, and for this debate in particular, he felt what was required of him was to take a step back and to allow like a undisturbed back and forth between our four scholars, between our four great minds. And it's bullshit. We did see him for a second, right, when Norm was like starting to look at the audience and saying, I know you said don't look at the camera, but I'm going to go ahead. We saw a bit of Lex Fridman, but yeah, we're not getting best moderator ever. I mean, maybe there are debates that where, less is more, but I don't think this is necessarily one of them. I agree with what NCC is saying. The debate bro or even formal debate style is horrendous for coming to an understanding. That's why I always say that debates are not the time for teaching. And when you debate something that is not very well understood, you put yourself in an almost impossible situation, because when it's a subject matter that like intersectionality, right, or you know, a liberatory movement, you know, there's a lot of learning that would have to take place for the audience to meaningfully get something out of that discussion. And unfortunately, by the time that you're in a debate, no learning's going to go on. People are shut off, people are shut down, people are cheering for their team, W my team, L the other team. And so that's why, like, I think a lot of debates that happen would be better off just not happening. It's only really meaningful when there's a certain level of understanding by the audience, and where you're not in no side is in an uphill battle of trying to teach, because explaining is losing. In debates, explaining is losing.
I'm not familiar. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I'm not familiar with
that's no problem. You're a busy man.
Maybe Moonlord should moderate this debate.
You're an important historian. You don't have to know.
He does have a great way of breaking in
everything that's in print, especially by modest publishers. But now you know. And so here's the public challenge. You answer and show where I cherry-picked, where I misrepresented.
Send me the article.
Fine. And then we can have a civil, scholarly discussion.
I'm not sure we will agree, even if
we don't have to agree.
Yeah.
It's for the reader to decide, looking at both sides, where does truth stand.
Norman, and if I may ask, it's good to discuss ideas that are in the air now as opposed to citing literature that was written in the past as much as possible.
I'm sorry, but this is bullshit. When you've got somebody before you with an extensive track record, with an extensive, like, you know, literary career, bringing up his book, bringing up stuff that he's written is 100% appropriate. If nothing else, than to get some clarification. Like, you wrote this in 1980, whatever. Do you still agree with this? Do you still mean this? What's changed? Why did you think this? Or how do you resolve what you're saying right now with what you said in the 80s, right? Stuff like, you know, like, you're not bound to it. Sure, you can change your mind. You can learn. You know, situations change, history changes. But you know, inquiring, like, why does it feel like I'm hearing something so different from you today than what I've got in this book sitting before me? That's an absolutely appropriate question.
Because listeners were not familiar with the literature, so like whatever was written, just express it, condense the key idea, and then we can debate the ideas or discuss the ideas.
There are two aspects. There's a public debate, but there's also written words.
Yes, I'm just telling you that you as
that's Lex, for anybody wondering.
Put a lot of value in the written word, and I think it is valuable. But in this
He's incidentally not the only historian who puts value to words.
So yeah, part of what Lex is trying to do here is make his video more interesting. I don't know. It sounds like he's, you know, just doesn't have, like he wants to do blood sports, right? And it's just kind of a fucked up thing with three scholars and a destiny that and we revert to destiny style of interaction.
Also do actually.
Yes.
Yeah,
but
just so we
in more than just one or two sentences at a time.
And, but this in this context, just for the education,
he dresses like a funeral director. I never thought that. There is no Black Forest Gâteau without cherry picking. No defending, just saying.
Teaching people.
Oh, not defending. Yeah.
Why would people commit what I have to acknowledge, because I am faithful to the facts, massive atrocities on October 7th? Why did that happen? And I think that's the problem. The past is erased, and we suddenly went from 1948 to October 7th, 2023. And there's a problem there.
So first of all, you have complete freedom to backtrack, and we'll go there with you. Obviously, we can't cover every single year, every single event, but there's probably critical moments in time.
Can I respond to something relating to that, the Lebanon War? I looked at the book that he got this from and what the quote was from. It sounds cold to say it, but war is tragic and civilians die. There is no war that this has not happened in the history of all of humankind. the statement that Israel might take care not to target civilians is not incompatible with a diary entry from someone who said they saw civilians getting killed. I think that sometimes we do a lot of weird games when we talk about international humanitarian law or laws that govern conflict, where we say things like civilians dying is a war crime, or civilian homes or hospitals getting destroyed is necessarily a war crime, or is necessarily somebody intentionally targeting civilians without making distinctions between military targets or civilian ones. I think that when we analyze different attacks or when we talk about the conduct of a military, I think it's important to understand, like prospectively from the unit of analysis of the actual military committing the acts, what's happening and what are the decisions being made, rather than just saying retrospectively, oh, well, a lot of civilians died, not very many, military people died, comparatively speaking, so it must have been war crimes, especially when you've got another side, I'll fast forward to Hamas, that intentionally attempts to induce those same civilian numbers, because Hamas is guilty of any war crime that you would potentially accuse, and this is according to Amnesty International, people that Norm loves to cite. Hamas.
So I'm not going to try to. I'm not. Just trust me that I'm not trying to reject Stephen's argument out of hand, but it does feel an awful lot like he is looking at this situation with a narrative that casts that's straight out of a fucking shitty 80s movie. Right? On one hand, you have the noble soldier fighting to defend, his people that are under attack from these terrorist scum. And on the other hand, you have the barbaric terrorist, right? This is what Stephen's pulling from, right? And it is absolutely a narrative. It is a narrative that the IDF and, Israeli officials use to great effect, and it is a narrative that is very much internalized. Now, what's funny about this, right, is you look at Norm's got his book, you look at Benny, he's got a paper in front of him. I'm not sure what Rabbani's got in front of him, right? But Stephen's the one with the more modern setup, right? He's got a tablet, he's got his Apple Pen, and he's pulling up stuff in real time. What's funny, what's kind of a mismatch in my mind is the lack of a modern, non-boomer viewpoint from where did Stephen internalize all these boomer narratives, right? Where does this come from? Why is his concept of what's going on match a movie more than it matches real life?
Is guilty of all of these same war crimes, of them failing to take care of the civilian population, of them essentially utilizing human shields to try to fire rockets free from attack. Essentially, yes. I'm just saying that essentially, yes, in terms of how international law defines it, not how Amnesty International defines it, but Amnesty International describes times of human shielding, but they don't.
Do you see how he's ascribing an intent? They're just coming out here trying to fuck up civilians because they're hateful beings and they want to do harm, whereas the IDF side is always understood through a more human lens. Yeah, he's humanizing one side and he's demonizing the other. He took most of the narratives that were the most convenient for his side and defending Israel.
Actually apply the correct international legal standard.
Know what's the correct
I know absolutely.
Law. You haven't
I absolutely.
You haven't the clue.
I absolutely.
I think,
but I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Believe it or not, Norm, the entire Geneva Convention is all on Wikipedia. It's a wonderful website. But I'm just saying that on the Hamas side, if there's an attempt to induce this type of military activity, attempt to induce civilian harm, that it's not just enough to say well, here's a diary entry where a guy talks about how tragic these attacks are.
I think the problem with your statement is that if you go back and listen to it, the first part of it is war is hell, civilians die. It's a fact of life, and you state that in a very factual manner. Then when you start talking about Hamas, all of a sudden you've discovered morality, and you've discovered condemnation, and you've discovered intent, and you are unfortunately far from alone in this. I'll give you. You know who for me is a perfect example?
Well, wait, hold on. Just in response, we don't need examples.
No,
the false equivalency of the two sides is astounding. When Hamas kills civilians in a surprise attack on October 7th, this isn't because they are attempting to target military targets and they happen to stumble into a giant festival of people that.
Well, they did happen to stumble into it.
They did, but they
killed 300
yeah,
people.
but they did. But when they stumbled into it,
Yeah.
it wasn't an issue of trying to figure out a military target or not. They weren't failing in distinction. There wasn't a proportionality assessment done. It was just to kill civilians. Even the Amnesty International in 2008 and in 2014 and even today will continue to say that things like these types of attacks.
Find anyone who will deny that Hamas has targeted civilians.
Sure.
You gave the example
But there's a difference because
of suicide bombings during the Second Intifada. I mean, facts are facts.
Sure. But I'm just saying that the Hamas targeting against civilians is different than the incidental loss of life that occurs when Israel does.
How, genocide is the intentional mass murder.
Genocide is an entirely separate claim.
Yeah,
right?
but the idea that Israel is not in the business of intentionally targeting civilians, I know that's what we're supposed to believe, but the historical record stands very clearly.
I don't believe it does.
You've written about it yourself.
When you say historical, do you mean like in the 40s to the 60s, or do you mean like over the past like
from the 30s of the last century to the 20s of this century? I just like to make the way you characterized it. I think the best example of that I've come across during this specific conflict is John Kirby.
Wait, is Destiny wearing his own merch? Is that what you're saying?
The White House spokesman. I've named him.
I feel like that's the second time we've run into something like that in the past few days.
Here's testosterone for a very good reason. When he's talking about Palestinian civilian deaths, war is hell. It's a fact of life. Get used to it. When he was confronted with Israeli civilian deaths on October 7th, he literally broke down in tears.
But he understood that one is deliberate and one isn't. He understood that.
No, that's what he tried to make.
This guy is painting with way too broad a brush for that to even have the possibility of being factual. Like, what a fucking statement.
No, he was speaking facts. The Hamas guys who attacked the kibbutzim, apart from the attacks on the military sites, when they attacked the kibbutzim, were out to kill civilians, and they killed family after family, house after house. The Israeli attacks on Hamas installations and fighters. I don't know better. No, you don't know Israeli pilots. That's the problem.
Thank God.
You don't know Israeli pilots. They believe that they are killing Hamasniks. They're given certain objectives, and that's what they attack. And if the Hamas is hiding behind civilians die.
Every time they target a kid, I'm sure they believe it's Hamas. When they killed the 4 kids on the
they believed.
Yeah, I know they believed it, even though they were diminutive size. Even though they were diminutive.
From that angle, you don't see the size.
No, they saw.
You don't see the size.
Let's leave aside.
Oh, I know what he's quoting here, but you've lied about this particular instance in the past. Those kids weren't just on the beaches, as often stated in articles. Those kids were literally coming out of a previously identified Hamas compound that they had operated from. They literally.
Do you see what Destiny's doing here?
You could
Mr.
Google
Borelli,
it.
They identified a compound before.
With all due respect.
So literally, we've seen a Hamas fighter. We've seen somebody that we thought was with Hamas come out of that building. So the kids coming out that building, it was just natural for us to assume that they were also Hamas fighters.
You're such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. That war.
That building is forever tainted. In other words, right? Anyone that
was filled with journalists. There were scores of journalists. That was an old fisherman's shack. What are you talking about? It's so painful.
Hamas naval.
It's so painful to listen to this idiocy.
And to be clear, on the other side, you're implying that a strike was okayed on the Israeli side, where they said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for no reason.
Do you believe that?
Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Right, as you said, right, there was a hotel of journalists. Do you think that they
were out to kill 4 children?
Here we go.
You will never answer that
I
question.
will answer the question.
Pilots were out to kill 4 children.
And it was approved because that was a strike. That was a drone strike. So it was approved all the way up the chain that we're going to kill children today. We're going to kill Palestinian children today.
You want me to answer, or do you want your motor mouth to go? Okay, answer. In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. by all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent.
But organized by the Hamas.
Whoever organized
It's organized by
it
Satan. Let's start
Satan,
with
yeah.
that.
Hamas.
Okay,
No,
Satan.
yeah.
I agree. Let's go for the.
They kind of started this idea before, right? And then what they're doing is kind of pointing out the narrative that the narrative framing that the Destiny and Morris are using, right? That that the Israeli side are humans, and the Palestinian side, or it's from Satan. It's controlled by Satan. It's and that's what it is. Like, every time we talk about, like, okay, here the number of people killed. Oh, you mean the numbers from the Hamas-run health department in Gaza, right? It's just
the big Megillah. It's Satan. Okay. Overwhelmingly organized, overwhelmingly nonviolent. Resembled at the beginning the first Intifada.
They
Represent the
threw bombs
first,
here and there, yeah.
okay, not bombs, but
they tried to make holes in the fence.
Okay,
obviously.
Let's continue.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm not sure Israel behaved morally in that respect.
Okay.
No.
Wait.
I'm willing to grant you.
Please.
I'm willing to grant you.
Allow me to.
You don't have to pursue it because I'm willing to grant.
Allow me to finish.
I don't know anything about this. I'd like to.
Okay. So, as you know, along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers. Correct?
I don't know best trained. There were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay. All right. Because
editorializing.
Laugh. It's hilarious. The story is so funny.
You're lying about the Great March of Return had aspects of violence to it. According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is...
Do you see what we're doing here? Like that, even in something like the march, right? We're seeing that any attempt to get through the fence by anyone, any aspect of non, peaceful action is able to taint the entirety of an overwhelmingly. Where have we seen this before? This sounds a lot like right-wing rhetoric surrounding the George Floyd uprisings.
You don't know the English language. You don't.
I can read from the UN website itself. In regards to the Great March of Return, they said, while the vast majority of protesters acted in a peaceful manner, during most protests, dozens have approached the fence attempting to damage it, burning tires, throwing stones and Molotov cocktails towards Israeli forces, and flying incendiary kites and balloons into Israeli territory. The latter resulted in extensive damage to agricultural land and nature reserves inside Israel and risked the lives of Israeli civilians. Some incidents of shooting and throwing of explosives were also
talk fast. I'm
just
people
trying to
think that you're coherent.
I'm just reading from the UN.
Yeah, but you see,
I know you like them sometimes, only when they agree with you, though.
You got the months wrong. We're talking about the beginning in March 30th, 2018.
You just described that march as mostly peaceful.
Okay, allow me to finish. So there were the snipers, okay? Now, you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly nonviolent march. What did the international investigation...
It wasn't a march, it was a campaign which
whatever
went
you want to call it.
For months.
Whatever you want to call it.
For months.
Yeah. What did the UN investigation find?
Well, he just read it to you.
I read the report. I don't read things off of those machines. I read the report. What did it find?
I think he means computers. Those machines.
Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only one or two of them were justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so...
He means specifically tablets?
Oh, hilarious.
Okay, so he's talking about Destiny's iPad.
Disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by.
Mr. Wikipedia.
This is true. If
it's true.
If what you're
By the way,
saying is true.
just quick pause. I think everything was fascinating to listen to, except the mention of hilarious. Nobody finds any of this hilarious. And if any of us are laughing,
God, make sure to keep Norm in line here.
it's not at the suffering of civilians or suffering of anyone. It's at the obvious joyful camaraderie in the room. So I'm enjoying it, and also the joy of learning. So thank you.
Can we talk about the targeting civilian thing a little bit? I think there's like an important
great
underlying,
march, you mean? Yeah.
not necessarily that. I think it's important to understand. Yeah, I think it's important to understand. There's like three different things here that we need to think about. So one is a policy of killing civilians. So I would ask the other side. I'm going to ask all three because I know there won't be a short answer. Do you think there is a policy top down from the IDF to target civilians? That's one thing. Yeah. A second thing is
he said yes.
When I understand, yeah, sure, okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay,
like,
but then the second thing is,
could there not be policies? And when we're talking about policies from the top down, we're talking about strategies. You're talking about top down, so you don't mean micromanaged. You don't mean in each situation. Like that's not the standard. Could there be policies? That like overarching policies, like instructions to the commanders that are then to the subordinates, et cetera, that result in more civilian casualties. And could those policies be reasonably assumed to do that as they're being undertaken? It doesn't have to be that, like, he's putting this impossible standard of guilt, for seeing, any guilt from the IDF, where it has to be literally, they're like, no, seriously, go get the children. Let's F up the, right. That's his standard of guilt. That if this is like a RICO case against, like, mobsters, right? Then you literally have to have the Godfather say, I want Luco Brasi to sleep with the fishes. No, he doesn't even have to say that. He has to say, I want Luco Brasi at the bottom of the ocean. I want him, to no longer breathe because there's water in his lungs, because you threw him off the boat with cement shoes, right? It's like, it's an impossible standard of guilt.
There's two distinctions I want to draw between. I think Benny would say this. I would say this. I'm sure undoubtedly.
Yeah, Sarah, good point. Do we have to have official policies for the police to be racist? Or is it possible that structural inequality and oppression are self-sustaining and part of the culture? Yeah, so it is in, part of the way that this stuff plays out, regardless of what kind of policies or strategies are implemented, is going to be the culture of the IDF and the culture of Israel at large.
There have been cases where I
mean culture as in, like, I'm not talking about culture. I'm talking about, like, the way of like we talk about the culture of an institution like the police.
For no good reason, have targeted and killed Palestinians that they should not have done, that would be prosecutable as war crimes, as defined by the Rome Statute and the ICC.
Some have been prosecuted.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely sure.
Practically none.
I'm sure.
According to you in your book,
I'm sure.
According to his standard of guilt, Chad Alpha says Jim Crow was not a form of apartheid.
I'm sure that we would all agree for soldiers that happens, but I think that it's important. That when we talk about military strikes, or we talk about things, especially...
Yeah, it's like conservatives saying, show me the law that says something against black people. Yeah, as long as outside of, official segregation, conservatives tend not to see structural racism.
Bombings or drone attacks, these are things that are signed off by multiple different layers of command, by multiple people involved in an operation, including intelligence gathering, including weaponeering, and they also have typically lawyers involved. When you make the claim that an IDF soldier shot a Palestinian, those three people, the three hostages that came up with white flags, and something horrible happened, I think that's a fair statement to make, and I think a lot of criticism is deserved. But when you make the statement that 4 children were killed by a strike, the claim that you're making, the claim that you're making is that multiple levels of the IDF signed off on just killing.
I have no idea what.
That's great. If you don't understand the process, then let me educate you. I can tell you. I do.
The ICJ does not determine genocidal intent. Yeah, exactly. It's we're not talking about like a trial, a criminal trial of an individual. We're talking about to put it in that framework, although I guess it works, it's convincing on a metaphorical level, is inaccurate.
Understand the process. I'm telling you.
You're
I'm trying to explain to you right now.
IDF.
Yes. It's basic military. You can ask anybody that's
Aside
talked
from
about
Wikipedia, can you
yes,
tell
you
me
can talk
what your
to
knowledge
people.
of
You
the
can talk
IDF
to
is?
people who
Apart from
work in the
Wikipedia,
military.
What's your knowledge of
You
the
know what?
IDF?
Your audience can look this up. Do you think that bombing and strikes are decided by one person in the field? Do you think one person
Can I
is in control of
respond
an
to that?
airplane or a drone strike?
As a pilot doesn't do it on
Yes,
his own.
strike
Can I
cells have
respond?
entire apparatuses
hierarchy.
that are designed to figure out how to strike and who to strike. So when you say that 4 children are targeted, you're saying that a whole apparatus is
You
trying
make
to
my
murder
argument better than
4
me.
Palestinian
You
children.
make my argument
which is
better
a
than me.
ridiculous argument.
Because, really, that it's impossible at the command level. It's impossible at the command level. But you said that they couldn't have done it at the bottom if it weren't also
You
at
just
the
need
top.
you don't understand the strength of the
I don't
claim that you're
understand.
making. You're
With
saying
all
that
due
from
respect,
a top-down level, that
with all-
lawyers,
with
multiple
all due
commanders,
respect,
all these
Mr.
people
Burnell,
signed
do
off
not tell me
on
what I don't
killing
understand.
4 Palestinians.
It's true.
Children.
It's true. I don't spend my nights on Wikipedia. I read books. I admit that as a signal.
Waste of time,
Yeah,
by the way. Wasting time,
I know books are a waste of time. With all due regard.
Oh yeah, that's right. Daryl's pointing out that to confirm that IDF pilots confirmed targets on October 7th using WhatsApp.
2 or 3 quotes that you use to quote people.
I completely respect.
Yeah, in other words, they didn't confirm targets at all, right? They were, going on. They were looking at WhatsApp for intelligence, essentially.
Respect the fact, and I'll say it on the air, as much as I find totally disgusting what's come of your politics, a lot of the books are excellent. And I'll even tell you, because I'm not afraid of saying it, whenever I have to check on a basic fact, the equivalent of going to the Britannica, I go to your books. I know you got a lot of the facts right.
Benny Moore's books for the listener.
I would never say books are a waste of time. And it's regrettable to you that you got strapped with a partner who thinks that all the wisdom,
He didn't say they're a waste of time.
I'd like to respond to what you were saying.
Well, look, like, let's be charitable to Wikipedia for a second, right? In general, Wikipedia is made of sentences that are crowdsourced and, edited and added and redacted, etc., right? That are, for a factual statement to be made on Wikipedia, it generally requires a source, right? And if there's not, there'll be like a little note, like citation needed or whatever, right? And that's like a line that's more likely to be stricken than a line that has like a citation, right? And so if you look at those citations, sometimes they are books, right? Oftentimes they are books, right? And if there's a more authoritative source, I mean, sometimes this stuff works its way out in the whole like Wikipedia editing process. So not to shit on Wikipedia as being, completely worthless in and of itself. However, what Steve is trying to do here is turn Wikipedia into something that it's not, which is the crystallization of all human knowledge, right? The in its most concise form. It's not. It's crowdsourced. It's a project, and it's not a replacement for those sources.
I think the question that we're trying to answer,
I think you don't understand Israel.
Let me finish.
Really
please.
understands Israel.
I think.
Yeah. So, like for a text with it, for instance, right? So texts aren't authoritative. You can't just be like, it's in a book. It's in a book. See this book right here? It says blah, 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 blah. Therefore, that's the fucking truth and it can never be questioned, right? That's not how books work. When you read a book, you divine what perspective it's coming from. You divine what biases it might have, and you read it in that context. Stephen's not doing that with Wikipedia, which, like we said, is a crowdsourced aggregation of knowledge on that topic. You've got to look at it. You've got to judge it by its bias. You can't just.
I think we're all agreed that Palestinians have deliberately targeted civilians, whether we're talking about Hamas and Islamic Jihad today or previously.
I prefer the word murdered and raped rather than targeted. Targeted is too soft for what the Hamas did.
I'm okay with
I'm not talking about.
I'm talking about this now.
Yeah, but I'm trying to answer his question.
Yeah.
Gene Kuger's controversial statements section stops at 2016. Damn.
Historically, there is substantial evidence that Palestinians have targeted civilians. Whether it's been incidental or systematic is a different discussion. I don't want to get into that now. For some reason, there seems to be a huge debate about whether any Israeli has ever sunk so low as to target a civilian.
No, we've agreed. Both said that. We've just said that this has happened here and there.
And I think
we've agreed on that.
Okay, I think
what we're saying is it's not policy, which is what you guys are implying, that they kill civilians deliberately.
If I understand you correctly, you're basically making the claim that none of these attacks could have happened without going through an entire chain of command.
For strike cells that are involved in like drone attacks or plane attacks or
My understanding of the Israeli military, and you could perhaps, you've served in it, you would know better, it's actually a fairly chaotic organization.
No, that's not true. Especially not the Air Force. Extremely organized. The Air Force works in a very organized fashion. As he says, with lawyers, chain of command, and ultimately the pilot drops the bomb where he's told to drop it.
In Protective Edge, was that 200 strikes in like 60 seconds, I think? I think at the opening of Protective Edge? Like the coordination between...
You're talking about 2008.
But I'm just saying that the coordination in the military is pretty tight.
My understanding of the Israeli military
it's very organized.
is that it's quite chaotic, and there's also a lot of testimonies from Israel. But be that as it may, okay, I'm prepared to accept both of your contentions that it's a highly organized and disciplined force. Air Force, under any scenario, is going to be more organized than the other branches. And you're saying such a strike would have been inconceivable.
I'm not necessarily saying inconceivable. I'm just saying that like that would have required
you're basically
murderous intent for so many different levels. I don't think good evidence has been presented to say that that's
your basic claim is that it would be fair to assume that such a strike could have only been carried out with multiple levels of authorization and signing off. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's accept that for the sake of argument. We have now seen incident after incident after incident after incident where entire families are vaporized in single strikes.
Who is in the families? Who lives in the house?
Family
inside?
Members.
No,
family
or next
members,
to the house in which these families are
We
killed.
have seen incidents.
Is he saying that, like what I think he's saying, which is essentially like one military-aged male in a house justifies the vaporization of everyone in that house? Or he even said next door, close by, right? That's so fucked up.
Do you know that Hamasniks weren't in that house? Do you know that their ammunition dumps weren't in those houses?
Why do I have to prove a negative?
You're saying that they deliberately targeted families.
Mark,
if Israel wanted to kill civilians in Gaza, they could have killed 500,000 by now with the number of strikes they've done.
And therefore,
the fact that they've only killed a certain small number.
Do you see that? You see the standard of guilt here, right? If they kill less than they could have killed, then they weren't doing anything wrong. That was, that was all right.
Small number in proportion.
You consider 30,000
small
a small
number in proportion over 4 months probably is an indication that it's targeted and that there are Hamas targets in these places.
So I've given
12,000 children is only, and if that's the case, why is it? You said only. No, Professor Morris, here's a question for you. If we take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years, every combat zone in the world.
In Vietnam, the Americans...
He's essentially saying everyone has Hamas? Yeah, he's saying everyone is fair game.
I said,
a million
I'm not
people.
talking about
Well, they could have
Vietnam.
killed 40 million.
I was in the anti-war movement. So don't strap me.
Killed a million people in Vietnam.
Fine. And 30 million Russians were killed. So during World War.
You think like Norm would have been a cool guy to hang out with in the 60s?
Everything else is irrelevant. Okay. Here's the question.
Stick to
Professor Morris, here's a question. It's very perplexing. If you take every combat zone in the world for the past 3 years and you multiply the number of children killed by 4, every combat zone in the world, you get Gaza. Okay? So when you
what
say
is that supposed to prove?
Okay, I'm going to tell you. Just shut up.
You're relying
and I'll
on
tell
Hamas
you,
numbers.
No, I'm not
Hamas
relying.
numbers are
I'm
not
relying on the numbers
true.
that everybody else. I'm relying on the numbers.
Even if we take the numbers, though, what does that prove?
Those are Hamas numbers.
So not only does proximity to Hamas, which, as we found out, a lot of times, the way they're seeing that as a military-aged male, right? Not only do they justify like the killing of everyone in the house next door, everybody in the building. But they're also any number, any information that they are in proximity to is now subject to question, because Hamas is Satan. Remember, just say Satan. This is what you're not talking about. Any sort of
Okay,
which may not be true.
Fine.
They could invent anything because you know that they are mendacious.
They could invent anything. Just oh my God, are we talking about the demiurge here? Like literally, you can't trust reality if it's Hamas reality, right? Is that Hamas air you're breathing?
I know mendacious. Believe me.
You like words.
Mendacious as in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Okay, so here's the thing. You say they could have killed 500,000, but they only killed That's your word. They only killed 30,000.
Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Mars Falcon. Mars Falcon, you just got weaseled. Post some weasels to thank Soul Life.
That they deliberately target civilians. They would have killed many more.
See,
the fact is that they don't deliberately target civilians.
Professor Morris,
and you don't understand.
For a historian, I don't want to understand Israeli society.
Thank you, Soul Life. I appreciate you, and so does Mars Falcon.
You want to know the truth? I don't want to. I don't want to get inside their heads.
That's the problem.
90% of
a good historian tries to get into the heads of the various protagonists.
There's a limit. When 90%,
wait, of the protagonist? Did he say of the protagonist? Oh my God! Like, look, I'm pointing out the sort of narrative framing that we're getting from the Destiny side of this debate, but I didn't realize it was like that laid on that thick. Did he say protagonist?
A good historian tries to get into the heads of the various protagonists.
The protagonist. Okay, the main characters, and that's right. Okay, that's not the antagonist, remind you, right? Only the protagonist.
There's a limit. When 90% of Israelis think that Israel's using enough or too little force in Gaza, I don't want to get inside that head.
So there was a famous book by have you all heard of Joyce Carol Oates? Joyce Carol Oates is kind of known for saying fucked up shit on Twitter these days, but she wrote a book called Zombie, which was a book about a serial killer, and it was written from the perspective of the serial killer. Now, I'm not making a direct correlation as far as as the character in the book, but I am trying to explain what Norm is saying, that there are some heads that it is not safe to try to get inside of. Right? There are some, mentalities where,
40% think that Israel is using insufficient force in Gaza. I don't want to get inside that head. I don't want to get inside the head of people who think they're using insufficient force against the population, half of which is children. I don't want to get inside that head. But here's the point, because your partner wants to know the point. You don't understand political constraints.
You don't want to get inside a head that is justifying genocide.
One of your ministers said, let's drop an atomic bomb on
Do you
Gaza.
think he really meant that?
He said it 3
you-
No.
Hey,
it was said in a sort of a
Professor
very
Morris.
questionable way. He didn't say they should drop an
Professor
atomic
Morris,
bomb.
the day
I'm not
after
supporting
the
him. He's an
Professor
idiot.
Morris,
This
none
minister
other-
is
none
a
other- none other- yeah,
messianic
none other
idiot.
than
But
Israel's-
he didn't say
none-
drop an atomic bomb.
None other than Israel's chief historian, the famed, justifiably famed Benny Morris, thinks we should be dropping nuclear weapons on Iran.
Iran has for years, its leaders for years have said we should destroy Israel. You agree with that? They've said we should destroy Israel. Israel must be destroyed. Is that correct? This is what the Iranian leaders have been saying since Khomeini.
I would say Iranian leaders have sent mixed messages.
Okay, but some of them have said
Americans think they're the main character too. Oh yeah. I wouldn't put that on that. I wouldn't put that evil on somebody outside of the U.S. to get inside of the heads of Americans justifying similar atrocities. And the Israel as the chess piece. I mean, this is essentially what Joe Biden himself said in the 1980s. He said that if Israel did not exist, that it would behoove the United States, and by which he meant the military-industrial complex, like the military state of the United States, the empire, to invent it, to have something similar in place there.
Including
Khamenei, if you don't know the evidence, why are you laughing?
It's very funny.
It's funny
Iran that supports Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas. They want Israel destroyed.
Wait.
To the extent that the Houthis are trying to stop the genocide in Gaza,
Did Biden repeat it again?
The right to attack civilian ships. I know you selectively support international law when it agrees with you, and then when it doesn't, you decide to throw international law to the wind.
Genocide in Gaza.
If you like,
hold on a second. Norm.
Let me read what you said.
Norm, stop, please.
This is where Lex does intercede.
Norm, just for me, please. Just give me a second. You said that there's no genocide going on in Gaza.
Yes.
Let me ask that clear question.
Yes.
The same question I asked on the Hamas attacks. Is there, from a legal, philosophical, moral perspective, is there genocide going on in Gaza today?
Is there a genocide going on in Gaza? Well, in several years, we will have a definitive response to that question. What has happened thus far is that
So he's answering from a legalistic point of view, a la the ICJ, right? The ICJ, like Shakespeare was talking about earlier, is making just that inquiry, but it is not going to be complete for a number of years. That's why it's important to identify genocide, or even the propensity for a genocide to happen early on when it's in its early stages, right? Lemkin, gave us a nice schema for looking at genocide as a process, right? With multiple steps. If you really want to get in front of that snowball and stop it from rolling down the mountain, you got to get in front of it early. And that's why, like, this sort of, reflexive pushback against any consideration of the plausibility, to quote the ICJ again, of genocide is grotesque and is absolutely enabling of that genocide.
29th of December, the Republic of South Africa instituted proceedings against Israel pursuant to the 1948 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. South Africa basically accused Israel of perpetrating genocide in the Gaza Strip. On the 26th of January, the court issued its initial ruling. The court at this stage is not making a determination on whether Israel has or has not committed genocide. So just as it has...
Yeah, it's speaking more to the plausibility of a genocide at this point.
not found Israel guilty, it certainly also hasn't found Israel innocent. What the court had to do at this stage was take one of two decisions. Either South Africa's case was the equivalent of a frivolous lawsuit and dismiss it and close the proceedings, or it had to determine that South Africa presented a plausible case that Israel was violating its obligations under the Genocide Convention, and that it would, on that basis, hold a full hearing. Now, a lot of people have looked at the court's ruling of the 26th of January and focused on the fact that the court did not order a ceasefire. I actually wasn't expecting it to order a ceasefire, and I wasn't surprised that it didn't, because in the other cases that the court...
Yeah, exactly, says Sophia, and this is where he moderates, apparently.
Considered most prominently Bosnia and Myanmar, it also didn't order a ceasefire. And South Africa, in requesting a ceasefire, also didn't ask the court to render an opinion on the legitimacy or lack thereof of Israel's military operation. From my perspective, the key issue on the 26th of January was whether the court would simply dismiss the case or decide to proceed with it.
And it decided to proceed.
And so Shakespeare is, I think tacking on to my point about Biden and the American empire and the chess piece it sees Israel as, with the description of the Palestinian mandate as supportive of the Zionists in opposition to the Ottomans making an effort to march on the Suez Canal, which is the canal that connects the Indian Ocean to the Mediterranean, and is crucial to the hence the British interest in the area.
And I think that's enormously.
I thought that was
I think that's
beautifully
enormously
But you said they
significant.
committed genocide. You already said they committed genocide.
I also
Israel
like-
is committing genocide.
But if I could just
allow me.
Use that word.
That's correct.
now,
I don't run away.
So
from
Norman,
my
you
word.
did say Israel is committing genocide.
Can you let Muin finish?
Well, the end of the story is you specifically asked whether I think Israel is committing genocide. I explained formally there is no finding, and as you said, we won't know for a number of years. And I think there's legitimate questions to be raised. I mean, in the Bosnia case, which I think all four of us would agree was clearly a case of genocide, the court determined...
You mean by the Serbs?
Yes.
Yeah.
In the Bosnia case, the court determined that of all the evidence placed before them, only Srebrenica qualified as genocide, and all the other atrocities committed did not qualify as genocide. International law is a developing organism. I don't know how the court is going to respond in this case, so I wouldn't take it as a foregone conclusion how the court is going to respond.
But Norman has determined already.
I have too, because you're asking my personal
opinion is also.
So as a matter of law, I want to state very clearly, it has not been determined and won't be determined for several years. Based on my observations and the evidence before me, I would...
Pikachu Man says, I thought that Destiny and Finkelstein were not going to debate. Yeah, it was this weird back and forth that went on as far as they scheduled a debate. Norm thought it was lined up for a certain time. Destiny did not show up, and then I guess maybe it was a time zone confusion from what was said. At some point, Norm said he wasn't going to debate Destiny, and Destiny, even after that, had other opportunities, passed those up. They did finally meet or agree to debate on Lex's stream. I don't know if it was specifically with other parties, if that was part of the stipulation on one or more of the sides, but yeah, they did finally set this up. And this debate happened, I think, 2 weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know why Lex has kept it in the can for this long, but yeah, he has. So it's only released. It's only been released in I think yesterday.
Say it's indisputable that Israel is engaged in a genocidal assault against the Palestinian people in the Gaza
which
Strip.
is the PLO line.
Yeah, with the program, the PLO is long past.
What
Palestinian
defines,
Authority.
as you were saying, genocide is not a body count. Genocide consists of two elements: the destruction of a people in whole or in part. So, in other words, you can commit genocide by killing 30,000 people. It doesn't have, well, 5 probably is below
There
the
is a
threshold.
problem of numbers.
Yes, but I think 30,000 crosses the threshold, and not reaching 500,000 is probably irrelevant. And the second element is there has to be an intent. In other words,
and you believe there's an intent.
And the other part of it is that like 5, like he's arguing about numbers, right? But 5 is not, like obviously he's not talking about 5, but yeah, 5. I don't know. That's 5, like with the intent that he's mentioning, right? 5 is a hate crime. Like no, there's not like a level in which, oh no, that's perfectly acceptable. That's proceed, right? It's bad even before it's considered a genocide.
I think if there is any other plausible reason for why all these people are being murdered, it's not genocide. And as far as intent is
what about
concerned,
hiding behind a human shield? You don't think that's a reason for them being killed?
well, let's get the intent part out of the way first. South Africa's
Forget South Africa. They're not the party.
well, I'd like to finish.
They're
I'd
just
like-
pro-Hamas government. That's got nothing to do with anything.
I think they're pro-Satan as well last time.
No,
I
they're
checked.
pro-Hamas.
For some reason, you don't have a problem with people being pro-Israeli at the time of this, but if they support Palestinians' right to life or self-determination, they get demonized and
Not because of
delegitimized
that,
as
because they
pro-Hamas.
supported an organization which murdered.
Shakespeare says, I know Srebrenica and Rwanda. It is hard to describe how much both ring similar to the current genocide in Gaza. Yes, particularly with phrases like human animals being used. It rings very similar to some of what was said in Rwanda prior to the
1,200 people deliberately. That's my
but
problem.
but supporting a state that has murdered 30,000.
But they
is
haven't,
okay for
because
you.
these are 30,000
Okay.
are basically human
Well, just to
shields
get back-
used by the Hamas,
Okay.
in which the
Just-
Hamas
just- please, Norm.
wanted killed.
Okay, if
They
I
wanted
could-
them killed.
All right, if I
The
could-
Hamas wanted these people
Sure.
killed.
If I could just get
You don't think they wanted them killed? They
No,
didn't
I don't.
provide them with shelters. They build tunnels for their fighters, but
if I
not
could get
one
back to my
shelter
point.
for their own civilians.
You asked me about
Of
intent.
course they want them killed.
Okay, you asked me about intent. And the reason that I bought in the South African application is because it is actually exceptionally detailed on intent by quoting
All
numerous,
sorts of idiotic ministers in Israel.
well, yeah, including the prime minister, the defense
the prime
minister,
minister didn't say
the
kill-
chief of
phrases like mowing the lawn, phrases like cutting down the trees, and with mowing the lawn, we're talking about something that was said years ago, putting the Gaza Strip on a diet, quote unquote, and the mowing the lawn. The disturbing thing about that is when you mow a lawn, you do it every so often. Do it again and again and again and again, regularly, to keep the growth of the lawn from increasing. Anyway, I don't want to get into the gruesomeness of that metaphor, but this is
say genocide. that you
no, he said
stop-
Amalek.
According to Asa
He said
Kasher,
Amalek.
Use the word
according
Amalek,
to Asa
because the
Kasher,
Hamas are a really
according
evil
to Asa
organization.
Kasher,
if I may.
according to Asa Kasher, the philosopher of the
Asa Kasher,
IDF,
yeah.
he said that Netanyahu was
just an old Iranian.
avowing genocide.
So-
now, he's an idiot.
So
I
the
didn't
point,
say he's an idiot, but he is past it.
So the reason I raised the South African application is twofold:
Yeah.
Hamas or no Hamas. It's exceptionally detailed
Okay.
on the question of intent. And secondly, when the International Court of Justice issues a ruling, individual justices can give their own opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
And I found the German one to be the most interesting on this specific question, because he was basically saying that he didn't think South Africa presented.
we're talking about the German not, I don't want to say judge, but there's a name for this position, right? At the ICJ, right? Sorry, it's not coming to me right now. But the German official that was there, that was voting, right? That's jurist. Thank you. Is that
a persuasive case? But he said their section on intent was so overpowering that he felt he was left with no choice but to vote with the majority. So I think,
and if you know anything about like Germany and it's the opinions of Germans on Israel and the that it is surprising to find the German jurist like deciding with that side.
that answers the intent part of your question.
So for the ICJ case that South Africa's brought, I think there's a couple things that need to be mentioned. One is, and I saw you two talk at length about this, the plausibility standard is incredibly low. The only thing we're looking for is a basic presentation of facts that make it conceivable, possible, that plausible, which legally this is obviously below criminal conviction, below,
yes, of course.
Below.
Think of it as an indictment.
Sure, possibly, maybe even a lower level than even an indictment. So plausibility is an incredibly low standard. Number one.
Please understand, Destiny, that if you ever want to stop any genocide from happening, you are going to have to do something when it is in the phase that something like the ICJ can only declare judgment as it being plausible.
Number two, if you actually go through and you read the complaint that South Africa filed, I would say that if you go through the quotes and you even follow through to the source of the quotes, the misrepresentation that South Africa does in their case about all of these horrendous quotes, in my opinion, borders on criminal.
Well, 16 ICJ judges disagree.
That's fine if 16 ICJ judges disagree, but I'm going to give...
Including the German judge, Destiny. No.
They could be, but...
It must be even the American judge...
But yeah, if you've watched the Majority Reports segment that they did talking about Germany in particular and how the nation deals with its guilt over the Holocaust, right? You'll understand that it is a momentous occasion for it is surprising for the German official to take this to make this pronouncement.
This is Democracy Now.
What the fuck did I do? Okay, we're watching Democracy Now. Sorry, chat, we changed content.
Of the captives into significant consideration, end quote. Quote, in war, as in war, you have to be brutal, end quote. He was quoted as saying, quote, we need to deal a blow that hasn't been seen in 50 years and take down Gaza, end quote. You can't strip the quotation of Hamas, a entity you're at war with, and then pretend that there's genocidal intent. That's not how
That's not genocidal.
So when the Ukrainians say we need to defeat Russia,
that's not genocidal.
No. When Ukraine says we need to defeat Russia, is that genocidal? Do they mean killing all Russian citizens?
Professor Mars, here's another one. When the defense, ridiculous?
Yes, ridiculous.
The American judge.
He also doesn't determine policy.
The American judge read.
You are holding the American judge to.
Well, he was the president.
Because he'll appeal to authority when it agrees with him, and we won't deal with the actual facts of the matter ever.
Okay. The American judge read several of the quotes.
Look at the American Supreme Court today. They may support Trump.
Shakespeare would like to highlight that it was in Germany where international law and the type of trials came to be. Like it began in Nuremberg in 1945 with its charter.
It shows you how worthy American judges are.
Professor Mars, without going too far afield, if you heard a statement by the defense minister, the defense minister said, we are going to prevent any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza.
Did they do that?
He wanted to make
did Israel do that?
Okay, no, I'm wondering.
What he said.
I'm asking you.
Isn't Israeli government policy?
But we're talking about statements now, intent. How would you interpret that?
After 1,200 of your citizens are murdered the way they were, I would expect extreme statements by lots of politicians.
But you're
by lots of politicians.
But you don't accept extreme
But that's not
Palestinian
Israeli policy.
Wait, but you don't accept.
What he said isn't Israeli policy.
But you don't.
They let in water. They let in gas.
But you don't accept. But you don't accept extreme Palestinian statements after they lost their entire country, not just 1,200 people.
That's a good point. No, it's a good point.
And on that, on that brief moment of agreement, let's just take a quick pause. We need a smoke break, we need a water break, we need a bathroom break.
Take down Gaza is not a genocide.
I don't know what it
Russia
means.
is a genocidal
What does
statement.
take down Gaza
When we went
mean?
to war with Iraq and we wanted to destroy Iraq, that was a
Take down
genocidal
Gaza.
statement. There's a reason why genocide is such an importantly guarded concept, and it's not to condemn every nation that goes to war.
I don't think anything like take down Iraq was a statement that was made. Take down the Saddam Hussein regime, maybe.
Wait, you do know how to pronounce my name. Are you mispronouncing it intentionally?
He made you into an Italian all the time.
By your solicitude for international law.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
Unfortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring. You've invited us to a tiring session.
Yeah, there you go. How you guys doing?
Okay. There are major things to discuss here, not just what some court is doing and going to judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said...
This is such a weird aspect of the debate. The side that's complaining about this being frustrating and tiring has, for the record, right, has ceded its break, right? They're not taking a break. They're not going outside. They're not going to get a glass of water. They're not, I mean, I don't know. They've both got water at the table, but right, they're not going to take this moment to stand up and do anything. They're going to commiserate amongst each other instead.
Is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular...
Is this cinema verite? I don't know.
Conflict is because there are really important things to discuss, but they will never be discussed.
They're not being
We're not going to talk about like...
He's wearing a black shirt under a button-up? Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that was. At first I thought it was just like a large sweatshirt or something.
Area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about, the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment where people use... We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about what's a good solution for the Palestinians. We're just going to say ethnic cleansing.
Do you see what this is, though? They gotta have... Like, Stephen essentially is like, cannot let a moment go where he could not dominate the conversation. Like, Norm's right. He's a motor mouth. That's his whole thing. He wants to talk the most. He feels like the faster he talks, the more words he gets out, the more bullet points he's able to read off, the more dominant he is in the debate.
Be productive over the next 2 hours and talk about solutions.
About solutions, I have no idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions on. If you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the lack of the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because
running through a dialogue tree of trigger words. It's really funny because I remember seeing recently a clip from Destiny where he accuses his debate opponent of using a dialogue tree.
Histories and the myths are...
Even though I know it is the most common thing in the world for not just him, but everybody in his orbit, everybody that's been influenced by him. The entirety of the GGG culture is one absurd dialogue tree.
Completely.
And no listening.
There's a different factual record,
right? One of the things it would be good to talk about solutions with the future is going back in all the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you could write that, I can predict the whole line. He's going to say from 93 to 99, he's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank, that there was never a legitimate, that Netanyahu came in and violated the Y memorandum, the transference. He's going to say all of this, and he's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And then for Camp David, he's going to say that, that Arafat was trying, that the maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions, that Israel would have made,
Well, lay it all out. Lay it out.
You do talk quickly.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Okay, I'm kind of glad that Lex left this in. I mean, it sucks on one way because it's a debate and it's I mean, they are struggling against each other, and like literally one side forgoes its pee break or smoke break or whatever kind of break you want to make it, in order to sit there and rattle off more points.
And yeah, my future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what are you working on?
No, it's not working on. It's actually going to come
written.
out.
It's written.
It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's my new
really?
book, yeah.
Ah.
Just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff?
Well, it's marginal.
Yeah.
They do it deals with that as well, but
Yeah.
they have tried to seal off documents which I'd already used and
Yeah.
seen.
So
now
you-
they don't let people see them.
Oh wait, if they're gonna take a break, I'm gonna take this chance to do what I always forget to do, which is mentioning that there's a number of different ways that you can support me, and those include super chats, super stickers, memberships, and gift memberships, which are doubly nice because you're also helping out somebody in chat to have access to more of my stuff and to be able to use the weasels and to just, be part of our club. So those are all appreciated, as well as donations, which you can find the link to down in the description. Supporting me over on Patreon, which you can also find the link to down in the description, or even just hitting that like button, because I know not everybody can support me in a financial sort of way, but the like button is literal. I say it and it sounds so trite. It sounds like I'm just it's a slogan, but I'm serious. It's more powerful than you think.
That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this
Yeah.
new book?
Well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives.
Yeah.
The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
It's about 100. I think there's
100.
agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs.
Yeah.
100, 105.
Because before they were.
They used to say 245
Yeah.
or 254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
Because
It was
the Red
nonsense.
Cross, I think, was the one that first put out that number.
Norm needed a cigarette. I thought he smoked enough. Destiny, god damn, Chad Alpha, you're good.
I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name, Jacques de
Yeah,
Reynier, or
something
maybe.
other, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he came up with that number. But it was just, he didn't count. They didn't count bodies. They just threw the number out and everybody was happy to.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to cough as a result of gifted memberships. Zara, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. It's like a lot of people just got weaseled. Many such cases. Many weasels. Should I read them out just to, I don't want to, just to let people know, if you're lurking, that you got weasels and you should try them out, right? By which I mean you should try out the emotes, because I think the emotes are kind of the cool low key. I don't know if I'm right or wrong about this, but I think the emotes are the coolest part. Derek Weinberger, Julianus Tabernarius, Germ, Lesbot, Poe in the Ditch, Nikki, Lauren, Advanced Soldier, M Dragon. You all just got weaseled. You all just got weasels. So yeah, if you're, I mean, it is a good time. You don't have to unlurk, but if you are lurked, you might want to try out your weasels.
Blame the Irgun and the Lehi for killing more Arabs than actually.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they said that it helped.
Oh, thank you, Zara. You're so sweet, and I do really appreciate it. Can't post weasels. Oh my god. Gifties everywhere, true. Why are my comments disappearing? I don't know. At least you haven't gotten Bad Leftied, though. What is up with Bad Lefty? I've never seen anybody get, apparently Bad Lefty can only, type 3 words per line, or else it just disappears.
Precipitate more evacuation, so they were happy.
YouTube's, I mean, what do you even call that? the thing that YouTube does where you post something and you're like, cool, I made a comment, and then you go back and look at the comment and you're like, it's not there. It's gone. Like, I don't know what was wrong with that comment. Like, you know, and sometimes it's like I called somebody an ass, right? And I'm like, okay, I can see that. YouTube doesn't want me calling people asses. Sorry, YouTube. But sometimes I'm just like, it's literally, what is wrong with this statement? Like, what?
Megan and his
Yeah.
memoirs.
They also
goes
use that
into
number.
this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So first of all,
Bad Lefty is finally out of tiny chat jail. Oh my God.
well, thank you for that.
This is like worse than Twitter shadow bans.
Discussion about the present. I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what
You have the working person's weasel right here. Yes, you do.
we can look for in by way of hope for the future. So when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement? To something that like where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to.
I've seen some Reddit threads with people who got a similar sort of punishment, but it's a rare thing.
Reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000 when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO, Palestinian Authority.
Look, chat, I used to get really spicy in the comments, hence the name No Comment Chick, but I gotta admit that, like, recently I've been just letting more shit, like, literally I could not get, like, a mean comment on any of my videos without wanting to just, like, clap back in a way where they just get destroyed. And it's fun, but I don't know. I don't know if that you know, because I was always getting moderated, right? Which is a weird thing to say because there's like no moderator doing it to you. It's just some kind of YouTube AI apparently. But
and Yasser Arafat, and Arafat seemed
takes 1 minute for YouTube to check a comment to the commenter. It looks like it was posted, but the comment was actually not posted publicly yet. After 1 minute, it may be rejected. But it's not like manually rejected, right? It's like automatically
waiver. He didn't immediately reject what was being offered, but ultimately came down at the end of Camp David.
Yeah, Sarah. I heard even Spicy Chat is having to tone it down these days.
In July 2000, he came down against the proposals.
You know that my chat was like Chud Logic stole like the term Spicy Chat from me, and the reason that I talked about Spicy Chat was because I at first was really big on having like people with different points of view. That's how some really toxic and right-wing people ended up in my community and caused like an unimaginable amount of trouble. So I don't really do, like, you know, we're not trying to, like, you know, ban people for disagreeing, but yeah, I mean, you know, there's a certain limit, but so my chat was called Spicy Chat because whenever anything contentious would happen, there would be people just going off on my guests, going off on me, going off at other chatters, and yeah, it was not sustainable in the long run.
And Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there.
You're saying that there's a schlubbiness to the Destiny side of the debate?
But I think they're on the table, certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed
dressed by their moms. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God.
In July, the Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then there'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that...
So wait, what is this Goku Naro video about Sneeko? He tricks Sneeko into watching his vid using... Are we allowed to watch Sneeko on Twitch? Or I feel like I heard some story about Sneeko being banned, but
could ever offer them. They were offered.
Like, I feel like I should be able to watch Destiny. Like, I feel like a lot of people watch Destiny. People talk about Lance watching Destiny. People talk about, obviously, Hassan, you know, watches Destiny, never has any problems. I just like, I don't know. Since, you know, Dylan caught that ban, I'm like, I am not bigger than Dylan Burns, so.
Which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full, and the Palestinian...
We're taking the approach that Lex and the genocide apologists decided while the other guys were out of the room.
And said no to this deal, and nobody really knows.
I am not currently live on Twitch, and it's because I'm watching Destiny. Every time we watch Destiny proper, right? If it's just a video with a couple of Destiny clips in it, sometimes I just put like a object over Destiny. But when it's a Destiny video, yeah,
Why Arafat said no, that is...
He did for a little while. I think he got unbanned because to be fair, it was unfair. Like, right? I don't support the... I don't support banning Dylan for watching Destiny when Hassan does it all the time.
Some people think he was trying to hold out for slightly better terms, but my reading is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal, meaning acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem. And
of Israel or of
Hassan covered up Destiny with his cam.
Jewish state.
Wait, the Jewish state of Israel.
Okay, so essentially Destiny and Rabbani. Norm is getting me with this like italicization of Italianization of Destiny's name. So essentially, Destiny and Rabbani would be covered up then.
He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews, and
you can see Norm and you can see Benny
put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient. And
what if you flipped Destiny upside down? Unfortunately, I don't think it's like Twitch censors. I don't think it's like automatically done. I think what it is it's like this. If you're on Twitch and you watch a streamer who is banned, most of the time, probably it won't be noticed. But the times that it would be noticed is if, let's say, like a Destiny fan came into my chat, did not like what I was saying about Destiny, and decided to report the stream. I think that's how it happens. I'm not sure.
Was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think.
Yeah, Dylan Burns did get temporarily banned on Twitch, demonetized on YouTube. Although I don't know what that's about. I saw that it happened, but I didn't follow it. But yeah, he got temporarily banned on Twitch, and it was just for watching, Destiny. Like I said, something that Hassan. It was a video, in fact, which Hassan had watched with no problem, but for some reason Dylan got caught a ban for it. So luckily he got unbanned because that one. Not a fan of Dylan Burns myself, but he did not deserve a ban for that.
People disagree with me on this.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly in response.
Yeah, I think that's right, Autumn.
Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, earlier.
I don't think actually that in 2001 a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer, admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians considered to be a reasonable two-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British Mandate of Palestine. The Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently too much for Israel. My response to your question would be...
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
They were being offered, I think, less than a withdrawal to the 1967 borders with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
the refugee problem was one of the
questions. Yes. I worked for a number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at Camp
recently
David.
Thrown out of the State Department or whatever.
The point I'm
Dylan was suspended, not banned.
want to make about Rob was he.
Yeah, I mean, he did get his Twitch back.
I think a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had a debate with them. But I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
he wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Ara, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been a real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s, in the wake of the 1973 October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh without peace or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh, this is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation, Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories, I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons, and ultimately the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli-Egyptian rather than Arab-Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion, the prospects disappeared because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation.
Yeah, so you know how peace negotiations, for lack of a better term, work, right? If two sides negotiate together, they generally, get a better deal than if they, if one side negotiates like unilaterally and makes it's a separate piece. That's what that is. Sorry, this is a very simple thing. This is called a separate piece, right? And it's not good to the party that is left out of the separate piece, because then the leverage that they have is almost nil. And this is what's being done to Palestine, not just in the 70s when he's talking about, but recently with the Trump administration, absolutely circumventing Palestine in the negotiations, right? Instead of, negotiate, if you really want to make a lasting peace, you got to get, the neighboring countries together with the Palestinians and the Israelis and make a, that's how it should go. But that's not what's happened.
And felt that this would give it a free hand.
Caused the Arab world to boycott Egypt in the following years, yeah.
In the occupied territories.
I mean, yeah, it's a nasty thing to do.
In Lebanon to get rid of the PLO and so on. So,
Anwar Sadat signed the treaty with Israel in 1979, also visited Israel to speak at the Knesset.
And you ask, when were we closest? And I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been.
The Weasels is like a subchapter of the Raptor crew?
Close. And that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement.
So the two-state solution used to be the more like pro-Israeli standpoint. You can even look back to people like John Kerry, to see, you know, when to just see, you know, establishment, you know, politicians who were in a favor. We're in favor of a one-state solution. Now, like, if you mention that in the modern day discussion, you get laughed at, ridiculed, you know, what the fuck are you talking about, right? Because the ball has moved. And you know, Netanyahu is staking his claim to fame as being, I prevented the two-state solution. So that the moderate, or, you know, kind of, you could even see it as tilted towards Israel sort of standpoint, for the two-state solution that was just the opinion in, you know, in the 90s or in the 2000s has been eroded essentially to what now that we're, you know, arguing about a two-state solution or not, rather than just the simple idea that, you know, that it should have been in the first place, which is a singular, secular, democratic state.
Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories, I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so
Chuck Schumer has been grandstanding about the two-state thing.
As a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself since October 7th, and looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions. Is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory?
Yeah, with the stated goal of breaking the Palestinian people.
That, you know, a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think
people hate the thought of an insular ethno-state when it's non-European, though. Yeah, no.
We can all be agreed that
double standard.
Had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask: can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history. I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling.
Rabbani has such a nice voice to listen to. Yeah, I wonder if if he reads any of his own books, like as audiobooks.
The Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal, apartheid regime, particularly because Israeli society is beginning to develop many extremely distasteful, supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence that are being fed by this regime.
Yeah, I mean, it is anecdotal and it is like a one-off from what I've seen so far, but we did watch the interview that the New York Times did with an Israeli woman who proudly identified herself as a fascist. Like, I mean, I don't want to speculate on how common that sort of mask off point of view is, but
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace.
But like there is God, I don't want to. There is a video chat that I have never watched with you, and I meant to watch it with you. It's just a very long video, and I wasn't sure if people would be particularly interested in it. Here, let me show you the thumbnail if I can. It's this, right? And this video, which is by Ornament and Crime, highly recommended. It kind of made me aware of something that I didn't know before. And I'm talking about a certain worship of power, an attempt to, re-envision Jewish identity within Israel, and to see it as strong, and this goes along with the nationalism represented by somebody like Netanyahu. And along with this also comes a disdain for Jewish people who or Israeli people who embody that identity as a victim. So Holocaust survivors in the United States are given a certain amount of reverence, that's and it's apparently not so in Israel. It is a reminder of victimhood being attached to that identity, and it's not appreciated, not liked. It's something that that Israeli society seems to not like to see. And I mean, I can't help but think that these two things are connected. Anyway, maybe someday, chat, we'll get a chance to I would love to watch this as like a premium streamium or something like that, because this is an amazing and important video.
And do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think...
Is this the point in the debate where Destiny blames Arafat?
The appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan, there was no love for the Palestinians after, 1970, after Black September. I know that
Shakespeare is tacking on to that. They look down on us in diaspora. They say the survivors of the Shoah saw the survivors of the Shoah as weak victims, not the new Jew they wanted. Despicable. Yeah, it's like a masculinized, take on the identity.
Had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhoods, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai. I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a Palestinian
He was killed by the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure,
which was
yeah.
Not part
admittedly,
of the PLO,
he says as much, belongs to a splinter group, not the PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like...
Yeah, Metal is pointing out that there's a definite connection of whiteness and perceived whiteness in terms of the U.S. support for Israel in this conflict, even though it's not it's a oversimplification of Israel.
Like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea that they live in a concentration camp, all of these words, I think, further the narrative for the Palestinians that Israel is an evil state that needs to be dismantled. You said as much about the institution, at least, of the Zionist government. Israel's government is probably not going anywhere. All of the other surrounding Arab states have accepted that, or at least most of them down in the Gulf, Egypt and Jordan, have accepted that. The Palestinians need to accept it too. The Israeli state or the state apparatus is not going anywhere. And
Mars Falcon says, like the new Christians, the tough one here in America, that reject every single teaching that Jesus from Jesus about love your enemy, turning the other cheek, feeding the poor, etc. Machismo factor turned to 11.
At some point, they need to realize,
exactly.
Okay, we need a leader that's going to come out and represent us, represent all of us, is willing to take political risks, is willing to negotiate some lasting peace for us, and it's not going to be...
The Zionist vision of nationalism is the same one that developed in Germany during the Romantic period, especially where the idea of a specific nation of people have a state, the land that is,
the international community, or some invocation of international law, or some invocation of morality or justice that's going to extricate us from this conflict. It's going to take some actual difficult political maneuvering on the ground.
Accepting Israel.
Which
they formally did in 1993.
Which they formally did in 1993, yeah, but then no lasting peace came after that in 2000.
No, because 1993 was not a peace agreement.
Sure, the Oslo Accords
were an interim.
Have a final...
So the idea that developed under Herzl, right? Shakespeare?
Were an interim agreement, and Palestinians actually began clamoring for commencing the permanent status resolutions on schedule, and the Israelis kept delaying them. In fact, they only began, I believe, in 99.
Most white supremacists hate Jewish people as well, though. Yeah, and it's strange that you find, sort of a strange bedfellows situation between white supremacists and Israeli nationalists, in that the white supremacists want Jewish people out of their country. The Israeli nationalists want Jewish people in their country. So they both like the conflation of the of Jewishness with the Israeli national identity.
Under American pressure on the Israelis. And
I think you're being a bit one-sided.
Not to even mention the Christian Zionist take on that, which is, what somebody mentioned earlier, the the use of Israel as an apocalyptic chess piece, I think was the phrase that was used. No one sees Ivanka as, just like no one sees Adam Sandler as a POC.
Both sides didn't fulfill the promise of Oslo and the steps needed for Oslo. There was Palestinian terrorism, which accompanied Israel's expansion of settlements and other things. The two things fed each other and led to what happened in 2000, which was a breakdown of the talks altogether when the Palestinians said no. But I think I don't agree, incidentally, with this definition of Israel or the Israeli state as apartheid. It's not. There is some sort of apartheid going on in the West Bank. The Israeli regime itself is not an apartheid regime. This is nonsense. By any definition of apartheid,
by the formal definition, I think it qualifies.
No, it doesn't qualify. Apartheid is a race-based distinction between different segments of the population, and some of them don't have any representation at all, like the blacks in South Africa.
But that's
no rights
not
at all.
requirement.
In Israel itself, the minority, the Arabs, do have representation, do have rights, and so on. I don't think Israel is also genocidal. I don't think it's been genocidal. It wasn't so in 48. It wasn't.
Wait, is he making the argument? Like I feel, I've heard this argument like a lot, right? The idea that Palestinian Israelis are not, are afforded rights like any other citizen, as being essentially a denial of any kind of apartheid, right?
1967, and it hasn't been recently, in my view. And talk about dismantling Israel, and that's what you're talking about, is, I think Stephen said it correctly, is counterproductive. It just pushes Israelis further away from willing to give Palestinians anything.
Please, Norm, tell me you have
something optimistic
to say.
No, even though I agree, I've thought about it a lot, and I agree with Muin's analysis. I'm not really in the business of punditry. I rather look at the historical record where I feel more comfortable, and I feel on terra firma. So I'd like to just go through that. I agree and I disagree with Muin on the 73 issue. After the 1973 war, it was clear that Israel was surprised by what happened during the war, and it took a big hit. The estimates are, I don't know what numbers you use, but I hear between two.
You cannot, as an Arab Israeli, be in the Knesset and support the liberation movement of Palestine. It is the law.
3,000 Israeli soldiers were killed during the 1970s.
It was 2,500?
Yeah, 2,700.
Yeah, okay, so I got it right. Yeah. I read different numbers. That's, it's a very large number of Israelis who were killed. There were moments at the beginning of the war where there was a fear that this might be it.
There wasn't.
No,
this is nonsense. Everybody forgets Israel's atomic weaponry.
I know, but
so how could they have been defeated?
Didn't Diane talk about the collapse of the Third Temple?
He did, but it was hysterical and silly because Israel had atomic weapons. They wanted to stop the Syrians or the Egyptians.
But we're talking about perceptions.
Yeah, here. I can't tell you if he was hysterical or not.
No, he was. For a day, he was
in the same room with him.
For a day, he was
hysterical. But I'm just saying, let's not bog down on that. The war is over, and when President Carter comes into power, Carter was an extremely...
How old is Norm again? Anybody remember?
Smart guy, Jimmy Carter, extremely smart guy. And he was very fixed on details. He was probably the most impressive of modern American presidents, in my opinion. By
How is it that Norm is the only one in here with drip?
Wide margin. And he was determined to resolve the conflict.
Do you see what I mean?
On a big scale, on the Arab-Israeli scale, on the Palestinian scale.
He's 70? God damn.
Issue. He wouldn't go past what he called the Palestinian homeland. He wouldn't
Palestinian national home.
And the Palestinian national home. He wouldn't go as far as a Palestinian state. I'm not going to go into the details of that. I don't think realistically, given the political balance of forces, that was going to happen, but that's a separate issue. let's get to the issue at hand, namely what is the obstacle, or what has been the obstacle since the early 1970s. Since roughly 1974, the Palestinians have accepted the two-state settlement on the June 1967 border. Now, as more pressure was exerted on Israel because the Palestinians seemed reasonable, the Israelis, to quote the Israeli political scientist Avner Yaniv, he since passed from the scene, he said, Yaniv in his book, Dilemmas of Security, he said that the big Israeli fear was what he called the Palestinian peace offensive. That was their worry, that the Palestinians were becoming too moderate. And unless you understand that, you can't understand the June 1982 Lebanon War. The purpose of the June 1982 Lebanon War was to liquidate the PLO in southern Lebanon because they were too moderate, the Palestinian peace offensive. I'm going to have to fast forward. There are many events. There's the First Intifada, then there's the Oslo Accord, and let's now go to the heart of the issue, namely the 2000-2001 negotiations. Well, the negotiations are divided into three parts for the sake of listeners. There's Camp David in July 2000. There are the Clinton parameters in December 2000. And then there are negotiations in Taba in Egypt in 2001. Those are the three phases. Now, I have studied the record probably to the point of insanity because there are so many details you have to master.
I'll vouch for that, the insanity part. Yeah.
I will vouch for it. I will personally vouch for it. There is one extensive record from that whole period from 2000 to, you could say, 2007. And that is what came to be called the Palestine Papers, which are about 15,000 pages of all the records of the negotiations. I have read through all of them, every single page. And this is what I find. If you look at Shlomo Ben Ami's book, which I have with me, Prophets Without Honor, it's his last book. He says, going into Camp David, that means July, going into Camp David, July 2000, he said the Israelis were willing to will withdraw from relinquish 92% of the West Bank.
Ben Ami was at Camp David.
Yeah, he was at Taba. He was also at Camp David. Israel wanted to keep all the major settlement blocks. It wanted to keep roughly 8% of the West Bank. They were allowing for, you put it at 84 to 90% in your books. They put it at roughly 92%. Israel was willing to give up.
It also depends how you calculate.
Yeah,
that also depends what stage Camp David, because there were 2 weeks.
I'll get to that.
Proposals changed during those 2 weeks.
Israel wants to keep all the major settlement blocks.
Means the border area of the West Bank.
Well, not the border. We have Ariel. We have Ma'ale Adumim. We have, as Condoleezza Rice called Ariel, she said it was a dagger into the heart of the West Bank. So they want to keep 8% of the land. They want to keep the settlement blocks. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. They will not budge an inch on the question of refugees. To quote Ehud Barak in the article he co-authored with you in the New York Review of Books, we will accept, and I think the quote's accurate, no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for what happened to the refugees. So forget about even allowing refugees to return. We accept no moral, legal, or historical responsibility for the refugees. And on Jerusalem, they wanted to keep large parts of Jerusalem. Now, how do we judge who is reasonable and who is not? Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. That's how he sees it. But what is the standard of reasonable? My standard is, what does international law say? International law says the settlements are illegal. Israel wants to keep all the settlement blocks. 15 judges, all 15, in the Wall decision in 2004, in July 2004, all 15 judges, including the American judge Bergenthal, ruled the settlements are illegal under international law. They want to keep 80% of the settlers. Under international law, all the settlers are illegal in the West Bank. They want to keep large parts of East Jerusalem. But under international law, East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. That's what the international...
No, not Palestinian, because there was no Palestine.
Okay.
There's never been a Palestinian state. How could it be Palestinian?
I listened patiently to you.
Sorry.
Under international law, if you read the decision, all territory, the 2004 Wall decision, all territory beyond the Green Line, which includes East Jerusalem, is occupied Palestinian territory.
The exception of the Golan Heights.
The designated unit, according to the International Court of Justice, the designated unit for Palestinian self-determination. And they deny any right whatsoever on the right of return. The maximum, I don't want to go into the details now, the maximum formal offer was by Ehud Olmert in 2008. He offered 5,000 refugees could return under what was called family reunification, 5,000 in the course of 5 years, and no recognition of any Israeli responsibility. So, if you use as the baseline what the UN General Assembly has said and what the International Court of Justice has said, if you use that baseline, international law, by that baseline, all the concessions came from the Palestinian side. Every single concession came from the Palestinian side. None came from the Israeli side. They may have accepted less than what they wanted, but it was still beyond what international law allocated to them. Now, you say...
Allocated to the Palestinians.
Allocated to Palestinians, yes. Thank you for the clarification. Now, about Arafat. Like the Mufti, never liked the guy. I think that was one of the only disagreements Mouin and I had when Arafat passed. You were a little sentimental, I was not. Never liked the guy. But politics, you don't have to like the guy. There was no question, nobody argues it, that whenever the negotiations started up, the Palestinians just kept saying the same things.
No.
No.
They kept saying no.
No. Professor Morris, with due respect, incorrect. They kept saying international legitimacy, international law, UN resolutions. They said, we already gave you what the law required. We gave that in 1988, November 1988, and then ratified again at Oslo in 1993. And they said, now we want what was promised us under international law. And that was the one point where everybody on the other side agreed. Clinton, don't talk to me about international law. Livni, during the Olmert administration, she said, I studied international law. I don't believe in international law. Every single member on the other side, they didn't want to hear from international law. And to my thinking, that is the only reasonable baseline for trying to resolve the conflict and Israel has, along with the U.S.
When has international law been relevant to any conflict basically in the world?
Hey, that's why
over the last 150 years.
That's why the Palestinians had to recognize Israel, because that's international law.
No, but international law is meaningless.
That was UN Resolution 242.
Conflicts are not solved by international law or in accordance with international law.
But then, Professor Morris, for argument's sake, let's agree on that. Strictly for argument's sake. What's the alternative? Dennis Ross said, we're going to decide who gets what on the basis of needs. So he says, Israel needs this, Israel needs that, Israel needs that. Dennis Ross decided to be the philosopher king. He's going to decide on the basis of needs. Well, if you asked me, since Gaza is one of the densest places on earth, it needs a good it
needs part of Sinai.
It needs a nice big chunk
of Sinai.
Well, not Sinai.
That's what it actually needs.
Okay, I don't even want to go there. It needs a nice big chunk.
Is he serious?
But I have to accept international.
Is that his idea of a joke? What the fuck was that?
Law says no. Okay,
international law is irrelevant.
Now Ben Ami says, I think the Israeli offer was reasonable. Okay, that's
and he's a reasonable guy.
That's he seems it, even though. Okay, I don't want to go there. I've debated him, and part I agree with you. But who decides what's reasonable? I think the international community, in its political incarnation, the General Assembly, the Security Council, all those UN Security Council resolutions saying the settlements are illegal, annexation of East Jerusalem is null and void, and the International Court of Justice. That, to me, is a reasonable standard. And by that standard, the Palestinians were asked to make concessions, which I consider unreasonable, or the international community considers unreasonable.
I think that the issue is when you apply international law or international standards, I wouldn't say what Benny Moore says, that they're irrelevant, but I think that these have to be seen as informing the conversation. I don't think these are the final shape of the conversation. I don't think historically Israel has ever negotiated within the strict bounds of whether we're talking Resolution 242, whether we're talking about any General Assembly resolutions. That's just not how these negotiations tend to go. You might consider international opinion on things, but at the end of the day, it's the bilateral negotiations, oftentimes historically started in secret, independent of the international community, that end up shaping what the final agreements look like. I think the issue with this broad appeal to international law is, again, going back to my earlier point about all of the euphemistic words, all it simply does is drive Palestinian expectations up to a level that is never going to be satisfied. For instance, you can throw that ICJ opinion all you want. It was an advisory opinion. That came in 2004. Have Palestinians gained more or less land since that 2004 advisory opinion was issued?
So what would your standard be then?
Both sides have to have a delegation that confronts each other, and they assess the realistic conditions on the ground, and they try to figure out within the confines of international law, within what both sides are reasonable for. But like, for instance, this statement of like full retreat from the West Bank, what is it, 400,000 settlers? How many settlers live in the West Bank now?
Probably 500,000.
Yeah,
depends if you include the Jerusalem suburbs or not.
400,000 or 500,000 people are never
with the Jerusalem suburbs, perhaps.
Yeah,
but Israel calls
half
that
a million people
Jerusalem, not settlements.
I know that, but that's not what the law calls it null and void.
We can say whatever we want until we're blue in the face, but like there's half a million Israeli people are not being expelled from the West.
My
It's not
response, you're basically saying, if I understand correctly, there's only one way to resolve this, and that is through direct bilateral negotiation.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. So,
or ideally, but
I've taken over your house. Okay. You're not going to go to the police because, the law is only of limited value. So you come over and sit in what is now my living room that used to be your living room, and we negotiate. The problem there is that you're not going to get anything unless I agree to it. And standards and norms and law and all the rest of it be damned. So you need to take into account that when you're advocating bilateral negotiations, that effectively that gives each of the parties veto power. And in the current circumstances, the Palestinians have already recognized Israel. They have
Wait, what? You keep bringing that up like it's a significant
not true.
concession,
It's not
and I
true.
don't. And even if
It's not even true.
it
Even
doesn't.
though
But it
they
doesn't. The
signed a
recognition
piece
from
of paper.
Palestine isn't doing anything for.
You're
Hamas totally rejects.
I'm not talking about Hamas.
Hamas is the majority among the Palestinian people. They won the elections in 2006.
They won a majority of the seats.
Yes, exactly.
They didn't win a majority of the votes.
Opinion
Right. It was a plurality.
That sounds
support
right.
the Hamas.
So a lot of times what IDF apologists will do is point to 2006, point to the elections, an election imposed on Gaza by the U.S., I think, and Israel, and the fact that Hamas won a plurality, right, which is less than 50%, but more than any other party of the seats, as a justification for war crimes against the Palestinian people, right? Well, these fuckers voted for Hamas, right? And it's like, no, not like 51% of Palestine did not vote for Hamas. You're I mean, that's a bullshit framing that you're proposing, and it's not true.
Hamas absolutely rejects Israel. So if Arafat in 1993 or whatever issued a sort of recognition of Israel.
It wasn't a sort of recognition.
Okay, a recognition of Israel. It's meaningless. It's meaningless.
It's meaningless.
And I don't believe that Arafat was sincere about it.
Does it matter what you or I think about
most
what
Israelis do, and that does matter.
Okay,
that does matter. But Hamas says no, and Hamas is the majority today.
So for years, for years, the Israeli and U.S. demand was that the Palestinians recognize 242 and 338. They did, but you're saying, okay, we demanded that they do this, but it was meaningless when they did it. Then the demand was that
a tactical thing. Yes.
Then the demand was that the PLO recognize Israel.
Tactical.
Okay, we demanded that they did this, and they did it, but it's meaningless.
And they never changed their charter, the PLO. You may remember that.
In fact,
they supposedly abrogated the old charter, but never came up with a new one.
No,
so there was no new charter.
But in 1996,
and Farouk Kaddoumi said, of course, the old charter is still in force.
Yes. But the point is, the Palestinians' demands are constantly made of them, and when they accede to those demands, they're then told, actually, what you did is meaningless. So here's a new set of demands. I mean, it's like a hamster.
There's no new set of demands.
It's like a hamster. Let me tell you what.
Let me tell you what the
that will be told, if you run fast enough, you'll get out of the cage.
No. The bottom line is that Israel would like a Palestinian Sadat. It wants the Palestinians. Listen.
This
just
is
let me
really
finish.
a worst case scenario.
Okay, let me just because they shot Sadat. But anyhow, the Israelis want the Palestinians. Israelis want the Palestinians to actually accept the legitimacy of the state of Israel and the Zionist project, and then live side by side with them in two states. That's what the Israelis. I don't even know if it's true. I don't even know if that's true today.
And what is the formal position of this Israeli government?
No, I'm saying I don't know if it exists.
Okay,
today,
its predecessor and its predecessor. Come on.
That's what Israelis want. They want a change of psyche among the Palestinians. And if that doesn't happen, there won't be a Palestinian state.
Mouin has an interesting point.
Forget international law.
I know you want to forget it, just like you want to forget the genocide charge. But I know you want to forget that.
Well, the Palestinians want to forget it too, and it doesn't suit them as well, right?
But here's the problem, and it's exactly the problem that Mouin just brought up. Now, I read carefully your book, One State, Two States. With all due respect, absolutely a disgrace. Coming from you.
Most reviewers didn't agree with you, though.
Yeah, coming from you was like you wrote it in your sleep. It's nothing compared to what you wrote before. I don't know why you did it. In my opinion, you ruined your reputation. Not totally, but you undermined it with that book. But let's get to the issue that Mouin wrote. Here's what you said. You said, formally, yes, it's true. The Palestinians recognize Israel. But then you said, viscerally, in their hearts, they didn't really recognize Israel. So I thought to myself, how does Professor Morrison know what's in the hearts of Palestinians? I don't know. I was surprised as a historian you would be talking about what's lurking in the hearts of Palestinians. But then you said something which was really interesting. You said even if in their hearts they accepted Israel, you said, quote, rationally, they could never accept Israel because they got nothing. They had this beautiful Palestine, and now they're reduced to just a few pieces, a few parcels of land.
So they will never accept it.
So, yes, so you said there's no way they can accept
no,
it.
I would say that as well.
Yeah,
the
so,
two-state solution, as proposed, doesn't make any sense.
Exactly as Moeen said, you keep moving the goalposts
no.
until we reach the point where we realize, according to Benny Morris, there can't be a solution. So why don't you just say that outright? Why don't you say it outright? That according to you, the Palestinians can never be reasonable. Because according to you...
They want all of Palestine.
According to you, they couldn't possibly agree to a two-state settlement because it's such a lousy settlement. That's what you say.
Palestine.
But you said rationally they couldn't accept it, not their feelings.
It's both.
You said rational. You went from formally, viscerally, rationally. So now we're reaching the point where, according to Benny Morris, the Palestinians can't be reasonable because reasonably they have to reject two states.
They want all of Palestine.
Moeen is absolutely correct. There's no way to resolve the problem according to your logic.
Palestine. He said that himself. He said they should dismantle Israel. That's what he's saying.
What I said.
He didn't say that.
Israel.
What I said, and I've written.
I'm glad you didn't deny it.
I've written extensively on this issue on why a two-state settlement is still feasible, and I came out in support of that proposition. Perhaps in my heart, you can see that I was just bullshitting, but that's what I actually wrote. That was a number of years ago. And just as a matter of historical record, beginning in the early 1970s, there was fierce debate within the Palestinian national movement about whether to accept or reject. And there were three schools of thought. There was one that would accept nothing less than the total liberation of Palestine. There was a second that accepted what was called the establishment of a fighting national authority on Palestinian soil, which they saw as a springboard for the total liberation of Palestine. And there was a third school that believed that under current dynamics and so on, that they should go for a two-state settlement. And our friend and correspondent, Kauter Loerse, has written a very perceptive article on when the PLO, already in 1976, came out in open support of a two-state resolution at the Security Council. PLO accepted it. Israel, of course, rejected it. But the resolution didn't pass because the U.S. and the UK vetoed it. It was both of them.
I think it was 9-5.
Okay. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that the PLO came to accept a two-state settlement. Why they did it, I think, is irrelevant. And subsequently, the PLO acted on the basis of seeking to achieve a two-state settlement. The reason, I think, and I think, Norm, you've written about this, the reason that Arafat was so insistent on getting the minimally acceptable terms for a two-state settlement at Camp David and afterwards was precisely because he knew that once he signed, that was all the Palestinians were going to get. If his intention had been, I'm not accepting Israel, I simply want a springboard, he would have accepted a Palestinian state in Jericho. But he didn't. He insisted.
That's something I've never understood. He should have logically accepted the springboard and then from there launched his next stage.
He
should have done that.
International law would put a real constraint on him.
No, but
once he accepted, it was over.
Constitutionally, he was incapable of signing.
Well,
I don't know that.
If that's,
you're right that he should have accepted it.
But if you're correct, okay, that he was really out to eliminate Israel, then he wouldn't have cared about the borders. He wouldn't have cared about what the thing said about refugees. He would have gotten a sovereign state and used that to achieve that purpose. But I think it was precisely because he recognized that he was not negotiating for a springboard. He was negotiating permanent status that he was such a stickler about the details. The second,
as a factual matter, he wasn't such a stickler. When they asked him how many refugees, the numbers.
It was a principle rather than the numbers.
Principle.
He said I would be pragmatic about it.
Yes, and the numbers that were used at Annapolis were between 100 and 250,000 refugees over 10 years. That was the number. Arafat, when he was asked at Camp David, he kept saying, I care about the Lebanese, the Palestinian refugees in Lebanon, which came to about 300,000, which was a large concession from whether you accept the number or not, that he wasn't talking about 6 million. He was talking about between 100 and 250,000 over 10 years. Now, the best offer that came from the Palestinians, the best offer that came from Israel was the Olmert offer.
Can we just pretend like we didn't all lay out the exceptionally pessimistic view of a two-state solution? Let's pretend that in 5 years and 10 years, a two-state peace settlement is reached. And as historians, you'll still be here and writing about it 20 years from now. How would it have happened?
I think that historically, I think that the big issue is, I think that both sides have had their own internal motivations to fight because they feel like they have something to gain from it. But I think as time has gone on, unfortunately, the record proves that the Palestinian side is delusional. The longer that the conflict endures, the worse position they'll be in. But for some reason, they've never had a leader that convinced them of that as much. That Arafat thought that if he held on, there was always a better deal around the corner. Abbas is more concerned with trying to maintain any legitimacy amongst Palestinians than actually trying to negotiate anything realistic with Israel. That Palestinians are always incentivized to feel like as long as they keep fighting, either the international community is going to save them with the 5 millionth UN resolution condemning whatever, that another ICJ advisory opinion is finally going to lead to the expulsion of 500,000 Jews from the West Bank, or that some other international body, the ICJ and the genocide charge, is going to come and save the Palestinians. As long as they, in their mind, feel like somebody is coming to save them, then they feel like they're going to have the ability to get something better in the future. But the reality is all of the good.
So we talked about the nature of the negotiations, the kind of leverage that Palestine has, depending on whether it is at a bilateral negotiation table with Israel versus the other nations in the area being at the peace table along with them. And essentially Destiny is arguing that the Palestinians need to give up, with no signs of good faith on the other side. Look, if just like Israel has the leverage in a bilateral situation and can negotiate the terms, to being more in their favor, in a bilateral relationship, the Palestinians don't have any sort of guarantee that they're even going to stick to those terms, even if Arafat, took the shit sandwich, right?
Partners for peace that the Palestinians have completely and utterly abandoned them. Egypt, Jordan, the Gulf states, whether you're talking bilateral peace or the Abraham Accords, most of the Arab leaders in negotiating peace with Israel have just not had as much of an interest in maintaining the rights and the representations of what the Palestinian people want. And the only people they have today to draw legitimacy from or to have on their side to argue with them are people that, I guess, write books or tweet, or people in the international community that do resolutions or Amnesty International reports. And the reality is, we can scream until we're blue in the face on these things. None of it has gotten any closer to helping the Palestinians in any sense of the word. The condition has only gotten worse. The settlements only continue to expand. The military operations are only to get more brutal. The blockade is going to continue to have worse effects. As long as we use international law as the basis, and there isn't a Sadat-like Palestinian leader that's willing to come up and confront Israel with the brave, peaceful negotiations to force them to acquiesce.
But the problem is that Stephen's not recognizing that the kind of leadership, as he calls it, of a hypothetical Palestinian Sadat will be seen as betrayal. In other words, nobody can lead. Nobody can lead with that policy. Having that policy, you you become a collaborator. You are not a leader. You are not going to be able to hold power. In other words, this is just so ridiculous. I don't know what, like, he's talking about. He's trying to make an argument from a pragmatic approach, and yet there's nothing practical or pragmatic about it.
Is going to happen. And I think that the issue you come up with is, whether it's people like Norm that talk about how brave the October 7th attacks were or how much respect they have for those fighters, the Israel, in a way, and I think people have said as much about Netanyahu, the right wants violence from the Palestinians because it always gives them a perpetual excuse to further the conflict. Well, we have to go in October 7th, and we've got to remove Hamas.
Let's be real, Stephen. They didn't need an excuse then, and they don't need an excuse now.
So we can't trust these people in the West. We have to do the night raids because of, the second Intifada, it made us feel like the Palestinian people didn't want trust with us. I feel like the biggest thing that would force Israel to change its path would be a real, not for like 2 weeks, but an actual peaceful Palestinian leader, somebody committed to peace that is able to apply those standards and hold the entire region of Palestine to those standards. Because I think over time, the mounting pressure from without the international community and the mounting pressure from within, because Israel hosts a lot of its own criticism. If we talk about Bet Salem, we talk about Haaretz, like Israel will host a lot of its own criticism. I think that pressure would force Israel towards an actual peace agreement, but it's never going to come through violence. Historically, it hasn't. And in the modern day, violence has just hurt the Palestinians more and more.
If you paint a picture of the future, now is a good moment for both Palestine and Israel to get new leadership. Netanyahu's on the way out. Hamas possibly is on the way out. Who should rise to the top such that a peaceful settlement can be reached?
The problem is, like Benny said, it's difficult because Hamas enjoys so much widespread support amongst the Palestinian people. I think that I don't know.
Yeah, you put people in a situation like that, and the most militant faction will enjoy a huge amount of support.
There's opinions on whether democracy or pushing them towards elections was the right or wrong idea. But with like an Islamic fundamentalist government for Hamas, I don't know if a negotiation with Israel ever happens there. And then when the international pressure is always, 67 borders, infinite right of return for refugees, and a total withdrawal of Israel from all these lands to even start negotiations, I just don't see realistically that on the Palestinian side, no negotiations are ever going to start in a place that Israel is willing to accept.
If you want to dismiss international law, that's fine, but then you have to do it consistently. You can't set standards for the Palestinians, but reject applying those standards to Israel. If we're going to have the law of the jungle, then we can all be beasts, and not only some of us. And I think, so it's either that, or you have certain agreed standards that are intended to regulate our conduct, all of our conduct, not just some of us.
Well, what
so
are the
that's a
standards you think
fundamental.
I'm saying to abandon?
Well, you're saying, international law and the millionth UN resolution. You're being very dismissive about all
Well,
these
I'm
things,
saying,
and that's fine.
I'm not
but
being
then you have
dismissive.
to be
I'm just
dismissive.
saying, like, for instance, like
across the
242,
board.
that was a Chapter 6 resolution. That's non-binding. But 242
Of
is
course it's
saying
binding.
What
Of
is-
course it's
absolutely
binding.
not.
What is binding? Do you know anything about how the UN system
Binding,
works?
if you read the language of the resolution, binding is
okay.
typically if it commits you to upholding a particular international law or if it
What
establishes
is
a new
Chapter
law.
6? You just throw out words. You hear binding,
Does
not
242
binding.
even does 242
Chapter-
mention a Palestinian state?
No,
Norm.
Of course
That's
not.
part of the
Okay,
problem.
then-
That
Yes,
was the
exactly.
reason why the
So-
Palestinians didn't want to recognize 242 because it only referred at the very end.
Sure,
to
but the PLO
refugee
recognized
problem.
181 and 242.
Yeah, but hold on. Every United Nations Security Council resolution, irrespective of under which chapter it was adopted, is by definition binding. Binding not only on the members of the Security Council, but on every member state of the UN. Read the UN Charter. It's black and white.
Sure, people
Okay.
can look that
Now
up if they want,
regarding
but
yes,
the language even of 242 is kept intentionally vague, such that it doesn't actually provide again the
it's
final
actually
contours.
not that vague
It's
because
incredibly
the term "land for peace" originates in 242.
Sure,
the
but
idea
part about
is
territorial acquisition and Israel's need to give it
Okay.
up was kept vague.
Okay,
That's why in
But- but-
79
you
Israel
asked-
thought that
you
they
asked a
fulfilled their
separate question.
obligations under
Allow me
242 in
points
terms
of
of withdraw.
information. Allow me points of information.
Yeah.
The first principle in UN Resolution 242 is that the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force.
Which is meaningless.
It may be meaningless to you, Mr.
It was
Bonnell.
meaningless to everyone in
Okay,
the region.
Mr. Bonnell, that principle was adopted by the Friendly Nations Resolution, the UN General Assembly in 1970. That resolution was then reiterated in the International Court of Justice ruling advisory opinion in 2004. That was the basis of the coalition against Iraq when it acquired Kuwait and then declared it a province of Kuwait.
Yep, which Arafat supported.
That's what's called. That's
true.
Arafat did support it.
Arafat did support it.
Why do you have such a shitty deal with the Oslo
It's not
Accords?
accurate. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there.
It's not accurate that Arafat endorsed.
Okay, I'm not going to go there.
Okay.
It's called under international law use cogans or peremptory norms of international law, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war. That is not controversial. It's not vague. You couldn't put it more succinctly. You cannot acquire territory by force under international law.
On the West Bank before 67. Who owned the Gaza Strip before 67?
Mr. Bennell, don't change the subject. If you don't know what you're talking about, at least have the humility. You talk about
how close has 242 gotten? How close has 242 gotten to the Palestinians to peace?
From tweet 5. You have no idea what you're talking about. It's just so embarrassing. At least have some humility. Between us, we've read maybe 10,000 books on the topic, and you've read 2 Wikipedia entries, and you start talking about chapter 6. Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me.
Do you know what chapter 7 is?
Answer me a question. How close has 242 gotten the Palestinians to a state?
Let
How
me
close has the
answer that.
2004 advisory opinion gotten the West Bank settlement?
What's your alternative?
The alternative is not this, whatever this making money off the conflict is. The actual alternative,
Destiny should talk about making money off
your
of
media blitz,
idiocy.
where you go and talk to 50 million different people about
your
your awesome
point.
But
solution.
he has a point there.
The issue is you have
all
to
these
negotiate.
resolutions have gotten the Palestinians no
Nothing.
closer
but hold on
to
a
a
second.
state.
Because they haven't been enforced because of the U.S. veto.
They're not going to be enforced.
Well,
wait.
Okay.
Nowhere.
If I may.
You know what, Professor Morris?
About the case for genocide.
Professor Morris, because of your logic, and I'm not disputing it, that's why October 7th happened.
Oh my God.
Because there was no options left for those people. Exactly what Moeen
And now
said.
what options are left? After October 7th, what's the options left?
Listen to this.
The only option is combat.
Bennell is now an expert on Palestinian mentality.
You're contradicting yourself.
I only deal in facts. I only deal in facts. Egypt didn't find it necessary to negotiate peace with the Palestinians. Jordan didn't find it necessary to negotiate peace with the Palestinians. The Abraham Accords didn't include the Palestinians. Despite all of the international law.
Everybody, Moeen. You're contradicting yourself. On the one hand, you're saying all the Palestinians do is fight and violence and terrorism and all the rest of it. But on the other hand, you're saying they're expecting salvation from UN resolutions and
from a
international
political process. Yeah.
No, but it's part of maintaining. It's the continual putting off of negotiating any solution.
They've negotiated.
As in when Arafat takes 10 days to respond. When Arafat takes 10 days to respond and hops on a jet all over the world to go and visit his friends. Yes.
But
putting the conflict off
they
indefinitely.
accepted 2 states in 1975. Brace yourself.
Why didn't they accept the top of summit then?
No,
that's 50 years ago.
This is a
That's
legend.
a half century ago.
No, they didn't accept the 2-state solution.
He quoted a very good article.
You can quote Arafat talking about how he's lying and he's just going to use in 94 and in 95 when he's making trips around the world, how he just wants to use it as the starting ground. I'm sorry, I can talk slow. You can watch YouTube video and slow it down to 0.5 speed if you don't understand what I'm saying.
Let me. There's a very lengthy history of Israeli-Palestinian negotiations. You want to deny that those negotiations took place,
where it feels like there was a good faith effort, where there was a good faith effort, where it was a good faith effort.
We have a written record.
With all due respect,
we have a written record,
Mr. Pop historian.
Burrell.
You can't even read the written records. I don't know why you're referring to it.
Excuse me. I just said there are 15,000 pages on Annapolis,
and I'm sure you cherry picked your favorite quotes from all of them. Okay, that's great. That's
Mr.
great.
Burrell, at least I had a quote to cherry
That's
pick.
great.
All you have is Wikipedia.
I gave you quotes.
All you have is Wikipedia.
Do you want quotes? Find me the information that shows the Palestinian cause has been furthered by any international law. You can't do it.
I think the problem is different. Okay, you want to say the Palestinians were only fighting, and then when I point out they've also gone to the court,
Mr.
you want to say, well, all they do then
Teddy.
is these things, and you say they should be negotiating, and I demonstrate that there was a lengthy record of negotiations. Said, yeah, but they didn't go in good faith. Again, you're placing the hamster in the wheel and telling him if he runs fast enough, maybe one day he'll get out of the cage.
What was the best good
okay,
faith
and
negotiations
please,
on the side
if
of
I
the...
could just finish. I think the fundamental problem here is not what the Palestinians have and haven't done. And it's perfectly legitimate to have a discussion about whether they could have been more effective. Of course they could have been more effective. Everyone could have always been more effective. The fundamental issue here is that Israel has never been prepared to concede the legitimacy of Palestinian national rights in the land of the former British Mandate of Palestine.
Then how do you explain Taba Summit? How do you explain the
No,
Camp
Barak
David?
and Olmert did.
How do you explain
accept
Olmert's
the
offer to
legitimacy
Abbas? Yeah.
of Palestinian demands? This is
well,
but they just didn't want to give the Palestinians all of Palestine. That's all.
No, all of Palestine.
All of Palestine.
You mean all of the occupied territories?
No.
You're talking about all of Palestine.
Well, wait, what is the occupied? What is the occupied territories?
The occupied territories.
Is that all of Israel?
The occupied territories are those territories that Israel occupied in June of 1967.
Palestinians often use that term to define the whole of Palestine,
Could you show me,
not just the West Bank.
Could you show me, Professor Morris, in all the negotiations, and all the accounts that have been written, can you show me one where the Palestinians in the negotiations, because that's what we were talking about, wanted all of Israel? The maximum.
They can't say that because the international community won't accept it.
So they didn't say it. They didn't ask for it.
No, the Hamas did. The Hamas always said all of it.
Hamas only negotiated with Israel about prisoner exchanges.
Yeah, no, I know. But
we
they
were talking
represent
about
a lot of the Palestinian people. You will agree.
The only place I saw pieces of Israel were the land swaps, and the land swaps accounted for about 2 to 5% of Israel. Nobody asked for all of Israel.
What do you mean? They asked for all of Israel in 48. They asked for all of Israel in 67.
Okay,
what do you
Mr.
think those
Brunel,
wars were about? You're not going to respond to anything I'm saying.
Oh my God.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Bennell.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean about the limitations of debate, right? There's some basic teaching that needs to go on about the conflict in 67. That's just not, present in Destiny and Benny's analysis here.
Diplomatic negotiations beginning with 2000, 2001.
You can't pretend that the first ask for Israel was in diplomacy.
Okay.
It was through war.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Is the international law argument ever going to get the Palestinians?
So yeah, Norm's got a sort of a dilemma here, right? He's saying he's choosing, I guess he's choosing violence. He's saying you don't know what you're talking about. He could try to correct the record, but like I said, when you're explaining, you're losing. So yeah, this is where debate really sucks.
Closer to say it, is the Israeli state ever going to be dismantled? Do you think that's realistic coming up ever in the next 20 years?
Again, I'm posing a question, and the question is, regardless of what's feasible or realistic today, the question I'm posing is, can you have peace in the Middle East with this militant, irrational, genocidal, apartheid state in power?
Hamas? I don't think so, no.
Okay, and the question I'm asking is, can you have peace with this regime, or does this regime and its institutions need to be dismantled, similar to what the examples I gave of Europe and Southern Africa?
How do you contend with the fact that most of the surrounding Arab states seem to agree that you can?
Yeah, you're correct. Several of them.
It's in their fucking self-interest, Destiny.
Most importantly, Egypt, Jordan have made.
And it depends too on, the attitude, of the people of those nations at the time, right? You're going to have sort of a ruling elite of those surrounding nations that, has a certain set of self-interest that do involve, being able to just, normalize relations, as they say, with Israel. But when shit like this goes on, you're going to have a public within those states that might make their cynical decisions, their willingness to negotiate a separate peace might make that so unpopular as to be untenable. And that's where, literally, like, Netanyahu will fuck around and find out.
Their peace with Israel. I should add that Israel's conduct since then has placed these relations under strain. I had very little, I didn't take the reports of a Saudi-Israeli rapprochement particularly seriously before October 7th. The reason being that it was really a Saudi-Israeli-U.S. deal, which committed the U.S. To make certain commitments to Saudi Arabia that would probably never get through Congress.
Do you not consider the Egypt-Israeli peace deal legitimate then, since the United States made a great financial contribution to Egypt?
I don't think the question is whether that deal is legitimate or not. I think that deal exists, but the point is whether the core of this conflict is not between Israel and Egypt. The core of this conflict is between Israel and the Palestinian people. And the reason that Israel agreed to relinquish the occupied Egyptian Sinai, and the reason that Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty was signed in 1979 is because Israel in 1973 recognized that its military superiority was ultimately no match for Egypt's determination to recover its occupied territories, and that there would come a point when Egypt would find a way to extract an unbearable price.
Maybe just the Israelis wanted peace.
Well, the Israelis
not just because they were afraid of what Egypt might do at some point.
If you're talking about the average Israeli citizen, I think that's a fair characterization. If you're talking about the Israeli leadership, I think they looked at it in more strategic terms. How do you remove the most powerful Arab military state
simple
from the
points.
equation?
What was the terms of that Egypt-Israel peace treaty? International law. Egypt demanded
nobody cared about international law.
Allow me to finish. Every single inch of Egyptian
talked about international law. Begin and Carter and Sadat talked about the reality.
No, Professor Morris, I know the record. They demanded, as you know, because you've written about
Rabbani absolutely killing it here.
They demanded every square inch, as you know. They demanded the oil fields be dismantled.
No, that's in the
airfields.
No, not dismantled. They wanted the oil fields.
And they wanted the settlements dismantled. The settlements, the oil fields, and the airfield. They demanded all three back. You can't have.
What do you mean back? The airfields weren't there when the Egyptians were there.
That's incorrect. You're incorrect. They built an airfield. The Israelis built an airfield in the occupied Sinai, and they wanted it back.
They didn't want it back. It wasn't theirs. They wanted the territory in which the airfield Israel had built back.
The oil fields, the airfields, the settlements had to be dismantled.
Yes.
Begin said, "I don't want to be the first prime minister to dismantle a settlement," but he did. Why? Because of the law.
No, it was because of peace. It was normalization
of the law. The law had nothing to do with anything. It was a negotiation between two states, each of which wanted certain
Palestinians
things. The law had nothing to do with anything.
As they said repeatedly in the negotiations.
You're not listening.
I know.
You're missing the whole point.
I've read the negotiations.
The law has nothing to do with anything.
There are two foreign relations of U.S. volumes on
Nobody cares about the law.
The Palestinians kept saying, we want exactly...
Forget the Palestinians, they weren't there.
Allow me to finish. The Palestinians kept saying, we want what Egypt got. We want what Egypt got.
Yeah.
Egypt got everything
but
back.
But nothing to do with the law.
Okay.
Nothing to do with
And number two, I'm not saying it's the whole picture, but as Foreign Minister Moshe Dayan said at the time, he said, if a car has 4 wheels and you remove 1 wheel, the car can't move. And for them, removing Egypt from the Arab front would then remove any Arab military threat to Israel.
It's got nothing to do with international law.
The first part did. And that's what the Palestinians kept saying. We want what Egypt got from the settlement.
That's true. But forget international law.
And by the
Had
way,
nothing to do
one
with
last thing, on a personal note. The quote about Sharm el-Sheikh without peace, okay. That's the only thing you ever cited from a book of mine.
I cited you.
I was absolutely shocked at your betrayal of your people. That was pure treason. It was.
I apologize for that.
Damn.
I accept.
All right. Well, let me try once again. For the region and for just entirety of humanity, what gives you hope? We just heard a lot of pessimistic, cynical takes. What gives you hope?
Don't like war. That's a good reason. That's hope. In other words, the fear of war, the disaster of war, should give people an impetus to try and seek peace.
When you look at people in Gaza and people in the West Bank, people in Israel,
they should want
fundamentally they hate war.
Yes, I think so.
What gives you hope?
There is no hope. No, it's an extreme. No, I'm not happy to say that.
Of course you are.
It's a very bleak moment right now, because
that I agree with.
Israel believes it has to restore what it calls its deterrence capability. I think you've written about it, actually. I just realized. Israel has to restore its deterrence capability, and after the catastrophe of October 7th, restoring its deterrence capacity means this part you didn't write about, the annihilation of Gaza, and then moving on to the Hezbollah. So the Israelis are dead set on restoring that deterrence capability. On the Arab side, and I know Mouin and I have disagreed on it, and we're allowed to disagree, I think the Arab side, the lesson they learned...
I mean, Destiny's just being Destiny.
...from October 7th is Israelis aren't as strong as we thought they were. And
that would be an unfortunate message if that's really what the Arabs come to believe.
And they think that there is a military option now. And I think it's a zero-sum game at this point, and it's very, very bleak. And I'm not going to lie about that. Now, I will admit my predictive capacities are not perfect, are limited. Yes. But for the moment, it's a very bleak situation.
That I agree with.
And I don't see right now a way out. However, at the very minimum, permanent ceasefire and the inhuman and illegal blockade of Gaza and
why is it illegal? They were shooting rockets at Israel for 20 years. Okay, why is that illegal to blockade Gaza?
He thinks they're bottle rockets.
Why is it illegal? I'll tell you why.
You don't rocket your neighbor. You rocket your neighbor, expect consequences.
I'll tell you why.
Expect consequences.
But that works both ways.
Yes,
I know, I expect that.
Professor Morris,
both ways.
I'll tell you why. Because every human rights, humanitarian, and UN organization in the world has said... that the blockade
nobody cares about amnesty.
Is a form of collective punishment, which is illegal under international law.
Illegal. The word
you think a blockade?
You don't understand the way the world works.
Yeah.
These things are irrelevant.
And you think confining, because that's the block.
Like, no, Destiny's trying to cast like you heard what he said about Norm. Like, oh, so you can go around on your world tour and make all this money and be this big freaking superstar. I don't know, chat. Half of me thinks that maybe Destiny's jealous of Norm. I mean, you know Norm's story. You know how he was like blacklisted out of academia. You know how he was like a persona non grata at any of the news stations. And this issue comes up where Norm has literally written the book. He is one of the preeminent voices for Palestine when people start to, because of the extreme acts of Israel, develop a little bit of empathy for Palestinians, right? But Destiny's like, yo, yeah, you love this, don't you? You love, like, I don't know, like he might as well accuse like Norm of using the Palestinians as like human shields, like the same way that like the same way that Benny was saying that placing the blame of the death of the civilians on Hamas, right? Destiny's like, just accusing accusing Norm of like enjoying and profiting from, like, it's the most cynical fucking thing you could imagine, and I don't know what the reason is. Like I said, he's a jealous guy. Norm's getting all the attention right now, and he's not, right? So I don't know. It could be that. It could be, it just could be frustration out of losing. Spite. Yeah, it's spite. It's some kind of spite. Some spite from somewhere.
Okay. Yes, you don't
confining a million children.
That's the choice of Hamas.
Combining
that's Hamas'
a million
choice.
Children in what the Economist called a human rubbish sheep.
The Economist supported Israel in this war and continues to support Israel.
What International Committee of the Red Cross called a sinking ship, what the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights called a toxic slum. You think
it is a slum? Of course, it's a slum.
You think,
but it's caused by
under
the
international law. You think it's legitimate?
Forget the law.
Hey, I know you want to forget the law.
What about
it's the
morality?
One thing that
What about
Destiny's talking about himself and how he's trying to profit from this? Exactly, like the same fucking logic could be used at him, and not just about this situation either. Like, what is the content that he does? Does he seem to care about stuff? Does he seem to have like an honest like passion and an ideology and a? Is he coming from a place of empathy, or is this like pretty much a business for him at this point? I don't know.
It's what every Israeli fears the most.
The only way this could get worse is if they invited Ethan Klein into the. I mean, there's some other bad faith interlocutors. Obviously, people have mentioned Rabbi Shmuley, or as Destiny calls him, Rabbi Smuley. Rabbi Smooly. They could bring Rabbi Smooth. He thinks Rabbi is the dude's first name. Like, he literally didn't get that. Like, it's Rabbi Shmooly.
What?
The loaner box. Oh God, so cursed.
No.
Look, I'm hoping that Norm would just use his stand, and loaner box would like dissolve.
He said, I studied international law. I oppose international law. Of course you don't want to hear about the law.
That's got nothing to do with anything.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Yeah.
Then don't complain about October 7th. If you don't want to, if you want to say, forget about the law.
All I said was they acted like barbarians.
Then there is no international humanitarian law. There's no distinction between civilians.
Yeah, if you want to make this about leverage and power, then that is a bed that you probably don't want to sleep in. Like, I'm just saying.
And combatants,
there should be.
And then the only time somebody gets confused that they do is when the shoe is on their foot, when they are their side, the side that they're predisposed to agree with is in power.
So now you're doing what Moeen said. You're becoming very selective about the law. If you want to forget about the law, Hamas had every right to do what it did. It had every right to do what it did, according to you, not to me, because you want to forget the law.
Do you still support the Houthis shooting random ships?
Absolutely.
Oh, we're on to the Houthis. We're on to, wow. Okay, I didn't see this going here, but I should have expected it.
Okay, that's a violation of international law.
Seeing Norm like this is hot. Listen, I'm just saying that for a 70-year-old, I do not expect this amount of drip. Like, I feel like the moderator should accrue a penalty against Norm Finkelstein's side for the excessive drip that he is showing. Like, it's like are you allowed to drip that hard? I'm not sure.
You play the same game.
Absolutely. And were there a power during World War II?
The only one at that table with drip
who had the courage of the Houthis.
He's like over twice Destiny's age, isn't he? No, somewhere close to there though.
Power that had that kind of courage.
So courageous to be bombing merchant ships while tens of thousands of people die of actual starvation. Not the starvation that exists in the Gaza Strip, where people before October 7th don't die of starvation. Not the concentration camps of the Gaza Strip.
What about starvation in Yemen? Don't they have something better to do?
That was the Houthis.
Yes, I know.
No, Destiny, they're just put on quote unquote a diet. It's literally like, sanctions that are designed to like limit the number of calories Gazans get under like, you know, what the recommended amount is.
Don't they have anything
And you
better
know,
to
in
do?
3 years, they
Shouldn't
lost
they be feeding?
180,000
Shouldn't
people.
they be feeding the
You know,
Yemenis?
60,000
Why
Yemenis died in starvation.
Why fight the Western powers and Israel when you should be taking care of your problems at home, the Houthis?
Often the only allies of the dispossessed
Do you want them to literally become pirates and just start, you know?
are those who experience similar.
Like I know Hassan has made the you know, the comparison to One Piece as a joke, but
circumstances.
Don't you think that they should take care of the Yemeni?
Well, I mean, Destiny's trying to say before October 7th, but that doesn't mean there's not deprivation. I don't even know if he's, you know, right on the.
I'm very happy. I'm very happy they're helping out the Palestinians.
Images of this is
anyone who helps
It's
the
at the
people.
expense of the Yemenis.
Anybody,
pay for
anybody who comes to the aid of those suffering a genocide, half of whom are children. Yeah, according to the most current UN reports, as of today, 1/4 of the population of Gaza
is starving.
That means 500,000 children
are starving,
are on the verge of famine.
They keep saying on the verge of.
On the verge of.
I have not seen one
years ago?
Palestinian.
Oh, I didn't know that they were going to get this like gruesome
die of starvation in these last 4 months.
Well,
Not one.
there have
They're
been
always on the
documented
verge.
cases.
What are you talking about, bro?
On the verge.
There have been documented cases.
I haven't seen it.
Yesterday, Al Jazeera said 6, and the day before that, they said 2. So those are the 2.
That number probably dies in Israel of starvation also.
I don't think there's famine in Israel.
There isn't. There isn't in the Gaza Strip either. It's something which is produced for the Western.
There are infants dying due to a engineered lack of access to food and
I
nutrition.
don't think it's engineered. I think if the Hamas stopped shooting, perhaps,
Unfortunately,
as you said, engineered.
I think Human Rights Watch called it using starvation as a weapon. That's called engineering.
Okay.
That's what they did, but you were pushed on this by Coleman Hughes to bring up like an example of why is the Gaza Strip, like by what metric are they starving? By what metric is it so behind the rest of the world?
You know, if we're going to bring up...
well, I want to hear an answer to that, because you didn't answer it
Okay,
before.
I'm happy to answer it.
Yeah.
I just quoted you from the humanitarian organizations. They said 1/4 of the population of Gaza is now verging on famine.
Before October 7th.
Okay,
Before October
I'm not
7th.
going before October.
That is such fucked up thinking, right? The whole idea that like we're not going to even consider the idea that genocide is a plausible outcome because the ICJ can't instantly render a finding that this is currently right now genocide, right? Because it takes years to make decisions like that. So because of that, don't do anything proactive to prevent a genocide from happening, like the ICJ suggested, like that was in their report. And at the same time, you know, if insufficient calories, unless it is resulting in the literal death by starvation of like massive numbers of people, is completely acceptable, completely all right. Even when you've got, you know, you should have plenty of food, and you've got, you know, people in Israel talking about putting, you know, Palestinians on quote unquote a diet, by which they mean reducing their caloric intake to under what is, you know, considered to be sufficient.
But you use that as justification for Hamas fighting. You say the conditions were unlivable. They had to,
like literally people had to die for Benny to like back down off of this. I don't really believe anybody's actually starving. It was like, no, Destiny's like, no, they literally are. Like there's like confirmed cases, right? And we're still arguing against like any consideration of that. That's so fucked up.
I said to him.
So my question is, what made it unlivable prior to October 7th? What are the metrics that you're using?
There were about 5, 6, or 7 reports issued by UNCTAD, issued by the World Bank, issued by the International Monetary Fund, and they all said that's why.
Why did they say why?
Okay,
why did they say that?
That's why The Economist, not a radical periodical, described Gaza as a human rubbish.
So tell me by what metrics? If you're a historian, if you do all this work to get the things, tell me what they said. Don't just tell me a sentence. Tell me by what metric.
Bennell.
He's not going to answer again.
I don't think I've avoided any of your questions,
you have.
except when they breached the threshold of complete imbecility.
So you're about to tell me
I've
by what
answered.
metric
So,
the Gaza Strip is a
I'm going to
humanitarian
answer
crisis?
you. You remember what I said a moment ago? I said to Professor Morris, I defer to expertise. I look at what the organizations say. I look at what the United Nations High Commissioner
Just
for
say
Human
in more
Rights
words
said.
that you don't know. You don't know or you don't
know.
care. Okay,
I don't
that's
know.
fine.
Do you know how complicated? Have you ever investigated how complicated is the metric for hunger, starvation, and famine? It is such a...
Why is destiny a thing? Good question. That's a complicated question. I feel like I could do a video essay on that. Why is destiny?
Complicated.
Literally, why is destiny?
A metric they figured out. If you asked me to repeat it now, I couldn't do it.
And yet we have a human development index where we rank countries, yet we can still measure infant mortality, life expectancy. We can measure all of these things.
Maureen, I'm holding out for you here. You still didn't answer the hope question. What gives you a source of hope about the region?
Well, first of all, I would agree with Benny Morris and Norman Finkelstein that the current situation is bleak, and I think it would be unreasonable to...
Like, you've got somebody who is legitimately one of the pioneers of live streaming, like, right, did live streaming before Twitch was a thing, before YouTube offered streaming, right, did live streaming, I think, like, you know, from his own you know, like server or whatever back in the day, literally had a website designed, like the software that Vosh, Keffels, all those people use, the website software that they all use, right? That's derived from the code for Destiny's website, right? It was a public domain at one time. White Nervosa, Vosh's sysadmin, ganked the code and actually asked the author of the code for some advice in terms of implementing it. He thought that she was going to implement it for her own website, and was willing to help her out. And then when Destiny and company found out that it was for a essentially for Vosh to start not just his own website, but like a website for all of his orbiters, then Destiny got jealous again and yanked it down, right? And so yeah, literally, like, somebody who's like one of the very first live streamers who's been on the internet since forever ago, and then at some point decided that it would be good content to debate people on politics. And then we got the rise of the alt-right. Destiny decides to take on some of the alt-right YouTubers, is wildly successful, is perceived as a hero of the left. It was considered by some, I think this is ridiculous, but some people called him a bread tuber, just because, at the time, BreadTube was what was rising in opposition to the alt-right, or the atheist and skeptics channels, which had become more and more alt-right and intellectual dark web, right? And then after a conflict with Hassan, apparently changed his trajectory and started to punch left a lot more. So that's the story of Destiny. God, it's
to not get...
It goes way back. Just wait till Destiny orbiters enter the general workplace.
Even bleaker in the coming weeks and months. And we now, this conflict...
Timba on Toast Boy Destiny. You read that tweet too.
Really, it originated in the late 19th century.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal with Timba on Toast is. I honestly don't know much about them. I feel like I've watched a few of their videos that were really good, but as far as like what their politics are, I'm not even sure.
It's been a more or less active conflict since the 1920s, 1930s. And
didn't catch him battling the alt-right, didn't even know that he was at it. He was at the time. Yeah, one of the famous debate is the one with JonTron, right? Because JonTron was, taken as apolitical, as centrist, as non-controversial. But when Destiny started to talk about politics with JonTron, some of JonTron's perspectives on this were just unarguably racist. So, that was a big, peeling the mask off somebody who was not supposed to be political at all was a pretty big deal. And now, he's the fucking radical fishhook centrist.
Has produced a tremendous amount of suffering and regional conflict and geopolitical complications and all of that. But what gives me hope is that throughout their entire ordeal, the Palestinian people have never surrendered. And I believe they never will surrender.
Chad, there's not really a good time to do these kinds of calls to action. I'm supposed to be doing this. I'm trying to take this and turn it into a professional full-time enterprise. You can support me in a great number of ways, actually, whether it is through super chats, whether it is through super stickers, whether it is through becoming a member of the channel, or even giving out memberships to those in the channel that do not have them. I appreciate all the support that I get. And you can also support me through donations. I think the link is down in the tab. Through Patreon, the link is definitely down in the tab. And even if all you can do is something like hit that like button, which costs you nothing, I might remind you, that support is massively appreciated. And I'm only able to do this through your support. So thank you to everybody who supported me in every single way.
To overwhelming force and violence. They have taken everything that Israel has thrown at them. They have taken...
Sisyphean. Ramo, you just got a gifted membership. Thanks to Sisyphean. If you're listening, if you can hear the sound of my voice, give it a try, because you've now got emotes, including the infamous weasel emote.
And everything.
What's your favorite emote, Chad? If you got a membership, post your favorite emote in chat.
That the West has thrown at them. They have taken everything that those who are supposed to be their natural allies have, on occasion, thrown at them. But this is a people that never has, and I believe never will surrender.
It would suck to be behind Norm in line disputing a fee at the AT&T store. I mean, he's a great debater.
And at a certain point, I think Israel and its leaders will have to come to the realization that by hook or by crook, these people are going to achieve their inalienable and legitimate national rights.
Weasels are pretty powerful.
And that
the weasels are on the rise, chat.
That is going to be
People say that the weasels no longer exist in this world. They have died out or are mythical creatures. I say the weasels have just begun.
Reality. What
do you mean by that? You mean all of Palestine? Is that what you mean?
No, and
from the river to the sea.
Well, ideally, of course, yes. And what
those are the inalienable rights.
No, what I was saying earlier, and then
see, but like when you say like the river sea thing, which I don't know if YouTube will even let me say, but you just heard him say it there. The assumption is that it means what it is, what Israel has used that phrase to mean, which is like, it's all ours, like, right, everything. And it could also mean a one-state solution, right? Like I said, a singular, secular, democratic state where everybody is enfranchised. That is literally one interpretation of that phrase. Now, granted, it's not, super specific, so I guess you could, it could mean different things to different people, but
the discussion got sidetracked is
yeah, that's what I think of it as, a reference to a one-state solution.
That I did believe that a two-state settlement.
But I mean, just like the United States, right? That there would be the idea of that kind of state is the majority rules, but the minority has their rights protected. Because like the other thing that gets argued is like, oh yeah, so you just to like outvote all the Israelis, and it's like, no, I mean that's it's not
partition of Palestine.
It doesn't have to be this all or nothing thing that it's being made out to be, right? And I do think that the strongest solution, particularly at this point, is a one-state solution.
along the 1967 boundaries would have been a reasonable solution, because I think it also would have opened pathways to further.
But now you believe what?
Further nonviolent engagement between Israel and the Palestinians that could create other forms of coexistence in a federal or binational or
What do you think
other.
about refugees in regards to that? Do you think there has to be a resettlement of the 5 or 6 million, whoever wants to lay claim to being descendants of?
I think there has to be an explicit acknowledgement of
responsibility
of a
Also means a legitimate right to the land in a more general sense.
responsibility
and the return
and of their rights. I think that in the framework of a two-state settlement, I think a formula would need to be found that does not undermine the foundations of a two-state settlement. And I don't think it would be that difficult, because I suspect that there are probably large numbers of Palestinian refugees who, once their rights are acknowledged, will find it exceptionally distasteful, exceptionally distasteful to have to live among the kind of sentiments that we've heard around this table today. To be quite frank, I mean, I was previously unfamiliar with you, and I watched one of your preparation videos. Very disconcerting stuff, I have to say. You were explaining 2 days ago in the discussion about apartheid and how absurd it was, that in your view, Jim Crow was not apartheid. Jim Crow was not apartheid, but Arab states not giving citizenship to Palestinian refugees.
Like, it's bad enough when people don't acknowledge that there can be, systemic racism without something like Jim Crow, which ensconces it into law. But when you're going to, say that literally like two different systems, depending on, your race, your religion, your whatever, right, is not apartheid, that it just gets ridiculous.
Is apartheid.
That's
what I meant
Sure.
with my earlier
position-
comments
that's fine,
about
that's
white
great.
supremacy.
What happened to Twitch? You see what happened to the Twitch. Destiny happened to the Twitch. Yeah. And I don't know, chat. Like, look, if I can watch that, I try to be on both platforms as much as possible, as long as it's feasible. As long as there are people that are willing, that want to watch me on Twitch, that are willing to donate to a certain extent, right? Because I have to pay for the dual streaming software, and it's like a monthly fee, and it's not the cheapest thing in the world. But I do like to be, in wherever people prefer to watch me. Some people like watching on Twitch. Some people like watching on YouTube. I do like to make that available for everybody, but we've gotten so many mixed signals from Twitch as far as whether they will allow, because the idea is this, right? Destiny gets banned from Twitch. They wouldn't want like Mind Waves or Loner Box or some Destiny orbiter to just bring Destiny on as a guest, because then it's like de facto Destiny kind of is not banned. Destiny's like all over Twitch if all the orbiters bring Destiny on. So they don't want that, but they've kind of expanded that to like, watching somebody's content. Okay. But then they apply it unevenly. Like, obviously, these are key discussions. Hassan wants to keep up with them, wants to react to them, and he does, and he's usually okay with it. But then when other streamers do it, even bigger streamers than me, sometimes they catch a ban. Sometimes they do enforce that, that policy all the way, and sometimes they do not.
My issue, that's great, the white supremacy comment.
And if
hold on, let me respond, okay? My issue is that I feel like we have jumped on this euphemistic treadmill, and I think that's part of the reason why this conflict will never get solved, is because on one end, you've got a people who are now convinced internationally that they're victims of apartheid, genocide, concentration camp conditions, ethnic cleansing. They're forced to live in an open-air prison with all of these things.
Yeah, they should just be thankful for how good they have it. Shouldn't they, Steven? Is that what you're like? What the fuck?
Things that are stacked against them. All of these terms that are highly specific that refer to.
Did he get banned because of the? Wait, I know he said similar stuff to what Vosh has said, and in fact, during the Vosh scandal, he even alluded to the fact that he would defend what Vosh did. He didn't have a problem with what Vosh did, but Vosh, he hates Vosh so much that he's basically, but he didn't he didn't jump on Vosh, because fundamentally I don't think he thought that Vosh did anything wrong. We don't know exactly what he got banned for. We do know that he lost his partnership for what he said about protesters during the George Floyd uprising, where he basically wished harm on the it sounded like on the protesters in a pretty blatant sort of way. But I'm trying to I think there's some hypotheses. Some people think it was from bringing Nick Fuentes on. I guess he had Lauren Southern on in the on his Twitch stream as well, right? It could have been something like that. It's officially hateful conduct is the thing that it says on his ban, but as far as what exactly the hateful conduct was, we don't know, and I can't tell you for sure.
Very precise things. And then when
I
people
would
like you saying that
expect
they
nothing
should...
less from someone who doesn't think Jim Crow is apartheid.
I don't know if
But who does
because
think that Arab states
the problem
not
is you're
giving
morally loading.
Palestinian-
For you, apartheid is when racists do bad things.
No,
right?
no. There's a definition of apartheid.
That's great. But
There's a very clear
specific
definition of
top-down
That's great. I don't want to hear it.
domination enacted through top-down, like federal legislative policies or whatever, means that I don't know if Jim Crow would have qualified for apartheid. That doesn't make it any less. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking right now. Excuse me, Finkelstein. I'm talking to your friend over here.
Did he call him Chucklestein?
I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to.
Yeah, Chad Alpha. That's what got him. That's what lost him his partnership. But remember, Twitch has multiple. So they didn't want to ban Destiny. He said that thing. Probably, they could have justified a ban with that. Maybe they should have. A lot of people think they should have banned him right then, but they didn't. What they did is they kind of demonetized him. Not entirely, but a partner like Destiny would probably get something closer to a 70-30 cut of the money that he gets through subs and through advertising, whereas an affiliate, which is what he was essentially reduced to, which is, a much smaller streamer, an affiliate gets a lower proportion of that. So he lost, some of his monetization from that, not entirely all of it. And then after that, it was around the time that he was beefing with Keffels that he got banned altogether from the platform. People think that maybe it was from, the Nick Fuentes thing. Keffels jokingly took credit for it and said, I got Steven banned. But then, later said that was a shit post, and I don't know. I don't think that she has the power to get Destiny banned.
Literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people. I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of
In
genocide.
your eyes, probably not.
I don't. Well, yeah, but because genocide requires a special intent. I think the issue is instead of, and I think this conversation actually is emblematic of the entire conversation. I don't.
Run it back and listen to the wild take Destiny gives here.
Excuse me, Twinklestein. I'm talking to
Twinklestein,
your friend over here. I don't know if it would have qualified as the crime of apartheid. Just like if Israel were to literally nuke the Gaza Strip and kill 2 million people, I don't know if that would qualify for the crime of genocide.
In your eyes, probably not.
I don't. Well, yeah, but because genocide requires a special intent. I think the issue is instead of, and I think this conversation actually is emblematic of the entire conversation. I don't think anything.
Then let me finish answering.
Well,
Benny
sure, but you
Morris's
accused
question.
me of supporting racism. So yeah,
well,
I
you
think
did, and you are.
I did it. Do you think I support Jim Crow laws?
Look, the
fact that you can't even answer that honestly,
it doesn't
right?
matter.
You wouldn't say that 800 civilians were killed by Hamas. You said, well, maybe 400 were killed by Israel.
No,
I don't know the
say
number.
that.
Maybe
no, I didn't say that.
You said 400.
No, I didn't.
You co-signed the opinion.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, well, wait. How many? What do you? I think the word was some. That's what I heard.
Well, you weren't listening.
How many people do you think approximately, if you had to ballpark it, how many do you think were killed by Hamas on October 7th?
I think it's pretty clear that the majority of civilians that were killed,
51%. Or 90%.
Don't ask me to put a number.
I just want a ballpark. Those are two very different intuitions.
First of all, when you say Hamas, do you mean Palestinians or do you mean Hamas specifically?
I mean the invading Palestinian force. I don't like to say Palestine.
The invading Palestinian force. We've gone over this. This is not a force. This is not a singular unitary, if you're talking about 10-7, it's not a single unitary group under the command of Hamas, right? That's not
Because I don't think all Palestinian civilians were involved.
No.
in attacks. I'll say Hamas, Islamic
You
Jihad,
mean
whatever.
But that's how this discussion started. You said Hamas, and I began to answer that, and then Benny Morris said actually he means Hamas in addition to Jihad and the others. So
of the invading Palestinian force, how many do you think killed civilians versus the IDF? What do you think of the ballpark, the percentage?
well, the figures we have are that about a third of the casualties on a
Yeah, Destiny wasn't listening. He's not used to listening. He's used to essentially waiting for an open moment to talk, or even like interrupting people to inject his talking points.
October 7th were military.
That's
and
not
about
what I asked at
2/3
all.
were. What's your question?
How many? What percentage of civilians do you think were killed by the invading force? A
I
ballpark.
think a clear majority, but I can't give you a specific figure.
If you thought it was closer to 51% or 99% were killed by.
Why would he know that? How would
It's
he know
because
that?
it's interesting to actually stake out a position.
yeah, it's interesting.
It's interesting to stake out a position on like unknowable statistics. Yes, thank you, Destiny.
Want to be completely totally agnostic on it? That's
Based on
fine.
complete ignorance, because
people are asking about, Destiny's background. I don't know. I don't tend to, make it a point to study streamers' personal lives or backgrounds. I do know that there was a segment of stream where Destiny was talking to his mom, and his mom mentions, back on on the talking about the family's sugar plantation. I think Destiny later claimed that his mom was joking. The clip doesn't sound like she's joking. That's the controversy. That's you decide, chat.
we don't know. Professor Morris doesn't know. Muin Rabbani
And yet you
doesn't
can
know.
speak with
We're
absolute
complete-
certainty that the IDF is targeting and murdering Palestinian children intentionally.
Oh,
you see the
actually,
double standard?
No, I don't. You see,
please make up a number so I can refute it. Right?
It's a rhetorical question. Obviously,
you know
don't.
why? Because
Because you're
I looked
uneducated
at
on the matter.
I looked at the UN report. I looked at
The
UN
Goldstone report?
No, the UN report on the Great March of Return in 2018, and they said that the snipers were targeting children, medics, journalists, and disabled people.
Just as
We
they
don't-
are now in this conflict.
Exactly.
No, more journalists have been killed in the last several months in Gaza than in any other
Do you
conflict.
acknowledge
And
that
then in all
Hamas?
of World
Do you
War
acknowledge?
II.
Do you acknowledge
Then in
that
all of
Hamas?
World War
That's
II.
great. The comparison is
Hamas
fun.
is not killing journalists in
Does-
Gaza.
That's kind of wild.
Do you agree that they
More-
operate in civilian uniforms? That their goal is to induce that confusion? That that's the way that they conduct themselves militarily?
Let me finish my point. More journalists
I understand.
have been more UN.
children and
He doesn't want to hear it. So
No,
boring.
because it's
Fine.
virtue.
It's so
You're not having
boring.
a material, a
Virtue
substantial.
signaling.
It is virtue signaling.
Yeah.
Yes, like when you
I
say
know,
children over
but-
and over again. That's
but
virtue
talking
signaling.
about,
You know, you
talking
have-
about
you
how
have
many,
this- you have
talking
this
about
habit
how
of
many
mocking the
Israelis were
dead.
killed. That's not virtue signaling, because that's human life.
I don't care about. I don't care if
You
100 are
just
killed or
inter-
1,000.
you
I'm
just
curious who you're assigning
interrogated
blame
him.
to.
51%,
I'm curious who you're
90%,
assigning. The
and
question,
then-
yes,
and then
that's not the
Muin,
number.
and
That's
then-
the responsibility, Norm.
And then Muin mentions that more journalists were killed in Gaza than in all of World War II.
That doesn't get it. That doesn't
And-
further any
and
part of the
more
conversation.
medics were killed.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't. That's okay. That's whatever. That's whatever it is.
No,
in
that's
Gaza.
silly.
And then he
Journalists
says it's
weren't
virtue
in the
signaling.
area.
But when Israelis get killed, that's serious.
I never said it's serious on both sides. I didn't say
you call it
respectfully.
virtue
No,
signaling.
I'm not virtue signaling.
signaling.
I'm asking a substantive question of who do you assign blame to, or do you play into Norm Finkelstein's conspiracies
I
that the
think
ambulances should have known immediately who was dead, that the numbers were changed because they were
Mr.
fake, or
Burrell,
that maybe
Mr. Burrell.
51%
Mr. Burrell. Mr. Burrell.
and Islamic Jihad, but
You
49% were killed by IDF helicopters.
You asked me a direct question, and you got a direct answer.
I didn't. I got majority, which could be anywhere
I said
from
a clear.
51
I
to
said
99.
a clear majority.
What
were my
percent is a
exact
clear
words.
majority? As opposed
It's
to a
always, they
majority?
live in
A clear
ambiguity. of
majority,
course.
in my view, is well over 50%. Please don't ask me to be more precise, because I
You
can't.
could say 80, 90, 95.
I don't. If I knew that, I would say it.
I think it's a reasonable. It's a reasonable.
Perhaps it is, but I.
You're not the best person to be asking that question. You know, I read when you wrote described Operation Defensive Shield, And you said a few dozen homes were destroyed.
You're talking about what happened in the Jenin refugee camp.
And you said...
No, the Arabs said 500. You guys said 500 Palestinians were killed in Jenin.
I never said
and
that.
Then that was the statement of the PLO, the Palestinian Authority.
You said a few dozen
and that there were massacres there.
There were a few dozen
yes,
homes.
Yes, a few dozen homes.
Yeah. Well, it
That's
turned
right.
out 140 buildings were destroyed. 5,000 people were left homeless.
How many were killed?
5,000.
How many
You
were killed?
described it. No, I'm talking about homes destroyed. So you're not the best person to be criticizing what Moeen says when he says clear majority, but he can't say more. You know why he can't say more?
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, I understand that.
I hope Destiny's just there to cause chaos. Well, also to fulfill, like, I mean, there was a challenge way back. Finkelstein wanted to debate Destiny. They made a time. Apparently, there was a lack of understanding about like the time zone that time was based in, so it never happened. There's been a sort of a back and forth between these two, saying that they don't want to debate each other or they do want to debate each other. Lex Fridman finally happened here on this show, but it's in the context of this 2v2 sort of scenario. So
if I was trying to belittle, I would give you a very different answer. I would just say I don't know. I do know that some were shot.
You know what the right phrase there would be? The overwhelming majority were killed by Arab gunmen. And very small number were killed by Israelis by accident or whatever.
You're not
That's
speaking
probably
as a
true.
historian, though.
That's probably true.
by accident or whatever.
Maybe I can state with confidence a clear majority, overwhelming majority. You may be correct, but I can't state that with certainty. I think there's a very easy way to find out is to have an independent.
Forget independent.
I know
Exactly.
you
Well, of course you forget independent.
No, forget that doesn't mean
Forget
anything.
the law.
Independent.
In this guy's mind, independent means like Hamas adjacent, Hamas sponsored, Hamas controlled.
UN High Commission
Forget
for
independent.
Not
human
necessarily.
rights.
Not
numbers
necessarily.
Just repeat
They're
the numbers.
all
just
from
repeat
barbaric
the
countries. Syrian was the head of the UN Commission for Human Rights.
But if it was an Israeli, it would have been okay.
He certainly would have been more honest than a
Of
Syrian.
course. Oh yeah, from your perspective.
Well, to disagree with Steven, I thought this was extremely valuable. And at times, really like the view of history, the passion. I'm really grateful that you would spend your really valuable time. And just one more question, since we have two
Say one nice thing about each other, something like that, right?
historians here. Well, just briefly, from a history perspective, what do you hope your legacy as historians, Benny and Norm, will be of the work that you've put out there? Maybe Norm, you can go first and try to just say briefly.
I think there's a value to preserving the record. I'm not optimistic about where things are going to end up. There was a very nice book written by a woman named Helen Hunt Jackson.
No kiss. Yeah, that's right, Schmegly.
Describing what was done to the Native Americans. She called it a century of dishonor. And she described in vivid, poignant detail what was done to the Native Americans. Did it save them? No. Did it help them? Probably not. Did it preserve their memory? Yes. And I think there's a value to that. There was a famous film by Sergei Eisenstein. It was either Battleship Potemkin or Mother. I can't remember which one. The last scene was the Tsar's troops mowing down all the Russian people. He pans the scene.
Not all the Russian people, just a few.
Yeah. Well, he pans the massacre.
But he could have killed a lot more.
And the last words of the movie were, proletarians, ! Remember, ! And I've seen it as my life's work to preserve the memory and to remember. I didn't expect that anyone would read.
That is Battleship Potemkin.
Read my book on Gaza. It's very dense. It gives me even a bit of a headache to read at least one of the chapters.
You wrote a book on Gaza.
And but I thought that the memory deserves to be preserved.
Amen.
Well, I would just say very briefly, unlike my colleague, I think writing the truth about what happened in history and various periods of history. If I've done a little bit of that, I'm happy.
Thank you, Norm. Thank you, Benny. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Moeen.
Thank you, Lex. That is wow. We got through it, chat, and like the timing is pretty good. I've got 5 minutes left, so just enough to talk to you about the Discord. Is that, did I say that right? Yeah, I did. We have a Discord. We have a Discord for this channel, and a lot of you are already in it. Some of you, I suspect, are not in it. I would like to give you a chance now to join up, to become part of the Discord. And you know, like we normally have a community night on Friday night, right? That, yeah. So what is the Discord, right? It's a bunch of, it's like channels where you can type at each other. You can talk to each other by typey. Voice channels as well, channels where you can talk to each other. You can come to in there any time of day and hang out and potentially have a conversation with another chatter. We have channels for gaming, for just general discussion, discourse, news, resource, politics. You can post bad Twitter takes that you've found on there. You can post good Twitter takes that you've found on there, and it's just a cool. You can even post your fluffy friend, if you have a fluffy friend, right? Then you can post pictures of them in the fluff channel. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this for anybody who doesn't have it yet and wants to have it, wants to join up in the Discord. It's right there. I was about to post it on Twitch too, but then I remembered Twitch. We left Twitch behind, but yeah, this was we got through it together. That's all I can say. I mean, it was a pretty tough debate to get through. There were some good moments. There were some really fun moments of seeing Destiny get dunked on, but you know, it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Like, his debate style is frustrating. It's, you know, not, oh my god. Also know that if you join the Discord, that you will pop into the welcome channel and you'll be like, wait a minute, there's only one channel. This sucks. There's like nothing here. There's nobody talking. No, you're essentially, you gotta wait to get a role, right? So I'm assigning somebody a role right now, so that person potentially will be able to see a lot more of the Discord. And it's just whenever myself or the mods can get to it that you get. So don't lose faith or don't lose heart if you jump in and you don't immediately get approved. It's just you know, the mods they have their own lives too, and I do as well. But yeah, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow. I don't think that I've got anything to stream about, so I was thinking maybe we could do a community night tomorrow. I should probably check with the mods to make sure, because like but yeah, that's a potential thing that we could do. I'm trying to think what would be like the best time to do that. If I say 6 o'clock my time, that's gonna be 9 o'clock for people in the East Coast. It's gonna be much later for those in the UK and the EU. Maybe we should just make it like 1 o'clock, like my streaming time. 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern time. Is that a good time for everybody? I mean, you don't have to, like, this isn't like a required meeting or anything like that. The Discord's not required. It's just something that you can join us in if you want to. And sometimes we watch some movies. Last time we watched some really bad movies, like that were like, I was like, no, you got to see this bad movie. It's like really bad. And people were like, yeah, that's a bad movie. That's a really, really terrible movie. So this time we'll try to watch something a little bit more uplifting. Maybe like a good movie or a good video or something like that. But yeah, it's a lot more low key. It's just, you know, hanging out, getting to know people, and chilling. And that's what we aim to do. So yeah, I'll say maybe 1 o'clock tomorrow. I'll have to check and make sure that the mods that enough of the mods can do that to make it possible. I don't usually do Discord thing, but I'd love to chat. Oh, that's so nice of you, Sisyphean. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's no obligation. It's just a thing that that we have, and you know, just a way for you to connect with each other, and I try to make myself available at least once every week in group chat to just hang out and talk to people. Pence won't endorse Trump. Is this new? Oh my gosh, chat, I gotta